I tell you, my understanding of Marvel is clearer than Stan Lee's. Lin Yi proclaimed loudly, raising his beer glass in the bar. His friends around him burst into laughter, dismissing his words as mere bravado. Come on, Lin Yi, his friend Xiao Wang clapped him on the shoulder. You can't even distinguish between Spider-Man and Deadpool. Do I even need to? Lin Yi, slightly intoxicated, stood up. Spider-Man is just a high school student, while Deadpool can break the fourth wall. And before he could finish, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him. In a haze, he seemed to see a large truck barreling towards him. Damn, that was the last thought Lin Yi had before losing consciousness. When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he was greeted by a desolate desert landscape. A cold breeze brushed past him, sending a chill down his spine, fully awakening him in the distance. He could faintly make out a few dark hills. Is this Afghanistan? Lin Yi muttered to himself. Although he wasn't a true Marvel aficionado, he had mindlessly watched the origin video of Iron Man on a streaming platform out of boredom. He was all too familiar with this scene. Wasn't this near the cave where the 10 rings held Tony captive? No way, I'm not dreaming, am I? Just because I enjoy boasting a little, how could I have crossed over to a place like this? In a world where heroes abound, yet an entire city of ordinary folks has no chance to shine in the limelight. With that thought, Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream. He then expressed his regret. There you go, boasting. And why did you have to claim you understand the Marvel Universe? You could have said you understood that boy who didn't do well on his college entrance exam. Forget it, I'm here now. It doesn't matter, I'm just one person, no different no matter where I am. Right, Lin Yi recalled. According to the conventions of the web novels he often read, he should now say, System? He tentatively asked. Ding! Host conditions met, activating random lottery system. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, raising Lin Yi's eyebrows in anticipation. It seemed that, in this world, his college entrance exam scores weren't too promising either. This system will randomly generate a lottery opportunity, offering prizes including, but not limited to, superpowers, technological gear, special skills, etc. Newbie gift package detected. Would you like to use it immediately? Is there any hesitation? Use it! Use it! Lin Yi hurriedly exclaimed. Ding! Congratulations, the host has obtained Basic Spider Sense Body Enhancement Basic. As soon as the announcement finished, Lin Yi felt his senses sharpen dramatically. He seemed to perceive the movements of everyone around him with utmost clarity, even predicting their next actions. Simultaneously, he felt an abundance of strength coursing through him, his muscles becoming more solid. This feeling is incredible, he exclaimed, punching the air, feeling warmer. At that moment, his spider sense suddenly blared a strong warning. Instinctively, Lin Yi dove to the side, narrowly avoiding a beam of spotlight that swept past him. Blast it! He cursed under his breath, quickly hiding behind a rock. In the distance, a few members of the 10 Rings were patrolling. Lin Yi knew Tony was likely imprisoned in that cave. System, any suggestions? Ding! It is advised that the host act immediately. Rescuing Iron Man will yield special rewards. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Although he had acquired superpowers, confronting the armed members of the 10 Rings was still perilous. Yet, gazing at the cave in the distance, as a modern-day model citizen, he simply could not stand idly by and miss out on the reward. Stealthily trailing behind the patrol, Lin Yi noticed they entered cave. He circled around to the side and found a concealed ventilation shaft. Hope this spider sense is enough. He took a deep breath and cautiously crawled inside. The cave was brightly lit, and the members of the 10 Rings were busy at work. Lin Yi concealed himself in the shadows, spotting Tony locked in an iron cage, conversing with someone named Ethan. Ding! Detecting extractable item. Basic mechanical engineering knowledge. Would you like to extract it? Extract. A stream of information flooded his mind, and Lin Yi instantly grasped many mechanical principles. He surveyed the surrounding equipment and suddenly had an idea. Sneaking up to a control panel, Lin Yi began to operate it. With his newly acquired mechanical knowledge, he quickly understood how these devices functioned. 3, 2, 1. He counted silently, pressing a button. Boom! The cave erupted with the sound of an explosion, sparks flying from several devices. The members of the 10 Rings were thrown into chaos. Intruders! Intruders! Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi dashed towards the cage, using his enhanced strength to rip apart the iron bars. Quick! Follow me! He shouted to Tony and Ethan. Ethan hesitated for a moment, but quickly reacted, helping the weakened Tony follow Lin Yi. "Who are you?" Tony asked weakly. "There's no time for explanations," Lin Yi replied as they ran. "I know where the exit is." The three of them sprinted, the shouts of the 10 rings echoing behind them. Relying on his spider sense and familiarity with the terrain, Lin Yi guided them through a labyrinthine escape, finally spotting the light of the exit. "Hurry," Lin Yi urged, pushing Tony and Ethan toward the cave's mouth. Just then, a bullet whizzed past Lin Yi's ear. He turned to see several members of the 10 rings pursuing them. "You two go ahead," Lin Yi shouted, turning to face the pursuers. With the aid of his spider sense and enhanced physique, Lin Yi engaged in a cat-and-mouse game with the pursuers. Though the situation was fraught with danger, he narrowly evaded their attacks each time. "Damn it, this kid is slippery as an eel," one pursuer cursed. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi swung with all his might, hurling a rock he had picked up amidst the chaos. With the strength granted by the system, it exploded a pile of oil barrels in the passage. The blast knocked the pursuers to the ground while collapsing the cave's exit. While watching the movie, Lin Yi had always wanted to complain, what kind of good guys stack explosives and oil barrels together? Narrator, they are terrorists. Well, that settles it. Ding! Congratulations. Host has completed a special mission. Rescue Iron Man. Reward obtained. 1 random lottery opportunity. Use it. Ding! Congratulations. Host has obtained. Iron Man Mark I designed blueprint complete. Lin Yi's eyes widened. This was the blueprint for the first suit Tony built in the cave. But it seemed pretty useless to him. In the distance, the roar of engines filled the air as a military helicopter approached, slicing through the darkness. Lin Yi knew the U.S. military had come to the rescue. He took one last look at Tony and Ethan before turning to vanish into the desert. He understood that from this day forth, his fate would be irrevocably altered. The Marvel Universe, too, would veer into uncharted territory due to his presence. It seems, Lin Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. I do understand the Marvel Universe just a tad better than Stan Lee. Chapter 2. Nothing is more vital than a satisfactory meal. The nights in the desert are bitterly cold, and Lin Yi huddles in an abandoned cave, shivering. He has gone 3 days without a proper meal, and his clothes have been tattered by thorns. Newly transported to this world teeming with superheroes, he is uncertain whether his superpower would lead to his capture and exploitation as a test subject, which is why he chose not to accompany Tony in the evacuation. Initially confident with the system at his disposal, he believed he could conquer the world, but the reality is that, as a modern individual devoid of wilderness knowledge, his understanding was limited to what he saw on his phone. Thus, he has unlocked the achievement of enduring 3 days and 9 meals without food. If he had known it would come to this, he would have preferred to stick with Tony. Ding! A random lottery opportunity has refreshed. Would you like to use it immediately? The system's notification echoed in his mind, and Lin Yi forced himself to muster some energy. Use it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic wilderness survival skills. A rush of information flooded his mind, and Lin Yi instantly grasped skills such as locating water sources and identifying edible plants. He smiled wryly, shaking his head. System, could you not provide something more practical? Perhaps a hot meal? The system remained silent. Sighing, Lin Yi struggled to rise. With his newly acquired skills, he managed to find some cactus fruits and edible roots nearby. After barely satiating his hunger, he took out the design blueprint for the Mark I. In the moonlight, the intricate mechanical schematics were vividly illuminated. It seemed he would have to seek out Tony. He murmured to himself. At dawn the next day, Lin Yi set off towards New York. He first hitched a ride on a truck bound for Kandahar, then sneaked onto a transport plane heading for Europe. Along the way, he relied on his basic survival skills and occasional random lottery rewards, such as basic disguise techniques, to get by. A month later, disheveled and ragged, Lin Yi finally stood on the streets of New York. He gazed up at the towering Stark Tower, taking a deep breath, only to be interrupted by a sudden system notification. Ding! Special location detected. Hidden mission triggered. Establish contact with Tony Stark. Mission reward, 1 random lottery opportunity. Cough, cough, cough. System, if you had mentioned this mission sooner, would I have endured the wilderness? Feeling exasperated, Lin Yi composed himself and adjusted his tattered clothing before striding towards the main entrance of Stark Tower. Halt! A security guard blocked his path, stating that this was private property and no loiterers were allowed. Lin Yi had prepared for this moment. I possess something that Mr. Tony Stark would undoubtedly be interested in. The guard scrutinized him from head to toe, clearly skeptical that this disheveled figure could have anything of significance. Lin Yi felt a wave of resignation. It was only natural that such a large corporation would not recognize a vagabond, and he certainly could not hand over the design blueprint to a mere guard. Who knows if he was just a guard or a Hydra infiltrator? Regret washed over him for not choosing to follow Tony from the start. Suddenly, A luxury car pulled up to the entrance, and a familiar figure emerged. At the top of Stark Tower, Tony Stark stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, holding a glass of whiskey. His complexion was notably pale, evidently still recovering from the trauma of his recent abduction. "Boss, there's a young man here to see you. He claims to have something you will find intriguing," Pepper Potts announced as she entered. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Another madman trying to pitch an invention? He knows about your situation in the cave." Pepper hesitated. Tony's hand trembled slightly, nearly spilling his drink. He turned, a sharp glint in his eyes. "Let him in." A moment later, Lin Yi stepped into the opulent office. Clad in casual attire and holding a folder, he resembled an ordinary college student. Pepper could hardly bear to look at his appearance, finding him too unkempt, and urged the guard to take him for a shower and a change of clothes. "Mr. Stark," Lin Yi greeted with a smile. Tony appraised him. "You are the one who saved me?" "To be precise, I merely lent a small hand," Lin Yi shrugged. "Given your intellect, you would have escaped even without my assistance." Tony narrowed his eyes. "What do you know?" Lin Yi did not respond but placed the folder on the desk. "Perhaps you should take a look at this first?" Tony opened the folder with skepticism, only for his pupils to constrict in shock. Inside were detailed blueprints. Remarkably, the very designs for the Mark I armor he had concocted in the basement. "This is impossible." Tony rapidly flipped through the pages. "These details. Even I can't recall them all. How is this? Are you satisfied with this meeting gift?" Lin Yi leaned back on the sofa. Tony abruptly closed the folder, his gaze sharp as a blade. "Who are you? A member of the Ten Rings? Or a military spy?" "Just a businessman." Lin Yi smiled. "I wish to propose a deal." "A deal?" Tony scoffed. "What can you offer with these stolen blueprints?" "What if I told you I possess even more advanced designs?" Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. "For instance, an improvement plan for the arc reactor?" Tony's expression froze. As the inventor of the arc reactor, he understood the value of that technology all too well. "What do you want?" he asked in a low voice. "Money," Lin Yi stated plainly, "and your friendship." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Friendship?" "Indeed." Lin Yi met Tony's gaze. "I am aware of your struggles. Palladium poisoning, correct?" Tony leaped to his feet. "How do you know that?" Lin Yi did not answer, but continued. "Not only do I know this, but I also know how to resolve the issue." Tony stared intently at Lin Yi, as if trying to see through him. After a long pause, he slowly sat back down. "Who are you?" "Someone," Lin Yi chuckled, "who knows Marvel better than Stan Lee." Tony scrutinized him for a long while before suddenly laughing. "Interesting. Jarvis, prepare the contract." "Certainly, sir," the voice of the AI assistant responded. Lin Yi quietly sighed in relief, knowing he had made the right gamble. However, Tony abruptly shifted the topic. "Before we sign the contract, I have a question." "Go ahead. How did you come by this information?" Tony's gaze sharpened. "You have depicted design concepts that even I have yet to fully clarify." Lin Yi was prepared. "Everyone has their secrets, Mr. Stark. Just as you would not disclose the materials used in your chest reactor." Tony's expression changed. This secret was known to no one, not even Pepper. "Very well," he finally said, "I accept this deal. But," he stood, towering over Lin Yi, "if you dare to play tricks, you will make my existence a living hell," Lin Yi interjected. Tony paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "I like you, kid. Jarvis, prepare the finest whiskey. I want to share a drink with this Lin Yi." "Yes, sir," Jarvis acknowledged. At that moment, a notification chimed in Lin Yi's mind. Ding. Hidden mission completed. Establish contact with Tony Stark. Reward: 1 random lottery opportunity. A subtle smile graced Lin Yi's lips. He realized that, in this perilous world, he had finally secured a foothold. As for the prospect of being captured as a test subject, that was a question to be posed to his friend. Tony Stark, the future Iron Man. Agree or disagree? The most crucial thing now is that no one can prevent me from having a hearty meal. Jarvis. Sir, are you aware of who Stan Lee and Marvel are? Tony: I do not know. Chapter 3. One should not overindulge in the opulent suite of Stark Tower. Lin Yi devoured the steak delivered by room service with fervor. It marked the first occasion in a month of his journey that he had savored a warm meal, each bite a delectable delight. Once sated, Lin Yi donned the new attire Tony had prepared for him and, invigorated, made his way to the laboratory. Tony was engrossed in assembling a myriad of components. "So, you desire a suit of armor?" he inquired. Lin Yi nodded, contemplating the romantic notion of a man's adventure. "However, I do not require anything as advanced as yours. I merely seek something capable of flight and defense." Tony raised an eyebrow. "Is that all?" "Indeed," Lin Yi affirmed. "I cannot fathom the utility of such a suit. Especially considering the strength you displayed when you rescued me. You might as well dismantle it with your bare hands." Lin Yi chuckled, hinting at the exchange in return. "I shall impart knowledge on how to resolve your palladium poisoning issue." Tony set down his tools and regarded Lin Yi thoughtfully. "You know, even without your intel, I could devise a solution." "Of course," Lin Yi replied, unyielding, "but that would squander a considerable amount of time. And time, I believe, is the very essence you lack at present, is it not?" After a moment of silence, Tony chuckled. "Interesting. Very well, I accept your proposal. However, the custom armor will take some time, approximately a week. What do you plan to do in the meantime?" Lin Yi shrugged. Perhaps I shall pay a visit to an old acquaintance of yours. Tony furrowed his brow. Which old acquaintance? For instance, Lin Yi said with a mysterious smile. A certain nuclear physicist working at a distillery? Tony's expression shifted. You mean Banner? How do you know? I have mentioned, Lin Yi interjected, that I am more familiar with Marvel than Stan Lee himself. Tony scrutinized Lin Yi for a long while before exhaling a sigh. Suit yourself. But do not say I did not warn you. From what I've gathered, that fellow is somewhat perilous. However, if you truly intend to go, perhaps you could assist me with a favor. Lin Yi nodded, understanding the potential dangers far better than Tony, and departed the laboratory. Upon returning to his room, Lin Yi summoned the system. Utilize the random draw opportunity one acquired today. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained basic gamma radiation resistance. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled. This was akin to a pillow arriving just as one felt drowsy. System, will this resistance render me immune to the negative effects of Hulk's blood? Basic resistance can only withstand minor gamma radiation. It does not provide complete immunity to negative effects. However, it can mitigate damage when attacked by Hulk. Lin Yi nodded pensively. While it did not offer total immunity, it at least granted him some measure of self-preservation. Early the next morning, Lin Yi embarked on his journey to Virginia. Armed with the luxurious sports car and ample funds provided by Tony, he swiftly located the distillery. Is Dr. Bruce Banner available? Lin Yi politely inquired at the front desk. The receptionist eyed him warily. Mr. Banner is currently occupied and cannot meet with guests. Foreseeing this, Lin Yi produced a business card. I am a representative of Stark Industries, and I have an important matter to discuss with Dr. Banner. Upon seeing Tony Stark's name on the card, the receptionist's demeanor transformed. Please hold on. I shall notify Mr. Banner at once. A few minutes later, a bespectacled man with a gentle demeanor emerged, appearing somewhat anxious as he adjusted his glasses. I am Bruce Banner, he stated, surveying Lin Yi. You are from Stark Industries? Lin Yi nodded. Yes. Tony sent me. He lowered his voice. To discuss gamma radiation. Dr. Banner's expression shifted dramatically. He glanced around and whispered, follow me. The two retreated to a secluded corner, where Dr. Banner, visibly tense, asked, what did Tony send you for? Actually, I am here to invite you to participate in a project, Lin Yi replied. Mr. Tony Stark is developing a new type of armor and requires your expertise. Dr. Banner frowned. Tony Stark? That arms dealer? He has since transitioned, Lin Yi explained, and this project could aid you in better controlling. You know, Dr. Banner fell silent for a moment, aware of Tony Stark's genius, before finally nodding. Very well, I am willing to take a look. That is all I am supposed to convey from Tony, Lin Yi said with a mysterious smile. But I happen to have some thoughts that might assist you in addressing this issue more effectively. Dr. Banner regarded him with skepticism. What thoughts? For instance, Lin Yi leaned in closer, accept him rather than suppress him. Dr. Banner froze. What did you say? Hulk is not your enemy, Lin Yi continued. Aware of the forthcoming narrative. He is a part of you. Only by truly accepting him can you. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted in the distance. Several uniformed individuals burst into the distillery, led by General Ross. Damn it. They found me. Dr. Banner's complexion drained instantly. This is bad. It's Ross's men. Lin Yi felt a surge of anxiety. Having witnessed the story unfold, he knew General Ross had long been pursuing Dr. Banner, and he never anticipated encountering this moment. Follow me, Dr. Banner urged, pulling Lin Yi toward the emergency exit. Just as they reached the door, a squad of fully armed soldiers stormed in. Dr. Banner, please come with us, the commanding officer said coldly. Dr. Banner's breathing became rapid. His eyes began to glimmer with green. Do not force me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Yi quickly positioned himself in front of Dr. Banner. Everyone, please remain calm. Dr. Banner is currently a special consultant for Stark Industries, and you have no right to enough talk. Capture them. The officer waved his hand, and the soldiers charged forward. Lin Yi relied on his spider sense and combat skills to fend them off, though he knew this was not a sustainable solution. The true threat was not the soldiers, but the enraged Banner, the Hulk. Dr. Banner, run, he shouted. However, it was too late. Dr. Banner's body began to swell at an alarming rate, his skin turning green. Roar. Hulk emerged. The laboratory erupted into chaos. Lin Yi was hurled against the wall by the shockwave, feeling as though his bones might shatter. Fortunately, the gamma radiation resistance and his enhanced physique mitigated the damage. Otherwise, that blow would have been devastating. Ding. Danger detected in the environment. Host gains one random draw opportunity. Immediate use of random draw is recommended. Without hesitation, use. Ding. Congratulations, host has obtained temporary Hulk power, duration, 5 minutes. A surge of immense power coursed through Lin Yi. He rose to his feet and realized he could now meet Hulk's gaze. Hey, big guy, he called out. Take it easy. Hulk turned, regarding this suddenly larger individual with confusion. This was the first time he had encountered a being of similar stature. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi spoke. I know you're very angry, but there are many innocent people here. Let us. Before he could finish, Hulk charged at him. Clearly, he lacked the patience to hear Lin Yi's words. He wanted to test the strength of this newfound counterpart. With the assistance of his spider sense, Lin Yi effortlessly evaded the oncoming attack. However, he recognized that Hulk lacked the patience to hear him out, leaving him no choice. Come on, let us fight. It's exhilarating. Lin Yi swiftly turned to engage Hulk in combat within the distillery. The two charged at each other with all their might, colliding head-on, creating a visible shockwave that scattered the surrounding ordinary soldiers, leaving them in disarray. Those near the battlefield were even flung several meters away, resulting in a breach of the encirclement. In an instant, Hulk swung a powerful punch at Lin Yi, who narrowly dodged, causing the ground to be cratered. Seizing the temporary power of Hulk, Lin Yi leaped onto the beams of the distillery, surveying the devastation below. We cannot fight here. It would endanger too many innocent lives and properties. He shouted down from his elevated position. Come on, big guy. Let us see if you can catch me. With a thunderous roar, Hulk leapt into the air, shattering a beam with his fist. Lin Yi executed a flip midair, landing gracefully before seizing a nearby barrel and hurling it at Hulk. Hulk crushed the barrel, sending liquor splattering everywhere, filling the distillery with a rich aroma. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Yi attempted to lock Hulk's arms from behind, but Hulk's strength exceeded his expectations, easily breaking free and tossing Lin Yi aside. Lin Yi crashed through a wall, dust swirling around him as he quickly rose, wiping the blood from his lips with a grin. Not bad. Let us go again. Hulk charged once more, but this time Lin Yi chose to maneuver through the complex terrain of the distillery rather than confront him head-on. He led Hulk into the supporting pillars, causing the entire structure to tremble precariously. General Ross's soldiers panicked and began to retreat. As the distillery teetered on the brink of collapse, Lin Yi shouted, Hulk, it's going to fall. Let us fight outside. Hulk seemed to comprehend and followed Lin Yi out of the building. The two continued their battle in the open fields, their fists creating gusts of wind and cracking the ground beneath them. As Lin Yi's temporary power waned, he realized he must conclude the fight swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his strength and charged at Hulk. Their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that uprooted trees in the vicinity. Ultimately, Lin Yi's strength was exhausted, and he knelt on one knee, gasping, Hulk, enough. We are not enemies. Hulk finally halted, his green eyes fixed on Lin Yi, seemingly contemplating. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi proposed, let us confront General Ross together and make him pay for his actions. What do you say? Hulk let out a low growl, but made no further move. Lin Yi sighed in relief, struggling to rise and patting Hulk's shoulder. Let us go, big guy. We have much to accomplish. Hulk tilted his head in thought and surprisingly nodded. In a swift motion, he grasped Lin Yi, leaping away and vanishing from the scene. The following night, Lin Yi and the reverted Banner sat exhausted in an abandoned warehouse, their bodies aching. A notification chimed. Hidden task completed. Establish contact with Hulk. Reward, 1 random lottery chance. Lin Yi chuckled wryly. The day's events had been more exhilarating than his past 20 years combined. I should have known better than to overindulge, he mused. Yet, he was aware that even more thrilling challenges lay ahead, having simultaneously provoked the military and 2 of the most formidable superheroes. I hope Tony's armor is ready soon, he murmured to himself. Chapter 4. The classic scene recreated as Lin Yi drove with Dr. Banner towards Stark Tower. Dusk had quietly descended, and the neon lights of New York City flickered in the distance, illuminating the city's splendor and clamor. Lin Yi maintained a moderate speed, engaging in hushed conversation with Dr. Banner, attempting to alleviate the scientist's palpable anxiety. Dr. Banner's complexion remained pallid, his eyes brimming with unease and apprehension. Mr. Lin, I truly do not wish to burden you, Dr. Banner murmured, his voice trembling slightly. General Ross will not easily let me go. His target is me, and you should not be entangled in this trouble. Lin Yi offered a faint smile, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Dr. Banner, you need not worry. Now that we have come this far, we will not let you face this alone. Tony Stark will assist us. After all, he is the head of Stark Industries. No matter how arrogant General Ross may be, he dares not act recklessly on Stark's turf. Dr. Banner managed a hesitant nod, yet the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. He was acutely aware of General Ross's methods and understood the peril posed by the other self within him. Should Hulk lose control, the consequences would be dire. At that moment, a cacophony of sirens abruptly shattered the night's tranquility. Lin Yi jerked his head up, catching sight of several military vehicles rapidly approaching in the rearview mirror, their red lights glaring ominously against the dark backdrop. Damn it, Lin Yi cursed under his breath, slamming on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement. The vehicle skidded to a halt in the plaza before Stark Tower, dust swirling around them. It's General Ross. Dr. Banner's voice carried a note of despair, his fingers gripping the edge of the seat so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Lin Yi swiftly surveyed their surroundings, realizing they had been encircled by heavily armed soldiers. The soldiers brandished their weapons, guns aimed menacingly at their vehicle, the atmosphere thickening with tension. General Ross strode down from one of the military trucks, his figure appearing particularly imposing in the night. Clad in a crisp military uniform, he bore a cold smile, his gaze sharp as an eagle-ass. He approached Lin Yi's car and rapped on the window, his voice icy and authoritative. Get out. Lin Yi took a deep breath. striving to maintain his composure. He understood that any rash move could trigger unforeseen consequences. Gradually, he lowered the window, revealing a calm visage. "General, is there something you need?" General Ross chuckled derisively, his piercing gaze boring into Lin Yi. "Stop playing coy, kid. Hand over Banner, and I might consider letting you off the hook." Dr. Banner, seated in the passenger seat, trembled visibly, his voice barely a whisper. "Mr. Lin, don't worry about me. I don't want to drag anyone else into this." Disregarding Dr. Banner's retreat, Lin Yi's eyes remained steadfast on General Ross. "General, Dr. Banner is my friend, and I will not surrender him to you." Instantly, General Ross's expression darkened. He gestured, and the soldiers raised their weapons, the barrels aimed squarely at Lin Yi and Dr. Banner. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, as if a fierce confrontation could erupt at any moment. Just as the tension reached its zenith, a familiar voice suddenly broke through the charged atmosphere. "Well, if it isn't General Ross, what brings you to my neck of the woods?" Both Lin Yi and Dr. Banner turned to see Tony Stark casually approaching. Dressed in a relaxed suit, he held a cup of coffee, a carefree smile gracing his face. As though the escalating tension was of no concern to him, General Ross frowned, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. "Stark, this is none of your business. We are apprehending a dangerous target." "A dangerous target?" Tony feigned surprise, glancing around with mock incredulity. "Where? I only see my two friends." General Ross's expression darkened further, struggling to suppress his fury. "Stop playing dumb. Bruce Banner is a wanted criminal, and this kid," he pointed to Lin Yi, "is suspected of aiding a fugitive." Tony sipped his coffee leisurely, his tone unhurried. "General, are you really going to cause a scene here? You do realize there are quite a few media outlets nearby?" He gestured towards a group of individuals with cameras who were clearly observing the unfolding situation. General Ross's demeanor shifted, his surprise evident. He hesitated, his fingers twitching as he weighed the potential fallout. Moreover, Tony lowered his voice, lacing it with a subtle threat. "I've heard you've been seeking a hefty sum for military funding recently. If a scandal breaks now, say, for example, abuse of power in pursuing innocent scientists." General Ross clenched his fists, knuckles cracking audibly. His gaze was fixed on Tony, brimming with rage and frustration. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and muttered, "We're leaving." With that command, the soldiers swiftly lowered their weapons and returned to their vehicles. The engines roared to life, and the military convoy rapidly disappeared into the night. Once the vehicles had completely departed, Tony turned to Lin Yi and Dr. Banner, his signature nonchalant grin reappearing. "Welcome to Stark Tower. Next time, do give me a heads up, so I can prepare a proper welcome." Lin Yi exhaled deeply, the tension within him finally easing. He regarded Tony with gratitude. "Thank you, Tony. Had you not arrived in time, we could have been in serious trouble." Dr. Banner, still somewhat shaken, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, stammered, "Tony, I truly don't know how to thank you." Tony patted Dr. Banner's shoulder, his tone light. "Don't worry, Bruce. I've prepared the medical bay. You can go in for a full checkup. As for you," he turned to Lin Yi, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "Follow me. I have something to show you." Lin Yi nodded, following Tony into Stark Tower. The interior was a marvel of futuristic technology, with transparent glass walls, hovering displays, and automated robots, all showcasing Tony Stark's genius. The two ascended in the elevator to the subterranean laboratory. As the doors slowly opened, they were greeted by a gleaming silver-gray suit of armor standing majestically in the center of the lab, illuminated by the overhead lights, reflecting a cold brilliance. "Mark 7. Specifically designed for you." Tony snapped his fingers, causing the armor to rotate toward Lin Yi as if saluting him. Lin Yi scrutinized the suit, noting its streamlined design compared to Tony's own armors, yet it still radiated technological prowess. The silver-gray finish glimmered under the lights, with the arc reactor on its chest emanating a soft blue glow, resembling a pulsating heart. It features a flight system, energy shields, and palm cannons, all the essential functions. Tony continued, pride evident in his tone. "I've also added a little surprise for you." He pressed a button on the remote he held. The armor emitted a series of soft mechanical sounds before transforming into a compact, briefcase-sized form, resting quietly on the floor. "Portable mode, making it easy for you to carry at all times," Tony declared, his eyes sparkling with pride. Lin Yi was genuinely impressed. "This is incredible. Tony, you are a genius." Tony shrugged, his tone casual. "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Once you don it, you'll truly comprehend its might." At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated through the laboratory. "Sir, you might want to take a look at this." A news segment flickered across the laboratory's expansive screen, depicting a band of terrorists assaulting a village with Stark Industries weaponry. Homes crumbled amidst explosions, and villagers scattered, their cries echoing through the air. Tony's countenance darkened instantaneously, his fists clenching as a flicker of fury ignited within his eyes. "Impossible. I ceased weapons production." Jarvis's voice resonated once more. "Sir, I've established contact with Mr. Obadiah. The call is connecting." Tony nodded, and Obadiah Staines' voice filled the line. "Tony, have you seen the news? How could our weapons?" Lin Yi interjected, his tone icily resolute. No need to inquire. Obadiah is responsible. Tony, taken aback, turned to Lin Yi. What are you saying? Lin Yi met Tony's gaze, his voice unwavering. I assert that Obadiah Stane has been covertly trafficking weapons, exploiting your trust all along. Tony's complexion shifted from crimson to pallid, then to a sickly green, visibly struggling to accept the revelation. That's impossible. Obadiah, he's the person I trust the most. Do you recall when you were abducted? Why those terrorists possess Stark Industries armaments? Lin Yi continued, a hint of gravity in his tone. Remember who consistently opposed your decision to shutter the weapons division? Tony staggered backward, leaning against a lab bench, his eyes wide with shock and indignation, as if his world were collapsing before him. That scoundrel. I regarded him as family. Lin Yi approached, gently patting Tony's shoulder. Now you are privy to the truth. Tony inhaled deeply, the embers of rage kindling in his eyes. He straightened abruptly, his voice low and resolute. Jarvis, initiate the suit sequence. He then turned to Lin Yi, a trace of perplexity in his gaze. But how did you know? I have already stated, Lin Yi interrupted, a subtle smile playing on his lips. I possess a more profound understanding of Marvel than Stan Lee himself. Tony paused, then chuckled. Very well, since you seem to know everything. Would you care to join me in teaching these miscreants a lesson? Lin Yi cast a glance at his new armor. Then at Tony, a spark of exhilaration in his eyes. With the utmost enthusiasm, the duo proceeded to the laboratory's robotic arms. Tony positioned himself in the center as the arms commenced the process of equipping him with the Mark III armor. Simultaneously, another set of robotic arms initiated the assembly of the Mark VII for Lin Yi. The initial experience may be slightly disorienting, Tony cautioned, a hint of jest in his voice, but trust me, the sensation is addictive. Lin Yi felt the metallic components encasing his body, a blend of apprehension and excitement coursing through him. As the final piece clicked into place, he felt reborn. The armor's weight did not burden him. Rather, it imbued him with an unprecedented sense of power. Are you prepared? Tony's voice echoed through the comm system. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. I am ready. They advanced to the balcony's edge. Tony glanced back at Lin Yi, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth. Remember, the maiden flight may be a tad stimulating. Before the echoes of his words dissipated, they activated their propulsion systems in unison. The intense surge of acceleration prompted a gasp from Lin Yi, but he swiftly acclimated. The armor's flight system was remarkably stable, and he felt as though he had become one with the heavens. How does it feel? Tony's voice inquired, laced with amusement. Incredible. Lin Yi responded with fervor. Far more exhilarating than a roller coaster. Tony erupted with laughter. Once you're accustomed to it, we can experiment with even more thrilling maneuvers. They traversed the skies until they arrived at the village depicted in the news report. From their vantage point, they witnessed terrorists wreaking havoc, villagers fleeing in terror, and cries reverberating through the night air. Are you ready? Tony queried, his tone now grave. Lin Yi clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering. I have been ready. Then, Tony accelerated into a nosedive, his voice brimming with anticipation. Let us commence. Lin Yi followed in close pursuit, his palm repulsors fully charged. He knew that this would be his baptism as a superhero, and the annals of the Marvel Universe were about to be rewritten from this instant forward. Chapter 5. The punishment of the mischievous child. Lin Yi and Tony soared through the skies, the night wind howling past them, while the thrusters of their suits emitted a low, resonant hum. Beneath them, the lights of New York City twinkled like a magnificent galaxy. Tony's armor glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight, while Lin Yi's Mark VII appeared more streamlined, its silver-gray finish reflecting faint glimmers of light. How does it feel? Tony's voice crackled through the communication system, laced with a hint of mockery. First flight, and you're not feeling queasy, are you? Lin Yi chuckled, savoring the exhilarating sense of freedom that the armor bestowed upon him. It's even more thrilling than I imagined. However, Tony, are you sure we shouldn't formulate a plan first? Those terrorists are not to be trifled with. Tony waved his hand dismissively. A plan? The plan is to charge in and take them out. Simple and effective. Lin Yi shook his head in exasperation, ready to voice his concerns when, suddenly, a golden circle appeared in the sky ahead, seemingly out of nowhere. The circle was composed of countless tiny runes, radiating a mysterious glow, as if it were tearing the very fabric of space apart. What is that? Lin Yi exclaimed. Reacting swiftly to Jarvis's warning, Tony jerked the joystick, maneuvering the suit in an arc to narrowly avoid the circle. However, Lin Yi's response was a beat too slow, and his armor hurtled directly toward the phenomenon. Lin Yi, get away. Tony's voice came through the comms, tinged with urgency. But it was too late. Lin Yi's suit plunged into the circle, vanishing from Tony's view in an instant. Lin Yi, Tony shouted, but the comms were drowned out by static. Lin Yi felt as though he had fallen into an endless tunnel, surrounded by a surreal distortion of time and space. Multicolored lights zipped past him, resembling countless ribbons of light dancing in the void. He attempted to activate the thrusters of his suit, only to discover that all systems had failed, including the most basic communication functions. Damn it, Lin Yi cursed, a wave of unease washing over him. He could do nothing but drift aimlessly in the void, where time and space seemed to lose all meaning. After an indeterminate period, a point of light finally emerged ahead. The light grew larger, gradually taking the shape of an exit. Lin Yi felt himself being drawn toward it by an invisible force. When he finally burst through the portal, he found himself in an ancient courtyard, surrounded by intricately decorated buildings, the air infused with a faint scent of sandalwood. In the center of the courtyard stood a bald woman clad in a yellow robe, her expression serene and peaceful, her gaze deep as if she could see through everything. "Welcome to Kamar Taj, Mr. Lin Yi," the woman spoke with a warm smile, her voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. "I am the Ancient One." As Lin Yi landed, the systems of his armor gradually returned to normal. He regarded the Ancient One with caution, recognizing her from the original narrative, albeit her appearances were limited. Yet, each was grand and impactful, though the conclusion was somewhat abrupt. Confusion and wariness filled his mind. "What have you brought me here for?" The Ancient One waved her hand lightly, causing Lin Yi's armor to disassemble into a pile of parts on the ground. Startled, he instinctively took a step back. "Do not be alarmed," she reassured him with a smile. "I merely wish to have a conversation." Lin Yi swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. Remaining unperturbed was impossible. This woman was the supreme sorceress, a guardian of the world, the very antithesis of darkness. Yet, she had been known to absorb and wield dark magic. "What do you wish to discuss?" he asked cautiously. "About your origins." The Ancient One's gaze seemed to penetrate his very being. "You are not from this world, are you?" Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Indeed. Excellent," she said with satisfaction. "You are quite honest. Do you realize the impact your existence could have on this world?" Lin Yi shook his head, an unsettling feeling rising within him. "Tony Stark, the Iron Man of this world, his fate has already been written," the Ancient One continued. "If you grow too close to him, you risk altering his destiny, potentially leading this world to ruin." Lin Yi furrowed his brow, a complex swirl of emotions bubbling within him. What should I do then? Since arriving in this world, he had felt surrounded by danger. Yet he had been reassured by his knowledge of the films and their narrative arcs. He believed himself to be a prophet of sorts, able to avoid peril and navigate freely. Now, the realization dawned. If the future were to be altered by his actions, would the future he knew still hold any significance? The Ancient One revealed a mysterious smile. "Join us, and become the next Supreme Sorcerer." Lin Yi was taken aback, never anticipating such an offer from her. "Me? The Supreme Sorcerer?" "Yes," she affirmed. "Your soul hails from another dimension, granting you a perception of magic far beyond the ordinary." Moreover, she regarded him meaningfully. "You seem to possess a unique understanding of this world." Lin Yi fell into contemplation. Becoming the Supreme Sorcerer meant bearing the responsibility of safeguarding the earth. Yet it also promised immense power. Just as he hesitated, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Special location detected. Hidden task activated. Follow the Ancient One to learn magic and become the next Supreme Sorcerer. Task reward, 1 random lottery chance." A flicker of intrigue sparked within Lin Yi. Just as he was about to consent, he suddenly recalled something. "Wait, I have one more question." "Please, go ahead," the Ancient One smiled at him. "Will you really die from falling from a height?" Lin Yi blurted out, but regretted it before he could finish. The Ancient One's expression turned icy in an instant. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson," she said slowly, raising her hand with a hint of coldness. Before Lin Yi could react, he felt the ground beneath him vanish. Looking down, he realized he was standing on the edge of a massive portal, with an abyss yawning below. "Wait, I'm sorry," Lin Yi shouted in terror. But it was too late. With a gentle push from the Ancient One, he plummeted. Lin Yi fell through the endless void. Surrounded by a distortion of time and space, he felt as though he would fall forever, regret flooding his mind. His mouth had certainly outpaced his brain. After an undetermined duration, he finally landed on a soft cushion. Looking up, he found himself back in the courtyard of Kamar Taj. The Ancient One stood before him, wearing a mischievous smile. "Now, do you still think I would let you die?" Lin Yi shook his head vigorously, filled with awe. "I wouldn't dare think so." The Ancient One nodded with satisfaction. "Then, what is your decision?" Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi resolved in his heart. "I am willing to become the next Supreme Sorcerer." "Excellent," the Ancient One smiled. "Now, your first lesson begins suddenly." She snapped her fingers, and countless portals appeared around Lin Yi. "Let us start with the proper use of portals." Lin Yi gazed at the multitude of portals, feeling a sense of despair. "Can I change my mind?" The Ancient One shook her head, a teasing tone in her voice. "It's too late." Meanwhile, Tony anxiously searched for Lin Yi. "Jarvis, locate Lin Yi's position." His voice was tinged with agitation. "Apologies, sir, but I cannot pinpoint Mr. Lin Yi's armor signal." Jarvis's voice was calm, yet mechanical. Tony furrowed his brow, a wave of unease washing over him. "This is impossible. Continue the search." "Sir, Mr. Lin Yi's armor signal appears to have vanished completely," Jarvis replied. Tony slammed his fist onto the control panel, feeling a twinge of guilt. Damn it. He recalled the moment Lin Yi had appeared so unexpectedly, along with his astonishing prophecies. Suddenly, Tony realized that Lin Yi might be far more enigmatic than he had anticipated. Never mind. Tony took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. We must first deal with those terrorists. He donned the Mark III armor and soared into the sky. Though he had lost Lin Yi as an ally, Tony understood that he must fulfill his mission. Meanwhile, in Kamartaj, Lin Yi struggled with a grimace as he studied magic. He was unaware of the profound changes his sudden appearances and disappearances would bring to this world. He only knew that if he could not rapidly strengthen himself, the ensuing transformations would be utterly unbearable. At the same time, a certain vacationing surgeon felt an inexplicable sense of loss, yet could not fathom what it was. During his time at Kamartaj, Lin Yi's existence was a blend of agony and elation. Each day was devoted to rigorous training and study, delving into arcane magical theories and enduring near-limit physical conditioning. Fortunately, his diligent study, augmented by the system's assistance, facilitated a rate of advancement that surpassed his peers, eliciting astonishment from the sorcerers of Kamartaj. Ding. Congratulations, host, for mastering basic magic. Reward, magic resistance, novice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the mirror dimension training. Reward, spatial awareness, novice. Ding. Congratulations, host, for defeating Master Mordo. Reward, magical energy amplification, novice. With each successive notification from the system, Lin Yi's prowess escalated at an astonishing pace. Even the habitually austere Master Mordo conceded that Lin Yi was among the most naturally gifted sorcerers he had encountered. His progress was evident not only in his command of magic, but also in his acute combat intuition and precise assessment of situations. One day, the Ancient One materialized at the edge of Lin Yi's training grounds. Her gaze, profound and serene, seemed to penetrate all. Lin Yi ceased his magical exercises and offered a respectful salutation. Lin Yi, the Ancient One's voice resonated, gentle yet authoritative. The time has come to evaluate the fruits of your labor. Lin Yi felt a knot form in his stomach, sensing a twinge of unease. Are you suggesting live combat? The Ancient One offered a subtle smile and nodded. Within the mirror dimension, Lin Yi swallowed, his heart rate quickening involuntarily. He recognized that this was more than a mere training exercise. It was the ultimate trial of all his endeavors. The mirror dimension was a specialized realm employed by sorcerers to hone advanced magic, where the laws of reality were mutable and peril lurked at every turn. The pair proceeded to the center of the training grounds, where the Ancient One gracefully gestured, tracing an arc of golden magical energy in the air, instantly conjuring a shimmering portal. Lin Yi followed her through, his breath catching in his throat at the sight that unfolded before him. They found themselves within a distorted cityscape, where skyscrapers were haphazardly stacked like building blocks, and streets meandered without end. The sky was an unsettling shade of violet, and the air thrummed with magical energy. Lin Yi could sense that every inch of this space was fraught with unknown dangers. Are you prepared? The Ancient One's voice inquired from behind, her tone calm, yet subtly challenging. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, composed himself, and adopted a battle stance. Ready when you are. The confrontation ignited instantaneously. The Ancient One vanished from sight, only to reappear at Lin Yi's flank, her hand coalescing a bolt of golden magical energy, which she hurled toward him. Lin Yi reacted swiftly, crossing his arms before him, conjuring a translucent magical shield that intercepted the Ancient One's assault. However, the Ancient One's offensive did not relent. Her figure flickered through the dimension, each reappearance heralding another lethal magical strike. Lin Yi could only rely on his enhanced spatial awareness to barely discern her movements. Beads of perspiration trickled down his forehead as he maintained unwavering focus. Commendable, the Ancient One's voice echoed. It seems you possess a genuine aptitude. Lin Yi remained silent, knowing this was merely a preliminary test. As expected, the Ancient One's assault intensified abruptly. Her hands carved intricate runes in the air, summoning countless golden magical chains that surged toward Lin Yi from all directions, seeking to bind him completely. Lin Yi gritted his teeth, his magical energy surging. With a forceful gesture, a torrent of searing flames erupted from his palm, incinerating the encroaching chains. He then propelled himself toward the Ancient One, attempting to close the distance. Yet, the Ancient One's form dissolved once more, reappearing behind him. Anticipating this, Lin Yi whirled around, summoning a colossal magical shield that he slammed into the Ancient One. He expected her to evade it effortlessly, but to his astonishment, the Ancient One was struck squarely by the shield. Ah! The Ancient One exclaimed, her body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Even more shockingly, she was ejected from the mirror dimension, vanishing from the twisted cityscape. What? Lin Yi stood dumbfounded. Did I just knock out the Ancient One? Is this like some insignificant demon soldier defeating Sun Wukong? He collected himself and hastily opened a portal in pursuit. Emerging from the portal, the sight that greeted him left him in utter disbelief. The Ancient One was plummeting from the sky. Instinctively, he attempted to open a portal to catch her, but whether due to nerves or some other cause, the normally effortless spell eluded him. He could only watch helplessly as her robes billowed in the wind, her body tumbling uncontrollably, until she crashed heavily to the ground. Ancient One. Lin Yi rushed to her side and knelt beside her. However, the Ancient One was no longer breathing. Her eyes were closed, yet a faint smile played upon her lips. Lin Yi's mind reeled, overwhelmed by disbelief. How could this be? How could the Ancient One fall so easily? His thoughts raced in disarray until a realization struck him. She did it on purpose, Lin Yi exclaimed. The smile on the Ancient One's face at the moment of impact was no accident. It was part of her elaborate design. Her feigned demise was intended to pave the way for Lin Yi to seamlessly inherit the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme. He felt a surge of exasperation. Seriously? It's not like I haven't read the source material. Lin Yi considered exposing the ruse, but then reconsidered, realizing that he was no match for the Ancient One. If he were discovered, he would undoubtedly face her wrath. Countless times, she had used the guise of teaching him new magic as an excuse to torment him. Was it worth the risk for a single inquiry? Had her prolonged existence left her with nothing better to do? If merely asking had led to so much suffering, exposing her would surely result in complete annihilation. Moreover, becoming Sorcerer Supreme had its advantages. He could always find that surgeon later and relinquish the position to him. With this in mind, Lin Yi decided to play along. He feigned profound sorrow and began making arrangements for the Ancient One's funeral. Amidst Wang's curious gaze, Lin Yi conducted a grand ceremony. Everyone was moved by his apparent sincerity, though Wang seemed to sense something amiss but remained silent. Following the funeral, Lin Yi officially ascended to the position of Sorcerer Supreme. As he donned the Eye of Agamotto, the system notification chimed. Ding. Completed hidden quest. Become Sorcerer Supreme. Reward. All skills upgraded to intermediate level. Lin Yi felt the surge of magical energy within him, and a subtle smile graced his lips. He knew his status in this world had been irrevocably altered. Ancient One, Lin Yi murmured, gazing at the distant sky. If you're so eager to retire, I'll reluctantly accept this position. However, he flashed a sly grin. Once I find that surgeon, he'll have to take over. Butterfly effect, an alternate iconic scene. Wang. I believe you are better suited to be Sorcerer Supreme than I am. Lin Yi gazed earnestly at the librarian before him. Wang adjusted his glasses, his expression impassive. This was the Ancient One's decision. However, as you see, Lin Yi continued to deceive, stating that he was still unfamiliar with the rules of Camartage, and being rather indolent. Was not suited for management. So you intend to shift the responsibility onto me? Wang interrupted him. Lin Yi awkwardly chuckled. How can you say it's shifting? It's merely a case of the capable taking on more responsibility. Wang sighed. Lin Yi, I understand your desire to be out there. But, Wang. Lin Yi suddenly spoke earnestly. Consider this. If something were to happen to me, the Supreme Sorcerer, out there, what would happen to Camartage? We need a reliable temporary leader. Wang's expression softened slightly. Observing this, Lin Yi seized the opportunity. Moreover, look at how much trust Master Gu Yi has placed in you by entrusting the library's management to you. What does that indicate? It signifies that you are indeed the most suitable candidate. Wang hesitated momentarily, but there is no but. Lin Yi slammed the table and stood up. It's settled. I hereby announce that from this moment forth, Wang is the temporary Supreme Sorcerer of Camartage. Without waiting for Wang's reaction, Lin Yi had already opened a portal. Wait, Wang hurriedly called out. You must at least tell me where you are going. To maintain world peace. Lin Yi leaped into the portal without looking back. As he emerged from the golden sparks, he was met with a scene that left him utterly astonished. Just as Lin Yi had teleported near Stark Tower, an ear-splitting explosion echoed in his ears. He looked up sharply to see two armored figures engaged in a fierce aerial battle, the sounds of fire and metal clashing intertwining in a cataclysmic confrontation. Tony. Lin Yi instantly recognized the iconic red armor of Iron Man, Tony Stark. Yet, his adversary was a larger and more heavily armored figure clad in silver, Ironmonger. Ironmonger? How could this be? Lin Yi gasped in disbelief. According to his memory of the timeline, Ironmonger should have been defeated by Tony long ago, relegated to the annals of history. However, the battle before him clearly indicated that only a few days had transpired since then. Lin Yi formulated a hypothesis in his mind, but now was not the time to confirm it, as his arrival had already altered the future. He was uncertain whether Tony would miraculously escape destruction as he had in the original narrative. Thus, he resolved to observe from the shadows, ready to intervene at a crucial moment. In the sky, it was evident that Tony was at a disadvantage. Ironmonger's firepower was relentless, with missile launchers on his shoulders continuously unleashing fiery tongues, while Tony could only rely on the agility of his armor to evade and occasionally retaliate with repulsor blasts. Yet he struggled to inflict significant damage on Ironmonger. Obadiah, while evading the onslaught, Tony called out through the armor's external system, "Stand down. You cannot win." Silence. Obadiah's furious roar echoed from Ironmonger. "Who do you think you are? Without me, you are nothing. Stark Industries is my life's work. And you are merely a spoiled rich kid." Their battle raged from the skies down to the ground, the tremendous force of their clashes causing the surrounding buildings to tremble. Lin Yi trailed closely behind, torn with indecision. He understood that intervening could alter the storyline, but witnessing Tony in such dire straits made it impossible for him to remain a passive observer. At that moment, Tony abruptly changed direction, flying toward the rear of Stark Tower, with Ironmonger hot on his heels, the armor's thrusters emitting a deafening roar. "Obadiah," Tony's voice reflected a hint of urgency. "We'd better continue this elsewhere." "What? Afraid?" Obadiah taunted, Has your genius mind finally realized you are no match for me? No. Tony began to respond, but Ironmonger had already accelerated towards him. Tony executed a sharp turn, narrowly avoiding Ironmonger's charge, while Ironmonger crashed directly into the outer wall of a nearby laboratory. Boom. The resounding crash left a massive gaping hole in the laboratory's exterior. Lin Ye's pupils contracted as a wave of ominous premonition surged within him. Oh no. That is, before he could finish his thought, Ironmonger emerged from the laboratory's wreckage, crashing heavily to the ground. Moments later, a deafening roar erupted from the laboratory's breach, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Roar. Lin Ye's heart raced, and he swiftly distanced himself. He beheld a colossal green figure slowly emerging from the breach. It was a nearly 3-meter-tall monster, its muscles bulging, skin a deep green, with eyes flashing with rage. The Hulk. Lin Yi murmured, both astonished and apprehensive. According to the original plot, the Hulk should still be on the run, and at least 5 meters tall, as he had seen the first time, and certainly should not appear at Stark Tower. He was uncertain what ramifications a rampaging Hulk would have on the future, especially since the current Tony lacked the anti-Hulk armor to subdue him. He turned his gaze to the other side, discovering Tony standing nearby, his helmet open, his face a mask of shock. I warned you not to attack that laboratory, Tony murmured, and Jarvis, remind me never to provoke Banner again. Lin Yi turned to Tony. His brow furrowed. Was it intentional or an accidental oversight? With Jarvis assisting him, he could not possibly be unaware of where Banner's laboratory was located. It's noteworthy that in the original narrative, Tony had just awakened, ultimately choosing to perish alongside Ironmonger, bearing the full brunt of the consequences, including his eventual demise with the purple potato monster. Yet now, Tony seemed to be diverting the calamity, leveraging the situation. He was uncertain whether this alteration was for better or worse. Lin Ye's contemplation was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous crash. The Hulk had reached Ironmonger, and Obadiah struggled to rise, but the Hulk seized Ironmonger's armor, lifting him as if he were a mere rag doll, and then slammed him down to the ground with immense force. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact sent violent tremors through the earth. As Ironmonger's armor gradually deformed under the Hulk's brutal assault, sparks flying in all directions. Lin Yi watched in astonishment. This seemed both familiar and foreign. Familiar was the Hulk's ferocious demeanor, yet foreign was the timing, location, and the unfortunate recipient of the beating. Jarvis, Tony suddenly interjected from afar. A note of resignation in his voice. Remind me never to provoke Banner again. It has been duly noted, sir, the AI butler replied calmly. Ironmonger's armor was evidently not as advanced as Tony's, and under the Hulk's relentless barrage, it quickly lost its power. Obadiah frantically pressed various buttons within the armor, attempting to reboot the system, but to no avail. No. No. Obadiah's voice brimmed with despair. This cannot be. How could I lose to such a monster? The Hulk paid no heed to his pleas, hoisting Ironmonger and with all his might, smashed him into the ground. Boom. With a thunderous roar, Ironmonger's armor was utterly destroyed, fragments scattering everywhere. Lin Yi could clearly see that Obadiah within the armor had fallen silent, his fate uncertain. Just then, the Hulk's body began to undergo a transformation. His green skin gradually faded, muscles contracting, and his form rapidly diminished. Within seconds, the Hulk had vanished, replaced by Dr. Bruce Banner. He stood dazed amidst the rubble, wearing nothing but a tattered pair of pants, his expression slightly bewildered. This, Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. In his memory, the Hulk would not revert to Banner so swiftly. It seemed that his presence had indeed impacted this world. Tony rushed over, draping the outer layer of his armor over Banner's shoulders. Bruce, are you all right? Banner shook his head, his voice slightly feeble. I am all right, just feeling somewhat empty. Tony patted his shoulder, a hint of reassurance in his tone. It's fine. At least this time, there hasn't been too much destruction. Lin Yi lingered in the shadows, quietly observing the unfolding scene. He resolved to remain concealed for the moment, choosing instead to watch the narrative develop. Unless a negative situation arose, he would refrain from direct intervention. A few days later, Tony convened a grand press conference at Stark Tower, with Banner present as well. Standing not far behind him, Lin Yi blended into the throng of reporters, clutching a pink camcorder, prepared to capture this historic moment. Ladies and gentlemen, Tony declared from the stage, his signature confident smile gracing his face. I know you have many questions to ask. However, before I address those, I wish to state something first. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, his tone resolute and powerful. I am Iron Man. The audience erupted in astonishment. Flashes of cameras igniting the air as reporters clamored to pose their inquiries. Lin Yi gazed contentedly at the footage he had captured, his heart brimming with emotion. This was a quintessential moment in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and he had witnessed it firsthand. In a corner behind Lin Yi, a familiar figure emerged. An elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, a cigar poised between his lips, had an arm around a blonde beauty on either side, watching Tony through the flashes with a warm and affable smile. Later that night, Lin Yi sat silently on the sofa in the office atop Stark Tower, awaiting Tony's arrival for a meeting. However, he found himself intrigued by the sight of an ostrich egg resting on Tony's desk. It had not been there during his last visit. In his office atop Stark Tower, bathed in the vibrant tapestry of the New York skyline, Lin Yi deftly twirled a coin between his fingers. The metallic disc pirouetted with the grace of a serpentine dragon ascending a celestial peak. A minor feat of legerdemain acquired during his arcane studies, intended for a certain surgical savant in the future. He had dispatched a message to Tony, awaiting you in the penthouse office. Do not tarry. With a dismissive moo, he mused, that profligate is likely cavorting somewhere, and I may not see him until the witching hour. Only a fool would wait idly. Meanwhile, in the tower's entertainment suite, Tony Stark, with a blonde beauty draped on his arm, was guiding her through the intricacies of billiards. Her laughter, like tinkling bells, filled the air as Tony, radiating his trademark self-assurance, whispered, "Relax, my dear. A gentle wrist, and aim for that corner pocket." "Sir," Jarvis interjected, shattering the amorous ambience, "Mr. Lin Yi, an individual of particular interest, has sent word that he awaits you in the penthouse office. Tell him to hold his horses. I'll be along presently," Tony responded flippantly. "Acknowledged, sir," Jarvis replied. Tony resumed his tutorial, then paused, his brow furrowing. "Hold on. Did you say Lin Yi? The Lin Yi?" "Affirmative, sir. You currently possess only one Oriental acquaintance by that name," Jarvis stated matter-of-factly. Tony disentangled himself from the blonde, offering a hasty apology. "My dear, I must attend to a matter of grave urgency. Our rendezvous shall have to await another evening." The beauty pouted, but Tony, already grabbing his jacket, dashed towards the elevator. The elevator doors hissed open, and Tony strode into the penthouse office, launching into a boisterous greeting. "Lin Yi, you elusive rascal. What brings you here this time? You promised me." His words were abruptly truncated by a voice that was not Lin Yi's, a simultaneous declaration, "I am Iron Man." A stunned silence descended as both men registered the presence of a third party. Their gazes converged upon the figure seated in Tony's chair behind the desk, a solitary, bald-headed black man cloaked in a dark trench coat, resembling nothing so much as a polished billiard ball. "This," Lin Yi and Tony chorused, their faces etched with bewilderment. Nick Fury, equally nonplussed, swiveled in the chair, his gaze sweeping over Tony and Lin Yi. "Is this not Tony Stark's office? And who is this strikingly handsome Oriental gentleman? How did I fail to notice him?" Lin Yi remained silent, inwardly scoffing. Is this character serious? Dressing in black at this hour and lurking in the shadows like some kind of cosplaying cue ball? Fury scrutinized Lin Yi, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "Wait a moment. Are you the enigmatic Oriental man who recently materialized?" Lin Yi offered a slight bow and a wry smile. "The one and only." Fury frowned, lost in thought for a moment, before regaining his composure. "Regardless, I must ask you to wait outside. Tony and I have pressing matters to discuss." "He's a friend," Tony interjected, his tone laced with annoyance. "I see no reason why he shouldn't be privy to this conversation. Besides, who exactly are you and what are you doing here?" Fury paused, inwardly admitting that this was not how he had envisioned their meeting. "No matter," he thought, "I am the master of espionage. I have seen far stranger things." He turned to Tony, his voice a low rumble. "Tony Stark, do you believe you are the sole superhero?" Tony glanced at Lin Yi, then shrugged. "I wouldn't say I'm the only one." Fury realized that this Oriental man was, in fact, the one who had single-handedly stormed the Ten Rings compound and rescued Tony. He paused, then continued. "Very well. Do you believe that you two are the only superheroes?" Lin Yi interjected, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "If I may, there's also a scientist downstairs who has a penchant for transforming into a rather formidable brute." Fury was rendered speechless once more. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came. An awkward silence hung in the air. Tony, glancing from Lin Yi to Fury, burst into laughter. "Well, this is undoubtedly the most uncomfortable important conversation I've ever witnessed." Lin Yi chuckled and clapped Tony on the shoulder. "Director Fury, perhaps we should start over?" Fury rubbed his temples wearily. "Let's just cut to the chase. We're assembling a team, and we need people like you." "The Avengers?" Lin Yi blurted out. Fury and Tony exchanged startled glances. "How did you know?" they asked in unison. Lin Yi shrugged, his expression nonchalant. "Let's just say I know more about Marvel than Stan Lee." "Stan Lee? Marvel? Has Stark planted spies in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Preposterous." Fury sputtered, before regaining his composure. "Very well, it seems we must reassess our strategy." Even the master of espionage was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Bruce Banner poked his head in, clutching a file. "Tony, have you seen my—" His words trailed off as he took in the scene before him. Tony, Lin Yi, and a one-eyed black man staring at him with peculiar expressions. Am I interrupting something?" Banner stammered, adjusting his glasses nervously. Lin Yi smiled reassuringly. "Not at all. You're right on time. We were just discussing the formation of a superhero team." Banner blinked, his brow furrowed. "A superhero team?" Fury took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. "Very well, since you all seem to be aware, I'll be blunt. We're assembling a team, and we need people like you." "The Avengers?" Banner echoed. Fury was beyond exasperated. "Damn it, how do you all know?" Lin Yi, Tony and Banner exchanged knowing glances before declaring in unison. Lin Yi, know more about Marvel than Stan Lee. Fury was reaching his breaking point. Damn it. Fine. I suppose I'll have to revisit our confidentiality protocols. If that's all you came to say, then you can show yourself out, Tony interrupted, his patience wearing thin. Oh, I could certainly leave, Fury retorted, but then, who would cure your little ailment, Mr. Iron Man? Or should I say, Mr. Terminally Ill Superhero? Fury's patience was also wearing thin. The confrontation was direct. I laid my cards on the table, revealing my trump card. He could not fathom how he might lose. Upon hearing Fury's words, Tony furrowed his brow sharply, the smile on his face evaporating in an instant. Instinctively, he touched the reactor at his chest, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Lin Yi, too, withdrew his grin, his gaze darting between Tony and Fury, as the atmosphere thickened with tension. What did you say? Tony's voice grew cold, laced with a hint of wariness and suppressed anger. Fury placed his hands crossed on the table, his single eye locking onto Tony's, a slight smirk curving his lips as he proclaimed, I say, Tony Stark. Your palladium poisoning has reached an uncontrollable level, has it not? Did you think you could hide it from S-H-I-E-L-D? We have known for quite some time. Tony's complexion darkened further, his fists clenching, knuckles turning white. Observing this, Lin Yi gently patted Tony's shoulder, signaling him to remain calm. Then turned to Fury, his tone steady yet tinged with sarcasm. Director Fury, this tactic of yours is rather unrefined. Is it not a tad inhumane to threaten a man on the brink of death? Fury shrugged, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Threaten? No. I am merely stating facts. Tony, you are a genius, but you are still human. Palladium poisoning is not an issue you can resolve alone. Fortunately, S-H-I-E-L-D possesses the means to assist you. Tony scoffed, his eyes brimming with disdain. Oh, so you're here to rescue me? Or do you think that merely using this as leverage will coerce me into joining your so-called Avengers? Fury refrained from answering directly, instead pulling a document from his pocket and sliding it across the table towards Tony. Within this dossier lies a vial of serum. While it cannot cure your poisoning, it can significantly mitigate the damage inflicted upon you. Additionally, it contains a gift from your father. By the way, your father was one of the founders of S-H-I-E-L-D. Indeed, this was his trump card. This was the organization your father had established. And it is only natural for a son to carry on his father's legacy. Tony glanced down at the document, his brow furrowing slightly. Despite his profound dissatisfaction with Fury's demeanor, the contents of the document piqued his interest, particularly regarding the gift from his father, though he remained uncertain of its authenticity. At that moment, Lin Yi leaned in to steal a glance and quietly remarked to Tony, what he says is true, for reasons unknown. Tony now harbored a peculiar trust in Lin Yi, and upon hearing his words, he accepted them as truth. Fury, catching Lin Yi's comment, chuckled, Mr. Lin is indeed astute. Indeed, S-H-I-E-L-D not only has the capability to resolve Tony's predicament, but can also offer additional resources and support, such as providing Mr. Lin with a legitimate identity. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a playful tone lacing his words. Oh? It seems Director Fury is quite well informed about us. Fury shrugged, his tone casual. It is the duty of S-H-I-E-L-D to be aware of any potential threats to the world. You two are evidently at the top of our watch list. Tony let out a derisive laugh, sarcasm dripping from his voice. So, you're here to recruit us? Using my life as a bargaining chip and trying to ensnare Lin Yi as well? Fury shook his head, his tone suddenly serious. No, Tony, I am not threatening you. I am offering you a choice. You can continue to battle palladium poisoning alone until it claims your life, or you may choose to join us, becoming a member of the Avengers and helping us protect this world. As for Lin Yi, he turned his gaze towards Lin Yi, curiosity glinting in his eyes. We are quite interested in you as well. Your abilities, your background, even the origins of your mysterious powers are all subjects we wish to explore. Lin Yi smiled, a relaxed tone in his voice. Director Fury, are you inviting me or interrogating me? Fury chuckled, a hint of cunning in his tone. That depends on your choice, Mr. Lin. We can be allies or adversaries. However, I trust that a mind as sharp as yours understands which option would be more advantageous. Tony remained silent for a moment before lifting his head, a glimmer of determination in his eyes. Fury, I can consider your proposal, but I have one condition. Fury raised an eyebrow. What condition? Tony pointed at Lin Yi. He must join me. I mean the Avengers, not just some so-called legitimate identity. If you want me, you must accept him as well. Fury paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Tony, are you negotiating with me? Tony stood firm. Indeed. Lin Yi is my friend and my partner. If you desire my involvement, you must include him. Fury pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons. Eventually, he nodded. Very well, I accept this condition. However, Mr. Lin, you must promise us that you will not act independently, especially regarding those extraordinary abilities of yours. They must not be displayed in front of ordinary people. Lin Yi shrugged, his tone lighthearted. Director Fury, I never claimed I intended to create any global crises. Nevertheless, since you mentioned it, I might consider collaborating. After all, working with S.H.I.E.L.D. sounds rather intriguing. Fury nodded in satisfaction, rising to extend his hand. Then let us embark on this partnership. Tony and Lin Yi exchanged glances, ultimately standing up to shake Fury's hand, to a fruitful collaboration. At that moment, Dr. Banner interjected. Did I miss something? Lin Yi chuckled, patting Banner on the shoulder. No, you arrived just in time. We have just decided to form a superhero team, and you, Dr. Banner, are one of its members. Banner adjusted his glasses, bewilderment etched on his face. Wait, what team am I joining? I was not informed of this. Fury smiled, not denying the claim, as he had been one of the candidates all along, a truly formidable warrior. With a teasing tone, he said, Welcome to the Avengers, Dr. Banner. I believe you will enjoy this team. Banner paused for a moment before offering a wry smile. Well, it seems I've been swept up into yet another grand scheme. Tony laughed heartily, clapping Banner on the shoulder. Do not worry, Banner. This time we have the support of S.H.I.E.L.D. Besides, with Lin Yi by our side, we are bound to handle everything. Lin Yi grinned, confidence radiating from him. Indeed, Director Fury, you have placed your bet wisely. Fury surveyed the three individuals before him, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his singular eye. Though the journey had been somewhat convoluted, the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. Thus, the Avengers were officially formed. With hands clasped together, they declared, whatever we desire shall manifest. In the upper office of Stark Tower, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious conference table where Lin Yi, Tony, Banner, and Nick Fury sat together. The atmosphere appeared relaxed, yet currents of tension flowed beneath the surface. The formation of the Avengers was under discussion, but it was clear that each individual harbored differing thoughts. Ding! A random mission has been generated. Recruit the awakened Captain America. Mission reward, random lottery draw. Faced with this sudden system task, Lin Yi was at a loss for words. He was 100% certain that this so-called random system task and reward bore no randomness whatsoever. They were merely fixed tasks activated at certain times or scenarios, with rewards that were also predetermined rather than randomly drawn as described. However, it mattered little, as thus far every reward had proven to be beneficial. Tasks must be executed regardless. Lin Yi suddenly turned to Fury, his tone calm yet laced with a hint of inquiry. Director Fury. Where is Captain America currently? Have you already unsealed him? Fury's singular eye narrowed perceptively, a note of caution underscoring his tone. Lin Knight, prior to addressing your inquiry, allow me to pose a question of my own. Who are you, precisely? How did you come to possess this knowledge? Unless you provide clarity on this matter, I cannot, in good conscience, endorse your inclusion in the Avengers Initiative. Lin Knight paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well, since you insist, I shall be forthright. I am the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj. Sorcerer Supreme? Fury's brow furrowed deeper. My understanding is that the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj is a woman. Lin Knight nodded. You refer to the Ancient One. She has since retired, bequeathing the mantle to me. Fury remained unconvinced. Kamartaj's existence is acknowledged, as is its discreet protection of Earth. However, your claim of being the new Sorcerer Supreme necessitates verification. He issued hushed instructions via communicator, initiating a SHIELD investigation into Kamartaj. Tony, growing impatient, interjected, So Lin, you're a sorcerer? Does this imply that your earlier statement about saving me stemmed from a glimpse into the future? SHIELD possesses the means to rescue me. I needn't have bartered with you at all, correct? Lin Knight turned to Tony, a playful smirk dancing on his lips. Indeed, Tony, SHIELD does possess a remedy, but its acquisition would require time. I merely expedited the process. Tony scoffed, arms crossed. So you're an unscrupulous sorcerer, leveraging my future predicament for your own gain? Lin Knight shrugged nonchalantly. Tony, I did not coerce you into any agreement. Furthermore, my contribution extends beyond mere information. It encompasses spiritual aid. You cannot deny that. Were it not for my intervention, you might still be grappling with palladium poisoning. Tony arched an eyebrow, a hint of challenge in his voice. Oh, should I express gratitude? Then, perhaps I'll present you with a Best Frenemy Award. Lin Knight chuckled, shaking his head with mock exasperation. Tony, your obstinacy is unwavering. Nevertheless, I find it rather endearing. Tony rolled his eyes. Spare me your affections. I have no need of them. Banner chuckled, remarking, So, what we have here is an astute sorcerer taking advantage of an anxious industrialist. Tony glared at him, but offered no retort. Fury, cutting through the banter, stated sternly, Enough. Tony, this is not the time for such levity. He turned to Lin Knight, his solitary eye scrutinizing. Lin Knight, if you are, in truth, the Sorcerer Supreme, then demonstrate it. Lin Knight smiled faintly, his hands moving in swift incantations. Golden magical energy coalesced in his grasp, transforming into a shimmering butterfly that fluttered gracefully in the air. The butterfly alighted on Fury's shoulder, then dissolved into motes of golden light. A flicker of surprise crossed Fury's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Very well, I shall provisionally accept your claim. However, the matter of Captain America requires careful consideration. Lin Knight nodded. I understand. I propose that I be the one to approach him. The fabricated reality you've constructed cannot be sustained indefinitely. Allow me to attempt to reach him. Fury pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well, Lin Knight. Since you possess such confidence, I shall grant you this opportunity. However, should you mismanage this, you alone will bear the consequences. Lin Knight rose, a confident smile playing on his lips. Rest assured, Director Fury. I undertake no endeavor without assurance of success. Someone claimed they would fight crime with me last time, but disappeared halfway, Tony said coldly. Obviously unhappy with Lin Knight showing off. Lin Knight smiled awkwardly. That was an accident. Trust me, it will never happen again. Meanwhile, deep within a SHIELD clandestine facility, Steve Rogers was awakening from a 70-year cryogenic slumber. His eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the sight of a meticulously recreated vintage hospital room. An antique radio played a 1945 baseball game, and the window offered a carefully curated view of that era. But Captain America's instinct screamed that something was amiss. Where am I? He murmured, his gaze sweeping across every detail of the room. A nurse entered, her smile professionally practiced. Captain Rogers, you're awake. How are you feeling? Steve ignored the question, demanding, what year is it? The nurse's smile faltered slightly. 1945, Captain. You've just completed a mission. You need rest. Steve's eyes narrowed. No. This is not 1945. He surged to his feet, overpowering the security guard who attempted to restrain him. Utilizing his enhanced physique, he burst out of the facility and into the bustling streets of New York. Skyscrapers, a torrent of vehicles, colossal electronic billboards. Everything was foreign and bewildering. What? Where am I? Steve muttered, his eyes filled with confusion and apprehension. Suddenly, a young man with Asian features appeared before him, his voice calm and reassuring. Captain Rogers, we need to talk. Steve regarded him warily, his body tensed in a combat stance. Who are you? My name is Lin Knight. The young man replied with a gentle smile. I understand you're disoriented, but I can't explain everything. Skepticism clouded Steve's expression. Explain what? Who are you people? Why are you deceiving me? Don't block my path, unless you want to take a nap under my fist. Lin Knight sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. It seems we must engage in a brief altercation before we can have a productive conversation. He extended his right hand, conjuring a portal from which he retrieved a shield emblazoned with the American flag, tossing it to Steve. Don't say I ambushed you without a shield. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Steve had caught the shield and launched a punch. Lin Knight swiftly sidestepped the blow, simultaneously weaving his fingers into a complex gesture, erecting a golden magical barrier between them. Quick reflexes, Steve observed coolly, but you can't withstand my shield. Giving it back to me was your biggest mistake. He raised the shield and slammed it against the barrier, the force causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. Lin Knight frowned, leaping back as he waved his hands. Instantly, the world seemed to fold, twist, and stretch, Steve remaining stationary as the distance between them expanded, a mirror dimension. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Knight unleashed countless strands of light from the void, hurtling towards Steve. Unable to comprehend the phenomenon, Steve instinctively raised his vibranium shield, deflecting the onslaught. His movements were precise, and he hurled the shield, using its ricochet to create a barrage of attacks from various angles, each carrying immense force. Lin Knight, with spider-like agility, evaded the strikes while continuously casting spells, seeking an opening in Steve's defenses. The battle escalated rapidly, shattering and collapsing nearby structures. Steve's shield arced through the air, each impact sending tremors through the surroundings. Lin Knight's magic erupted in a dazzling display, golden energy weaving a web in an attempt to ensnare Steve. Are you a witch? Steve panted, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Knight rolled his eyes, a touch of exasperation in his voice. I'm a sorcerer, not a witch. Please, don't conflate me with those wand-waving charlatans. Steve smirked, his resolve unwavering. Sorcerer or witch? It matters not. I can do this all day. Lin Yi chuckled, surprised that this classic line would be directed at him. With a hint of playful sarcasm, he replied, Unfortunately, I don't have that much time to spare. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together and exclaimed, Would release 1,000 hands. No, that was incorrect. Instead, he recited a string of ancient incantations. In an instant, the air around him seemed to solidify, and Captain America's movements slowed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi unleashed a surge of magical energy that struck Captain America squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. As Captain America struggled to rise, Lin Yi approached him, his tone calm, yet resolute. Listen, Captain Rogers. I know you don't trust us, but I have news that will surely pique your interest. Captain America eyed him warily, his expression still brimming with hostility. What news? Bucky Barnes is still alive. Captain America's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly. What? That's impossible. I saw him fall off the cliff. Lin Yi shook his head, a trace of pity in his voice. He did not perish. He was captured by Hydra and transformed into the Winter Soldier. Captain America's expression shifted from shock to anger. Hydra? Haven't they been eradicated? Lin Yi sighed. The situation is far more complicated than you realize. Hydra has never truly vanished. They lurk in the shadows, awaiting their chance to resurface. Join us. and together we can locate Bucky and dismantle Hydra. After a moment of silence, Captain America nodded. All right, I'll join. But I have one condition. Lin Yi anticipated his next words. Taking the lead, he affirmed, I know. Rest assured, we will. Upon returning to Stark Tower, Fury regarded the captain that Lin Yi had brought back with a glimmer of appreciation in his single eye. Well done, Lin Yi. Lin Yi shrugged nonchalantly. It was a piece of cake. However, Director Fury, shouldn't you consider compensating me? Tony interjected, compensate? Aren't you the Sorcerer Supreme? Doesn't Kamartaj pay you? With a teasing glint in his eye, Lin Yi replied, Tony, do you think the Sorcerer Supreme conjures money out of thin air? Perhaps you could sponsor me? Tony rolled his eyes. Not a chance. I don't want to support a wizard who constantly bickers with me. Banner couldn't help but chuckle. You two are something else. Every time you meet, it's a verbal spar. Laughter erupted among the group, and even Captain America, caught up in the light-hearted atmosphere, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Thus, the nascent formation of the Avengers began to take shape amidst their laughter. Yet, just as the mood relaxed, a notification chimed in Lin Yi's ear. Ding. Task to recruit Captain America completed. Random rewards have been automatically drawn. Ding. Congratulations, you have received the reward. Passive, recognition of Thor's hammer. Holding this passive enables you to lift Thor's hammer, gaining the power of thunder. Lin Yi felt somewhat exasperated. So no pretense at all? They didn't even ask if he wanted to draw rewards, they simply informed him of what he had received. Next time, they might as well skip the random lottery announcement and directly state the rewards for completing tasks. Ding. Random task generated. Hydra will initiate the Winter Soldier project in 1 month. Targeting the Avengers. Lead the Avengers to victory in one team battle before the Winter Soldier appears to cultivate team synergy. Task reward. Passive. Good deeds reap good rewards. Holding this passive, upon saving 1 billion lives in peril, you may resurrect once fully healed. Lin Yi's expression shifted to one of gravity. He raised his gaze to the vibrant nightscape of New York outside the window, fully aware that although the Avengers had just been formed, the crisis had already begun. Influenced by him, the Avengers had assembled ahead of schedule. He wondered if, with his assistance, they could prevent Thanos from initiating the fateful snap. If they succeeded, could it be considered a salvation for lives in danger? In the penthouse office of Stark Tower, Tony Stark, adorned with his signature confident grin, leaned casually against his desk, a cup of coffee in hand, engaging in light-hearted banter with Lin Yi. So, you've suddenly taken an interest in Pepper's secretary? Tony queried, arching an eyebrow. His tone laced with amusement. I thought you were different from me. She's quite remarkable, you know? I wouldn't let just anyone have her. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Tony, not everyone thinks with their lower head like you do. Tony shrugged, unfazed, and took a sip of his coffee. All right, then enlighten me. What's so special about Pepper's secretary? Instead of answering directly, Lin Yi approached the window, his gaze fixed on the distant city skyline. Her identity is more complex than it appears. She's A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, sent by Fury to safeguard Stark Industries. Tony's smile vanished instantly. The coffee cup suspended in midair. What did you say? A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? In my company? Lin Yi nodded, his voice calm. Precisely. Therefore, I need you to summon her. I've also requested Fury to bring in Clint. We need to assemble the nascent Avengers team as soon as possible. Tony set down his coffee cup and rubbed his temples. Lin Yi, we've just weathered several major battles. Can't you give me a breather? At least one night of rest before we continue? Lin Yi glanced at him, a slight smile playing on his lips. You're right, I'm being too hasty. Let's postpone the gathering until tomorrow. Tony sighed in relief, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. That's more like it. After all, even geniuses need their rest. Meanwhile, Captain America was about to leave with Fury when Lin Yi called out to him. Captain, why not stay here? Lin Yi approached him, his voice tinged with intrigue. There's someone here I believe you'd be very interested in talking to. Captain America frowned, clearly puzzled by Lin Yi's words. Who? Lin Yi chuckled, refraining from a direct answer. Trust me, you won't be disappointed. After a moment's hesitation, Captain America nodded. All right, if you insist. Fury observed the two, a hint of resignation in his one good eye. I'll be off then. I still need to pick up Clint. Lin Yi nodded. See you tomorrow, Director Fury. The following morning, the sunlight streamed into the penthouse office of Stark Tower, as radiant as ever. Tony, clad in his armor, entered alongside Banner, the two still engrossed in discussion. So, you're saying my armor can accommodate gamma energy? Tony inquired, his voice filled with excitement. Banner adjusted his glasses, his tone gentle yet cautious. Theoretically, yes, but further testing is required. Just then, Captain America and Natasha entered, one after the other. Captain America's expression remained solemn, while Natasha, as always, maintained her composure, her gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Lin Yi. Looks like we're right on time, Natasha remarked with a faint smile, her tone laced with amusement. Captain America nodded and approached Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the person you mentioned. Lin Yi smiled and gestured towards Natasha behind him. It's her. I believe you two have much to discuss. Upon hearing this, Captain America turned to face Natasha, a mixture of surprise, disbelief, and joy flooding his face. He stepped forward and grasped her arms. Peggy, is it really you? Natasha paused slightly, then shook her head, her voice gentle but firm. No, Captain. I am not Peggy Carter. I am Natasha Romanoff, codenamed Black Widow. A flicker of disappointment crossed Captain America's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. I apologize. I mistook you for someone else. You resemble her, greatly. Natasha smiled understandingly. It's all right, Captain. I've heard the stories about you and Agent Carter. Suddenly, a roaring sound echoed from outside the window. The group turned to see Fury piloting a small aircraft, Clint riding in the back. Clint then proceeded to flip through the window. Hey, everyone, Clint announced, landing gracefully in a classic superhero pose, his tone lighthearted. Looks like I'm not late. Natasha raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in her voice. You haven't changed a bit, Clint. Clint shrugged and walked over to her. Can't help it, it's a habit. Lin Yi, seeing everyone assembled, couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The scene before him was more captivating than any 3D movie, each character standing vividly before him. However, there was still one more thing. He walked over to Banner, waved his right hand, and a golden portal appeared beside him. On the other side of the portal, Banner was sitting in his lab, holding a sandwich, clearly enjoying his breakfast. Banner stammered, looking up at the portal. What's going on? Tony sighed in exasperation. Lin, I just woke up a little late. I was planning to come over after breakfast. Lin Yi chuckled, his voice laced with amusement. Just come over now. Don't keep everyone waiting. Tony shrugged, grabbed his breakfast, and stepped through the portal. Banner also put down his sandwich and followed. All right, everyone, Lin Yi announced. Stepping to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the group. Thank you for your punctuality. Today, we're here to discuss not only DS arrangements, but also a much greater crisis. Tony took a bite of his sandwich, speaking with his mouth full. A greater crisis? Bigger than an alien invasion? Lin Yi nodded, his voice serious. Indeed. And this time, the enemy is far more formidable than we can imagine. Captain America clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. No matter who the enemy is, we will face them together. Natasha smiled confidently. That's right, we are the Avengers. Clint leaned against the wall, his tone casual. Sounds like a big mission, but I love a good challenge. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice gentle but tinged with concern. We need to formulate a detailed plan. Lin Yi looked at the group, his heart filled with confidence. He knew that with these companions, they could overcome any crisis, no matter how daunting. Then, Avengers. Lin Yi said with a smile, let's begin. Sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the determined expressions on everyone's faces. The group sat around the conference table, their attention focused on Lin Yi. Standing in the center of the room, Lin Yi spoke with gravity. Everyone, I know you have many questions for me, but I must tell you something of utmost importance. I can foresee the future. Tony raised an eyebrow, his voice laced with amusement. You can not only foresee the future, but also overdraw it. Ignoring his flippant remark, Lin Yi continued. In the not-so-distant future, a great catastrophe will occur. At least half of all sentient beings on Earth, and perhaps the entire universe, will perish. A hush fell over the room. Everyone's expression turned somber. I know you may think I'm exaggerating, Lin Yi said, his gaze sweeping over the group. Therefore, I will let you see for yourselves. He formed a series of hand seals and chanted an ancient incantation. Instantly, a golden magical energy coalesced in the air, forming a series of images that flashed into everyone's minds. It was the ending of Avengers, Infinity War, the moment Thanos snapped his fingers, causing countless beings to turn to dust. Iron Man cradling Spider-Man's lifeless body. Captain America kneeling on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. The entire universe plunged into a state of silent desolation. After the scene concluded, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. Shock and disbelief were etched across the faces of everyone present. Tony's complexion turned ashen, and his coffee cup nearly slipped from his grasp. Is this the future? Captain America clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with anger and helplessness. Have we failed? Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling. Half of all life just vanished like that? Natasha maintained her calm demeanor, yet her gaze bore an added weight. Is this the enemy we must confront? Clint leaned against the wall, a hint of bitterness in his tone. It seems we truly need to prepare ourselves. Lin Yi surveyed the group, his voice resolute. This is the future. However, this future can be altered. You all are among the keys to changing it. Tony inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. Lin, since you can foresee the future, what should we do? Lin Yi nodded. At this stage, fostering teamwork is paramount. We must cultivate a cohesive unit before the true crisis arrives. Captain America furrowed his brow. Teamwork? I am a soldier, and I believe I can flawlessly execute all tasks and cooperate. Lin Yi shook his head. This is not an ordinary war. The battles you have faced cannot be compared to the challenges of the future. We require more practical experience and greater synergy. Natasha turned to Lin Yi, her tone laced with curiosity. So, do you have a plan? Lin Yi smiled slightly. An opportunity will soon arise that will allow you to engage in a genuine team battle. What opportunity? Clint inquired. Lin Yi's gaze shifted to Tony. Tony, do you recall your father Howard Stark had a partner named Anton Vanko? Tony's expression became complex. Anton Vanko. I think I heard my father mention him, but he is no longer. Lin Yi nodded. Anton Vanko has passed away, but his son, Ivan Vanko, still lives. He is a brilliant scientist who, like your father, developed the technology for the arc reactor. However, he believes your father stole his father's work, harboring a deep-seated hatred towards you. Tony's countenance darkened. So, you were saying you will come to exact revenge on me? Lin Yi affirmed. Precisely. According to the original storyline, he will create a robotic army in an attempt to destroy Stark Industries. Your task is to allow him to proceed as originally intended, thus providing you with an opportunity for a team combat exercise. Banner adjusted his glasses again, concern evident in his voice. Isn't this too risky? What if he launches an attack early, resulting in significant casualties? Lin Yi regarded Banner, his tone firm. I will monitor his actions continuously. Should anything appear amiss, I will intervene immediately. But until then, we must allow him to believe everything is within his control. Captain America clenched his fists, determination radiating from him. If this is to change the future, I am willing to cooperate. Natasha nodded, her tone composed. I agree as well. However, we need a detailed plan. Clint shrugged, his tone lighthearted. Well, I have nothing else to do, so I'll just join you for some fun. Tony sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. Fine, since you all say so, I'll go along with it. But Lin Yi, you must ensure that nothing goes awry. Lin Yi smiled gently. Rest assured, Tony. I never undertake endeavors without certainty. After the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed to prepare for the impending challenge. Lin Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant city skyline, his heart filled with complex emotions. He was uncertain whether he could change the future, or if the future he altered would be good or bad. Initially, he intended to remain a passive observer like the Ancient One, but his time with Tony rendered him unable to turn a blind eye. Lin Yi. Tony's voice called from behind him. Lin Yi turned to face Tony. What is it? Tony's expression was intricate. The future you mentioned. Can we truly change it? Lin Yi nodded, his tone resolute. Of course. As long as we stand united. Nothing is impossible. Tony fell silent for a moment before finally breaking into a smile. All right, then I will trust you this once. However, should you dare deceive me, I will not easily forgive you. Lin Yi chuckled. I understand, Tony. You wish to make my life miserable, right? Ha ha. Tony laughed in return, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder. Let us go. Even geniuses need rest. Lin Yi shook his head. You go ahead. I have something important to attend to. Realizing he could not persuade Lin Yi, Tony said, just don't let the armor I made for you gather dust. Lin Yi smiled and nodded before opening a portal and vanishing from sight. On a rainy night, Lin Yi appeared atop a large bridge, observing the indifferent flow of traffic. In the next moment, he suddenly waved his right hand, causing two vehicles that were previously far apart to collide unexpectedly, resulting in them rolling over several times before scattering wreckage everywhere. Lin Yi watched as the occupants were taken away by ambulances, ensuring there were no life-threatening injuries before preparing to leave the scene. Suddenly, he noticed a cloaked figure observing him from midair. Lin Yi, as if he were unaware of the figure, turned and walked away. I'm sorry, but for the sake of this world, you must make your appearance early. This is your fate, and you should be able to understand. Chapter 11. Who would bug a serious person? In the serene morning at Kamartaj, sunlight streamed through the ancient lattice windows, illuminating the grand hall. Lin Yi stood at the center, clutching an ancient tome of magic, his brow slightly furrowed. The supreme mage, Wang, approached with a hint of concern in his tone. You seem somewhat distracted lately. Lin Yi closed the book and sighed. Wang, I sense a formidable energy wave approaching, one that is not only powerful but exceedingly malevolent, as if it embodies all darkness, the very essence of the abyss. Wang's expression turned grave, for he recognized the implications. What must we do? Lin Yi shook his head. No, this task requires me to personally seek someone to handle it. You shall manage the daily affairs of Kamartaj. Wang nodded, his voice resolute. Rest assured, I will handle everything. Wait. Just as Wang was about to turn away, he suddenly realized, Sir, do you mean to find someone to resolve this, rather than intervening yourself? I cannot think of anyone besides the supreme mage who possesses such capability. Lin Yi smirked slightly. You are correct, Wang. However, fret not, I shall arrange everything. While the supreme mage is indeed capable, it does not necessarily mean I must be the one to intervene. I am not foolish enough to rely on infinite death to resolve a bug. Such matters require the expertise of professionals. Lin Yi contemplated this internally, knowing that Wang would not comprehend the nuances, thus he refrained from elaborating further. He waved Wang away and reclined on a nearby chaise, resuming his perusal of the magic book. Though he held the tome, Lin Yi's thoughts wandered far from its pages. Ancient One had mentioned that my presence would impact Tony, altering his fate and ultimately leading to the world's destruction. Initially, I intended to observe discreetly, preventing any further changes to Tony's path. Yet, plans often fall prey to unforeseen circumstances. Whether it was due to my affection for this character from the original narrative or the influence of Tony's charismatic personality during our interactions, I found myself unable to remain a mere spectator. Watching Tony, much like in the original story, sacrifice himself to snap his fingers was unbearable. I cannot believe that as a traverser, with knowledge of all developments in the Avengers saga and the assistance of a system, I would be unable to defeat a purple potato. Although this system is not particularly reliable, it is still a system. Meanwhile, in a hospital in New York, Stephen Strange had just concluded a failed surgery. Upon removing the bandages, he gazed at his hands, still uncontrollable. Even the simplest act of shaking hands was a tremendous challenge. He understood that this pair of hands had been severely damaged in the accident, rendering him incapable of performing intricate surgical operations ever again. Dr. Strange. We have done our utmost, the attending physician spoke with regret. Despair filled Strange's sighs as he overturned everything in his path. No, there must be a way. I have liquidated all my assets to restore my hands, not to hear that there is no hope. I cannot end my career like this. Do you have any idea how many lives my hands have saved? Faced with Strange's fury, the medical staff hesitated to approach. Suddenly, a seemingly inconspicuous caregiver, who typically went unnoticed, stepped forward and handed Strange a medical record. This may assist you. He was once diagnosed as paralyzed from the waist down, destined to rely on a wheelchair for life. Yet now, he moves freely, even demonstrating agility on the basketball court, showing no signs of paralysis. Upon hearing this, Strange reached out to take the medical record, but his unresponsive hands failed to grasp it, causing it to fall to the floor. He immediately stood, too hastily, and stumbled from the bed. The caregiver rushed to support him, allowing him to successfully open the medical record for examination. After perusing the document, Strange felt incredulous. Shaking his head as he questioned the caregiver, is this true? How did he achieve this? I mean, in which hospital was he treated? Why is there no record of it here? He did not receive treatment at a hospital, sir. To put it plainly, you may not comprehend this. But here is a rough address for him. I suggest you inquire in person. Perhaps it may aid you. Without hesitation, Strange initiated his discharge. Determined to find this individual, his only glimmer of hope, the hospital staff quickly processed his discharge, and within half an hour, he was on his way out. Where did you find this medical record? I do not recall our hospital possessing such a document. The attending physician questioned the caregiver after Strange's departure. What medical record? Did I ever handle any medical record? The caregiver replied, puzzled. I refer to the medical record you just presented to Mr. Strange. The one detailing a paralyzed patient who ultimately regained normalcy and could even play basketball. The attending physician was further perplexed. He had witnessed the exchange firsthand. Yet the caregiver denied it. Sir, I was merely cleaning and never approached Mr. Strange. Given his condition, I doubt anyone would dare to approach him casually. Are you perhaps overly fatigued, mistaking what you saw, or experiencing hallucinations? I did not see you when Mr. Strange left. How could I have shown him any medical record? The caregiver, feeling somewhat exasperated, responded curtly and departed, almost disappearing around the corner. He added, and you know I cannot arbitrarily browse those records, let alone take them out. I recommend you take a leave for a couple of days. It's not just for your sake, but for the well-being of other patients as well. Left alone, the physician pondered whether the stress of operating on Strange had led him to fabricate a miraculous recovery case to console the distressed doctor. Yet, how could it be that Strange had truly discharged himself? Shaking his head, the doctor ultimately exited the ward, realizing it was time for an extended vacation. As it had been a full week since his last leave, Stephen, after extensive inquiries, spent several days finally locating the man he had once personally diagnosed as paralyzed at an outdoor basketball court, where he now moved with remarkable agility. This scene left Stephen utterly astounded. Initially, the man ignored Stephen's call, but upon seeing Stephen extend his hands and declare his identity as a doctor, he approached. I merely wish to restore my hands. These hands have saved hundreds of lives, and I desire to save more. The man then revealed he had undergone treatment at a place called Kamartaj. However, when Stephen sought further details, the man flatly refused. If you wish to heal your hands, you must visit in person. That is all I can tell you. Faced with this unsatisfactory reply, Stephen clung to even the slightest hope and promptly sold his remaining possessions to purchase a one-way ticket, setting off on his journey. Chapter 12. Do you know the G Planet people? A few days later, Strange arrived in Nepal, but as an unfamiliar stranger in this land, he could only inquire about the precise location of Kamartaj. Upon entering a narrow alley, he encountered a group of local thugs, clearly intent on robbing him, an outsider. The resolute Stephen unleashed a powerful punch, knocking one of the assailants to the ground. However, the recoil caused his already injured hand to throb painfully, and he was swiftly overwhelmed by the others, who kicked him to the ground. Faced with attacks from all directions, he curled his body in a desperate attempt to shield himself from fatal blows. Suddenly, a golden shield enveloped Stephen, and several golden chains emerged from thin air, effortlessly flinging away all the thugs assaulting him. The remaining thugs exchanged glances, realizing the futility of their actions. They helped their fallen comrade to his feet, and, bowing in apology, retreated from the scene. Lin Yi stood at the mouth of the alley, observing the departing figures, perplexed. As the disciple of the Supreme Mage, the first-tier mage of the 9th rank, why did Mordo resort to physically dealing with a few petty criminals? A mere wave of his hand could have resolved the situation with flair and elegance. Moreover, Employing physical prowess in combat seemed akin to the god of deception and lies wielding a dagger. It was rather comical. Clearing his throat, Lin Yu feigned an air of a transcendent sage, folding his hands behind his back as he addressed the still-prone Stephen. Are you Stephen Strange? Cautiously, Strange lifted his head at the sound of the nearby voice and beheld a young man of Eastern descent, smiling at him. Who are you? Strange asked, his voice laced with suspicion. I am Lin Yi, the supreme mage of Kamartaj, Lin Yi replied, his tone calm and gentle. I know why you have come. A glimmer of hope flickered in Strange's eyes. Can you truly heal my hands? Lin Yi nodded, then shook his head. I cannot heal your hands, or rather, I do not possess any medical skills. This statement plunged Strange into despair. Bowing his head, he could not help but pound the ground with his fists. The pain in his hands overshadowed by the sorrow of his last flicker of hope being extinguished. After all, he hailed from a nation at the forefront of medical science. A top-tier surgeon. If even America could not save him, how could he believe that someone in this inconspicuous corner of the world could? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Reluctant to surrender, he shot a determined gaze at Lin Yi and inquired, You're deceiving me, aren't you? Why? I know you treated a paralyzed man who was destined to spend his life in a wheelchair. His name is Pang Bowen. I was his attending physician. I performed the surgery myself. I did not heal him. He recovered on his own with my assistance. Having received this revelation, Stephen, an educated and top-tier surgeon, felt a spark of hope reignite. The doctor, once at the pinnacle of his career and now having experienced a series of dramatic falls, spoke with a quiver of excitement. Is it cellular regeneration? My heavens, I never imagined such advanced techniques could exist in this unassuming corner of the world. Elated, he saw a glimmer of hope for his own healing. You truly possess knowledge of cellular regeneration techniques? Such advanced technology must allow you to operate free from the scrutiny of hospital boards. How experimental is your treatment? Lin Yi found Stephen's questions somewhat perplexing, so he refrained from answering directly and instead turned to leave. Follow me if you wish to know the answers. As Lin Yi walked away, Stephen struggled to rise and called after him, Sir, wait for me. In the grand hall of Kamartaj, Lin Yi and Stephen sat facing each other. Can you truly heal my hands, just as you did with Pang Bowen? Stephen asked eagerly, unable to contain his curiosity. I have already stated that I possess no medical skills. He healed himself, Lin Yi replied calmly. Before Stephen could respond, Lin Yi interjected. He healed himself through the power of belief. I helped him believe that his body would recover, and by believing, he did. Or perhaps it is more accurate to say it was through the power of the mind. Feeling deceived, Stephen rose indignantly, ready to voice his protest. But Lin Yi swiftly placed a hand upon his chest, lacking the patience that Ancient One possessed. In the next moment, Stephen's spirit began to float out of his body. In the ethereal realm, Stephen's spirit gazed in disbelief at his hands, feeling as if they were perfectly normal, as if he had never suffered an accident at all. Lin Yi retracted his hand, and Stephen's spirit immediately returned to his body. What did you just do to me? I expelled your soul from your physical form. What was in that tea? Some kind of hallucinogen? Stephen shook his head in disbelief. Just tea, with a touch of honey, Lin Yi replied, gently shaking his head. What on earth happened? Stephen pressed. Lin Yi leaned in, explaining, in that moment, your soul transcended into the spiritual realm, a place where the soul and the corporeal body do not coexist. Confused, Stephen shook his head. Why did you do this to me? To enlighten you about your ignorance. Open your eyes. Lin Yi pressed his finger against Stephen's forehead, and in an instant, Stephen's soul once again left his body, but this time, it did not remain stationary. His spirit soared uncontrollably upward, breaking through the roof and into the clouds, eventually witnessing the vastness of the universe. Terrified, Stephen shouted, This is impossible. What is happening? Why is this happening? But his cries fell on deaf ears until he slowly came to a halt, noticing a butterfly gracefully alight beside him, calming his frayed nerves. Yet, in the next moment, he began to retreat at an alarming speed, the entirety of Earth's scenery rushing past him, as if he had plunged into a fantastical tunnel. Stephen plummeted through the astonishing sights, his eyes wide open, mouth agape in awe. Only when Wang reminded Lin Yi that Stephen's heart rate was too rapid did his spirit finally return to his body. Observing Stephen's spirit return, Lin Yi noted, he appears to be doing quite well. However, he took no further action. After all, he lacked the powers of Ancient One, who could effortlessly guide Stephen through various fantastical realms, even presenting him to Dormammu as a tour guide. That would be excessively brutal. Yet, despite Lin Yi's formidable abilities, he could not transport Stephen through worlds as Ancient One did, but he could inflict similar pain. Lin Yi recalled how Ancient One had ejected Stephen from her domain, only allowing him back after Mordo's persuasion. Since he could not provide the experience of traversing worlds, he would instead allow Stephen to endure the agony of the corporeal realm. If Ancient One made him wait for 5 hours, Lin Yi would ensure he waited for 50, thus balancing the scales. After all, that which is too easily obtained is seldom cherished. Back in reality, Stephen's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground. Trembling as he raised his hands in doubt, Lin Yi stood before him, observing the man who questioned himself. Still as calm as when the conversation first began, he inquired, Do you still believe you comprehend this world, Mr. Strange? Stephen, trembling, lifted his gaze to the man before him, who exuded an aura of divinity. And with a glimmer of hope in his voice, implored, "Teach me." Yet, Lin Yi merely shook his head, regarding Stephen with a peculiar expression. "When did I ever say I would teach you? Then what was the purpose of revealing so much to me?" Stephen exclaimed, incredulous and bewildered, struggling to grasp the situation. This enigmatic Eastern man had suddenly appeared to save him, subsequently whisking his soul away to experience an array of unimaginable events, only to declare that he would not impart any knowledge. Had he been jested with? It seemed implausible. After all, this was the legendary sorcerer, who could not possibly indulge in such triviality. Lin Yi offered no reply, instead waving his hand, causing Stephen to be propelled out of the doors of Kamartaj, which then closed automatically behind him. Stephen pondered whether his doubts and demeanor had led to this rejection, yet he found himself devoid of alternatives. This extraordinary place was his only hope for salvation. Thus, he rose and knelt at the entrance, praying that his sincerity might appeal to Lin Yi. Days passed, and snow blanketed Stephen, leaving him nearly devoid of sensation. Wang observed Stephen kneeling outside the door and, perplexed, turned to Lin Yi, who was leisurely sipping tea while engrossed in a book on a nearby chaise longue. "He is the one you seek, isn't he? You clearly intend to take him as your disciple. Why subject him to such torment?" Without lifting his head, Lin Yi responded, "Wang, are you familiar with the legacy of the Jeepers Creepers?" Chapter 13. This is a legacy you do not comprehend. Mastering magic primarily relies on talent. Wang Zhou raised his eyebrows, perplexed. "I know what a Jeep is, but what on earth is a Jeep alien?" "Isn't this the legacy of the Supreme Mage? What does it have to do with a Jeep?" "It's futile to explain it to you. This pertains to the legacy among Supreme Mages. But never mind, bring him in." Lin Yi languidly replied while reclining in a chair. "By the way, remember to treat him. I still intend to take him as my apprentice." Wang arched his brow, a hint of exasperation in his tone. "If you wish to take him as an apprentice, shouldn't you be the one to treat him? Why must it fall to me?" Lin Yi, not bothering to lift his gaze, replied nonchalantly, "Because I am the Supreme Mage. I am also a temporary Supreme Mage." "You are only the Supreme Mage when I am not present," Lin Yi responded without hesitation, utterly unashamed. Fuming, Wang slammed his hand on the table, standing up in indignation. "You won't be for long. You are the most incompetent Supreme Mage in history." With that, he stormed out, grumbling as he went to fetch Stephen. After receiving treatment, Stephen returned to the spot where he had initially conversed with Lin Yi. "I can take you as my apprentice and impart everything to you, but you must agree to one condition," Lin Yi stated, eyeing the now subdued Stephen, ready to ensnare him. Without hesitation, Stephen replied, "This is my only hope. Regardless of the condition, I will comply." See how compliant he is. In the original plot, Gu Yi spoke to him kindly, teaching him magic, ultimately leading him to inherit the position of Supreme Mage, yet he merely wished to escape, abandoning the path of a true mage to become some sort of doctor. Now, with a little coaxing, he is ready to agree to anything. Lin Yi thought with a sly smile dancing in his eyes. He slowly stood, approached Stephen, and gently patted his shoulder. "Strange, why do you wish to be a doctor?" "For money," Stephen replied candidly. As for him, nothing could earn money faster than performing surgery. Lin Yi nearly stumbled, almost falling over. This response was not just unexpected. It was entirely unrelated to what he had imagined. Internally, he lamented, "I've overdone it." Regaining his balance, Lin Yi cleared his throat. "Ahem. Do you not wish to save these patients? What are your thoughts on the act of saving lives?" After a moment's contemplation, Stephen answered, "I will do my utmost to save every person I can." Lin Yi snapped his fingers, satisfied. "My request is quite simple. You will inherit the title of the next Supreme Mage after my demise." Stephen furrowed his brow, evidently perplexed by Lin Yi's declaration. After a moment of hesitation, he queried, "But, I am just an ordinary person. I'm not even sure if I can learn." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Yi. "I told you, I know you will come, and I am certain you can learn magic. Moreover, you need not worry about failing as a Supreme Mage, for the only duty is to save lives." Lin Yi gazed into Stephen's eyes with sincere intent. "Just as I saved you in that alley today, just as you save patients on the operating table, the only difference lies in the method." Yet, in his mind, he added, "And in protecting the world from the encroachment of dark forces. All are different forms of saving lives, hence it is not deceitful." Stephen remained somewhat hesitant. Lin Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I know you are still struggling to comprehend, but that is all right. Once you truly grasp the power of magic, you will understand my words." He silently added, "And by then, it will be too late for you to reconsider." Stephen nodded, though still harboring doubts. He had resolved to learn magic. After all, it was his sole hope. "Enough of this idle chatter. Let us commence." Lin Yi waved his hand, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously, placing them in an expansive magical training ground. Floating runes and shimmering magical circles surrounded them, the air thick with vibrant energy indeed. They were in the mirror dimension. First, you must learn the most fundamental skill, the portal. Simply envision the place you wish to go. And then Lin Yi extended his hand, revealing a mystical ring that he donned on his right finger. With a casual flourish, he traced a circle in the air. And before him, a luminous chain appeared, which followed his finger as he drew another circle. Beyond it was not the mirror dimension, but rather the skies above New York's South Times Square. Magic is omnipresent, as long as you can perceive and harness it. Wearing this ring will aid you in mastering magic during your initial endeavors. Stephen gazed at the brilliantly lit New York beyond the circle, his eyes wide with wonder and disbelief. He reached out to take the ring, attempting to mimic Lin Yi's actions, yet found nothing materializing before him. Do not rush. Take your time, Lin Yi smiled. Magic cannot be mastered overnight. You must calm your mind and sense the energy fluctuations around you. Taking a deep breath, Stephen closed his eyes, striving to steady himself. He sensed an invisible force flowing around him, akin to wind or water, gently caressing his body. He attempted to capture this energy. Gradually, he extended his hand, slowly and resolutely tracing a circle once more. Upon opening his eyes, however, he found nothing. My hands are trembling. I cannot achieve this before they stabilize, Stephen complained. Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Is that so? Follow me. With a wave of his right hand, without the ring or drawing a circle, a portal suddenly materialized before them. Stepping through the portal, they found themselves amidst a group of Kamartaj mages practicing spells. Lin Yi called out to an elderly mage, whose hands were tucked within his robes, observing others practice. Esteemed Supreme Mage, how may I assist you? The elder mage regarded the suddenly appointed Supreme Mage, who had rarely been seen in Kamartaj, with respect, bowing slightly. Lin Yi gestured with his thumb towards Stephen, saying, please demonstrate your spell for him. The elder mage glanced at Stephen and replied, certainly, sir. He then revealed his hands, which had been hidden in his robes. At the sight, Stephen's pupils contracted. The elder had no hands, only grotesque scars at the wrists, the story of which was unknown to him. What followed left him utterly astounded. As the elder mage moved his arms, chains of light filled with mysterious runes began to coalesce, forming a magical shield. Lin Yi observed with satisfaction, that will suffice. You may continue your practice. The elder mage withdrew his arms, bowed respectfully, and returned to his place. Your hands do not constrain you. It is your mind that binds you, Lin Yi remarked to the still-dazed Stephen. To master spells, you must believe in your ability to learn. If you cannot even believe in your capacity to learn magic, how could you ever truly learn it? Suddenly recalling something, he smiled and waved at Stephen. Come, I have a quick tip for mastering portals. Listen closely. Stephen snapped back to attention, eagerly focusing on Lin Yi, awaiting his revelation. Transformational art. Ah, no, I meant the portal. It relies heavily on talent. Stephen, who was initially bowing his head slightly and listening intently, was momentarily taken aback. Surely, this must be a jest at his expense. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a luminous portal suddenly appeared beneath his feet, and he found himself tumbling headfirst into it. Upon emerging, he discovered himself atop a snow-capped mountain, clad only in a short-sleeved shirt. Lin Yi, not affording him a chance to speak, promptly closed the portal and, with a satisfied clap of his hands, remarked, all set. There are indeed merits to Gu Yi's methods. The next step is to devise a plan to feign death and relay our location to Stephen. Nonetheless, irrespective of the circumstances, I am resolute in my decision not to mimic his approach of pretending to fall from great heights and meet my demise. Such an act would undoubtedly reveal glaring flaws. Chapter 14. The Essence of Inheritance. As evening descended, Lin Knight and Wang were sharing a modest dinner. Stephen's absence persisted. Wang, visibly concerned, observed Lin Knight's composure and inquired, are you certain everything is all right? The summit of that mountain can be lethally frigid, and he was only wearing short sleeves. Lin Knight listlessly poked at the sparse meat slices, boiled and lightly salted. Initially palatable, the monotony had become unbearable. He set down his chopsticks with a hint of exasperation. Relax, Wang, he should be back shortly. He then fixed Wang with a stare, adding, there's something I don't comprehend. Given our access to wireless internet, why not simply order takeout? Or do you genuinely relish this cuisine? Preposterous. He cast a pointed glance at Wang's rotund belly. Wang immediately put down his utensils, responding with urgency, certainly not. This is Ancient One's usual fare. I assumed you were accustomed to it from your studies with her, so I prepared it accordingly. He then touched his stomach, adding with a touch of grievance, had I known you disliked it, I would have altered the menu. I've grown rather gaunt. A moment of silence ensued as Lin Knight and Wang exchanged glances before simultaneously reaching for their phones to order food. Suddenly, a golden portal with a lace-like pattern materialized beside them, ejecting Stephen, who tumbled out before the portal vanished. Nearly frozen, Stephen, without greeting them, seized the warm food from the table and devoured it. Lin Knight and Wang exchanged a knowing look, then wordlessly rose. The unwanted meal had found a consumer. They retreated to their respective rooms to order takeout. Back in his room, Lin Knight mused on the convenience of magic. One need not await the delivery person. A fresh meal could be procured instantly. The following day, Stephen, revitalized and nourished, awaited Lin Knight's arrival at the training grounds. Upon Lin Knight's arrival, he wasted no time. Open a portal to the main hall and demonstrate. Stephen nodded, closed his eyes, and with a deliberate gesture formed a circle in the air. A portal materialized, revealing the main hall. Lin Knight nodded, inwardly thinking, this is insufficient. I have limited time. Now that he can cast spells, it's time for rigorous training. This is for his benefit. That's enough. Cease. Stephen exhaled and opened his eyes, causing the portal to dissipate. Lin Knight, with an innocent demeanor, told Stephen, while you can open portals, it's inadequate. I shall personally oversee your training. Are you prepared? Stephen nodded resolutely. I am ready, sir. Lin Knight snapped his fingers, transforming the training grounds into a desert wasteland. 12 modified jeeps roared through portals, each occupied by eager Kamartaj sorcerers, including the double amputee. Stephen watched in bewilderment. Is this a race? Or are we learning speed-related spells? Master the portal or be crushed. Lin Knight levitated on his cloak, seated in a jeep, casually eating an apple. None of these sorcerers have licenses. They learned to drive last night. Stephen was incredulous, but before he could protest, the first jeep hurtled towards him. Instinctively, he tried to cast a spell, only to produce sparks. He dove to the side as the jeep's wheels grazed his leg, showering him with sand. Fearing another collision, Stephen scrambled to his feet, shouting, what is the meaning of this? I don't understand. This is impossible. Concentrate. Lin Knight's voice echoed from another jeep. Magic is not about the hands, but the mind. He pointed to his temple. The second and third jeeps followed. Stephen rolled between the wheels. Seeing the amputee in a jeep filled him with fear and a renewed sense of possibility. He closed his eyes, sensed the energy, and began to draw a circle, but a jeep sped towards him. He abandoned his spell and dodged, but the mirror grazed his back. Stephen fell, his back ablaze. He struggled up, tears in his eyes. Lin Knight shouted, what does that look? Those tears. Will crying teach you magic? Release the parking brake. For the accelerator. Lin Knight stood on a jeep, his cloak billowing. The jeeps formed a death circle, headlights on Stephen. Stephen watched in terror as the jeeps approached. He saw Lin Knight, and a new resolve surged within him. He raised his right hand, drawing a large circle. The sparks fractured into golden runes. 12 portals opened before each jeep. The jeeps vanished. Lin Knight floated, holding 12 golden chains, each tethered to a sorcerer. He pulled, and the sorcerers disappeared. Lin Knight landed before Stephen, smiling. I told you could do it. Stephen gritted his teeth. You taught me well. Lin Knight laughed, patting Stephen's shoulder. Of course. Did you need to ask? Stephen resisted the urge to strike Lin Knight. Not yet. Lin Knight knew his thoughts. He recalled a quote from an anime. My foolish disciple. If you seek revenge, nurture that rage and strive. It will be your greatest motivation. All right. Lin Knight whistled. Let's continue. I will impart all I know. A portal opened, and Wong rushed out, shouting, Lin, come quickly. Kamartaj is under attack by Jeep people. Chapter 15, Dr. Strange. Requesting deployment standing amidst the ruins of his former residence. Reduced to rubble, Lin Ye's eyes blazed with incandescent fury, yet a sardonic smile played upon his lips. Excellent. Simply splendid. It appears my training regimen has been woefully inadequate. His voice, a sepulchral and frigid timbre, seemed to emanate from the very bowels of hell. Flickering flames, the remnants of the conflagration, danced behind him, casting his austere countenance in stark relief, evoking the image of a battle deity risen from the underworld. Wong, standing adjacent, cradled his thermos. A glint of schadenfreude flickering across his features upon learning the genesis of the debacle. He gently exhaled upon the heated vapor rising from his cup, muttering sotto voce. Could this not be construed as hoisting oneself upon one's own petard? Lin Yi, paying him no heed, raised his hand, summoning the Eye of Agamotto. Emerald luminescence suffused the wreckage, as if time itself were being rewound. The ruins swiftly reverted to their original state under the verdant glow. Fractured bricks reassembled, collapsed walls righted themselves, flames extinguished, and dust dissipated, as if the cataclysm had been but a fleeting phantasm. Wong, initially inclined to intercede, desisted upon observing Lin Ye's impassive visage. He shrugged, musing, in any event, the Ancient One shall bear the brunt of any repercussions. The sky falling is hardly my concern. Thereupon, he imbibed a draught of his steaming tea, his gaze imbued with a mixture of resignation and theatrical anticipation, eagerly awaiting the unfolding of events. Consequently, the ensuing training intensified into a veritable frenzy. Lin Yi plunged Stephen into tornadoes to hone his sling ring proficiency, subjected him to meditative exercises within volcanic craters, and even immersed him in the abyssal depths of the ocean, ostensibly to instruct him in the arcane art of aquatic respiration. Each time Stephen teetered on the precipice of capitulation, Lin Ye's infuriating countenance materialized in his mind's eye, as if mocking his perceived frailty. Thus, Stephen gritted his teeth, straining every sinew to unearth hitherto untapped reservoirs of power, persevering against all odds. However, Lin Ye's quarters metamorphosed into a veritable chamber of horrors. Tornadoes, molten lava, and even sharks intermittently erupted from within, prompting the neighboring mages to evacuate en masse, Wong included. Eventually, Lin Ye's abode stood as the sole intact structure amidst a landscape of apocalyptic desolation. Wong, perched beneath an eave, cradled his thermos and sighed, Not since the Ancient One's deployment of the lightning lash upon Lin Yi have I witnessed such unbridled pandemonium. He shook his head, as if reliving a particularly harrowing episode from his past. This preposterous boot camp endured for a fortnight. When Stephen could finally wield a whip in his left hand, a shield in his right, and a portal swirling behind him, Lin Yi deemed the moment propitious. A slight smile gracing his lips, he addressed Stephen, who had just materialized from a precipitous fall, snapping his fingers. Shall we engage in a practical exercise? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the surrounding space contorted and folded, and the mirror dimension unfurled. The skyline of New York City inverted, skyscrapers toppled like carelessly discarded building blocks, and the denizens of the streets suspended in midair, as if time had ground to a halt. Without hesitation, Stephen plunged into the fray. Standing atop the inverted cityscape, Lin Yi gestured an invitation, then, with a flourish of his right hand, unleashed a golden magical arrow that hurtled towards Stephen. The projectile cleaved through the air, emitting a piercing shriek, as if rending the very fabric of space. Devoid of any preamble, the combat escalated into a fever pitch. Stephen swiftly raised the seraphim shield, deflecting the magical arrow, then retaliated with a barrage of runic chains, which snaked toward Lin Yi like sentient serpents. With effortless grace, Lin Yi sidestepped the attack, whereupon the edifice beneath his feet animated, resembling a gargantuan hand attempting to seize Stephen. The building's facade fissured, revealing a skeletal framework of steel and concrete, akin to a monstrous maw agape. Too dilatory, Lin Yi scoffed, a hint of disdain lacing his tone. In the mirror dimension, imagination is your most potent weapon. Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning sparkled in Stephen's eyes. Feigning entrapment, he detonated a prearranged magical snare the instant Lin Yi drew near. A golden net of energy erupted, ensnaring Lin Yi completely. The web shimmered with blinding brilliance, like a swarm of golden serpents writhing in the air, emitting a crackling electrical discharge. Confronted with this sudden onslaught, Lin Yi nodded approvingly. Not bad. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy net dissipated into a flurry of butterflies, scattering in all directions. However, you'll require eons more than that to ensnare me. Before the final syllable had faded, he crouched, slamming his right hand upon the ground. Instantly, the earth surged towards Stephen like a tidal wave, as if the entire metropolis were converging upon him. Asphalt roadways fractured, and detritus was swept into the maelstrom, forming an immense wave of earth and debris that bore down upon Stephen. Reacting swiftly, Stephen unfurled a Sanskrit chain from his right hand, securing it to the apex of a nearby tower. Using the chain as a tether, he vaulted into the air, evading the concussive force of the groundswell. The chain inscribed an elegant arc in the air as Stephen somersaulted with simian agility, landing securely atop another structure. Witnessing this, Lin Yi rose, clapping his hands together. Innumerable arcane Sanskrit chains gushed forth from his palms, coalescing into a colossal eastern dragon that roared toward Stephen. The dragon's form was composed of golden runes, each scale shimmering with incandescent light. Its eyes blazed with an inferno, as if intent on devouring all in its path. Undaunted, Stephen opened a portal with his left hand, teleporting directly onto the dragon's back. Brandishing the seraphim shield, he surgically excised the dragon's vulnerable reverse scale. The dragon emitted a deafening bellow before detonating in a cataclysm of golden runes that rained down like celestial tears. The dragon's fragments dissolved into a myriad of golden motes, resembling a shower of auric rain. Bereft of its draconic mount, Stephen plummeted from the sky. Yet, he opened another portal, conjuring magical daggers in both hands, and, propelled by his descent, plunged toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi grimaced, inwardly pondering. From whom did he acquire this technique? Did Loki surreptitiously visit you? However, his reflexes were lightning fast. A circle of portals materialized beneath his feet, whisking him away and reappearing behind Stephen. Levitating in the air via his magical cloak, he clapped his hands together, preparing to unleash another spell. Stephen, having missed his target, smirked. Executing a textbook superhero landing, he exclaimed to Lin Yi, "You've fallen right into my trap." Then, mimicking Lin Yi's gesture, he snapped his fingers. Lin Yi paused, momentarily perplexed, before the sound of shattering glass echoed behind him. He spun around to witness the inverted cityscape collapsing like a shattered mirror. Fragments were drawn together by an invisible force, coalescing into a colossal cone of shattered glass that hurtled toward him. The cone's surface reflected the light of the mirror dimension, resembling a weapon woven from light and shadow. It became apparent that Stephen had surreptitiously affixed magical chains to the apex of the mirror dimension, leveraging their power to disrupt the spatial fabric and unleash this lethal strike. He had feigned engagement with Lin Yi's attacks, deliberately ascending into the air to complete the incantation, and then feigning vulnerability to ensnare Lin Yi. Lin Yi instantly grasped the entire scheme, yet remained composed. He unfurled his magical cloak, maneuvering to the periphery of the assault, while simultaneously summoning the seraphim shield to deflect the cone's residual force. The shield shimmered with intricate runes, resembling an impregnable bulwark. In that critical juncture, space ruptured, and Caecilius unexpectedly invaded the battlefield. The corrupted runes in his grasp coalesced into a spike, aimed directly at Stephen's unprotected back. The spike was wreathed in sable energy, akin to a curse from the abyss, imbued with the power to obliterate all. Stephen, his attention riveted upon Lin Yi, remained oblivious to the impending peril. Beware! With a resounding cry, Lin Yi conjured a portal in the blink of an eye, unhesitatingly flinging his cloak of levitation. The cloak enveloped Stephen, whisking him away to safety. Yet, Lin Yi, bereft of any time to react, was struck by the splintered mirror shards without any protective measures, plummeting out of the mirror dimension alongside the fractured space. Stephen watched, mortified, as his mentor tumbled from the shattered expanse of the mirror realm, his form tracing an arc through the air, a crimson rain splattering against the inverted cityscape, a sight that pierced his heart. However, Caecilius pressed on relentlessly. Stephen, caught off guard, retaliated, only to be hurled aside after a few exchanges. Caecilius, showing no mercy, lunged forward, poised to deliver the final blow, his eyes gleaming with a ruthless ferocity. Like a bloodthirsty predator. At the critical moment, the cloak of levitation sprang to life once more, hoisting Stephen into the heavens. Fueled by indignation, Stephen's magical prowess surged to unprecedented levels. His face a mask of icy resolve, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a torrent of potent magic that rendered the unsuspecting Caecilius unconscious. Stephen then bound him with constricting spells before bursting out of the mirror dimension in search of Lin Yi. He discovered Lin Yi on the brink of death. Stephen knelt beside him, tears blurring his vision. Lin Yi offered a faint smile, whispering, "Do not grieve. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I foresaw this end. Just as it was with my mentor and myself, I knew you were capable." With his last vestige of strength, he entrusted the Eye of Agamotto to Stephen before gently closing his eyes. Stephen cradled his mentor's lifeless form, a pang of regret washing over him as he recalled his desire to chide the man who had subjected him to playful torment under the guise of teaching him spells. He returned to the mirror dimension, intent on avenging Lin Yi, only to find that Caecilius had feigned unconsciousness and escaped in his absence. Feeling as though he had accomplished nothing, he solemnly buried Lin Yi near the tomb of the Ancient One, before slowly draping himself in the cloak of levitation, a symbol of his newfound responsibility, his gaze hardening with resolve. His sole purpose now, Lin Yi's only request, was to strive with every fiber of his being to become a worthy sorcerer supreme. Chapter 16. My morning grumpiness is quite intense, Lin Yi, rest assured. I shall safeguard this world, Stephen murmured, his voice heavy in the stillness of the night breeze. His gaze fell upon Lin Yi's gravestone, and a flicker of complex emotions crossed his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned, swiftly pulling a black cloak from behind him, soaring into the night. The cloak traced an elegant arc in the moonlight, resembling a night hawk taking flight. In the profound silence of the night, the moonlight poured like silver over the cemetery of Kamar Taj, shrouding the serene land in a veil of mystery. The gravestones cast long shadows under the moon's glow, as if guarding this slumbering earth. However, this tranquil scene was soon disrupted by an unexpected intruder. A man clad in a tight red mask stealthily appeared in the cemetery. His movements exaggerated and comical, reminiscent of a cat sneaking around. "Hee, the tomb of the Ancient One, here I come," the man muttered to himself, producing a small shovel from behind. The shovel gleamed ominously in the moonlight. He approached the Ancient One's grave, squinting to scrutinize the inscription, "Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One." Nodding to himself, he murmured, "Indeed, it is you." Just as he was about to circle around the gravestone, his eyes inadvertently swept to the right. This glance froze him in place, and the shovel clattered to the ground. Wait, what is this?" the man exclaimed, rubbing his eyes through the mask. Peering closely at the inscription, "The best teacher, Supreme Sorcerer, Lin Yi." His eyes widened as if he had encountered something utterly inconceivable. Good heavens! Why is there another Supreme Sorcerer's grave here? He lifted his mask, revealing a face full of bewilderment, rubbing his eyes again to confirm he wasn't mistaken. He then glanced at the gravestone to the left, which boldly read, "Supreme Sorcerer, Ancient One." One grave belonged to a Supreme Sorcerer, and the other did too. Both graves were new. The Ancient One was female, while Lin Yi was obviously male. The man began to pace in circles, muttering incessantly, as if trying to solve a complex mathematical conundrum. Suddenly, he stood upright, raising his hand like an eager schoolboy, exclaiming, "I've got it. This world's Ancient One must have gotten married. Lin Yi is her boy toy. Whatever their relationship, it's none of my concern." The Deadpool tilted his head, contemplating, then broke into a mischievous grin. "Who cares? Let us dig and find out." Without hesitation, he commenced excavating Lin Yi's grave, chattering away. "Ancient One, please don't blame me. I'm just curious. You're already dead, so you wouldn't mind, right?" Minutes later, the coffin was unearthed. Deadpool rubbed his hands together in excitement, as if unwrapping a long-awaited gift. "Let me see if this legendary Ancient One is truly dead." He forcefully opened the coffin lid, only to find an Eastern man glaring back at him with an expression that seemed ready to kill. In that moment, Lin Yi genuinely felt murderous. He had expended too much energy while teaching Stephen and staging a perfect farewell during the day, and just as he thought he could finally enjoy a peaceful sleep, He was unearthed. Whoa! Deadpool yelped, startled, and he turned to flee. Thinking of running? Lin Yi scoffed, waving his right hand. A golden magical energy instantly ensnared Deadpool, tossing him about like Hulk did with Loki before pulling him back. Deadpool landed on the ground and quickly scrambled to his knees, pleading, "Big brother. No, Supreme Sorcerer. I was wrong. I really didn't mean it. I was just curious to see what the Ancient One looked like. I had no idea the Ancient One was a man. No. Wait, I didn't expect." Lin Yi interrupted him coldly. "Open your eyes and see clearly. The grave next to yours belongs to the Ancient One." Deadpool paused, then turned to look at the adjacent gravestone, where indeed it read, "Grave of the Ancient One." Deadpool scratched his head awkwardly, realizing he had dug up the wrong person. Haha, I shouldn't have. I was sure I saw correctly before acting. Lin Yi nearly rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What are you doing here? Sneaking around at night to dig up graves? Do you want to be buried here too?" Deadpool blinked in surprise, then puffed out his chest confidently, declaring, "What do you mean, little brat? You've mistaken me. I am Deadpool, the most handsome anti-hero in the Marvel Universe. But, wait, why are you still alive? Why were you lying in the coffin?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yi frowned, unwilling to explain. "I am under no obligation to clarify, but you had better hastily elucidate your previous question, otherwise." Lin Yi smirked again, forming a hand seal. A magical energy enveloped Deadpool, preventing any further escape. "I know you possess immortality. I just wonder if extracting your soul will lead to you growing a new body or a new soul. Care to find out?" Bound by magical energy, Deadpool could hardly move, yet this posed no threat to him. Instead, Lin Yi's absurd words startled him. He had never encountered such a ridiculous method, prompting him to quickly plead, No. I'll tell you. I came from another universe, specifically to visit." Lin Yi maintained a stoic expression, his tone icy. "You crossed timelines and came to another universe just for a visit?" Deadpool nodded, a hint of pride in his voice. "Exactly. I am a frequent visitor of the multiverse and have been to many places. However, I was quite taken aback to discover that the Supreme Sorcerer of your universe has simultaneously died twice." "No, wait, you haven't died." Lin Yi sighed in exasperation at the incessant chatter of Deadpool. "What a nuisance." Deadpool grinned. "Nuisance is my middle name. But now that you've captured me, we're friends, right?" Lin Yi replied coldly, "Friends? I have no interest in befriending a grave robber." Deadpool waved his hands dismissively. "Don't say that. I've read the script. Trust me, I can definitely assist you." Lin Yi looked at him disdainfully. "Do you really think any Supreme Sorcerer would be unable to foresee the future?" After uttering this, Lin Yi suddenly felt something was amiss, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Thus, Lin Yi ceased his hesitation, facing the tangentially responding Deadpool. He conjured a spell with his right hand. "So, you believe I cannot extract your soul?" Deadpool immediately raised his hands above his head in a surrendering gesture. Wait. I'll tell you. I was just curious to see what the Ancient One from this world looked like." Before he could finish, Lin Yi's hand shot towards his chest, prompting him to quickly add, "I meant to say, I want to team up with the Ancient One." Lin Yi's hand remained near Deadpool's chest as he spoke slowly, his tone carrying an air of pressure. "So, this is your reason for digging up the Ancient One's grave? Do you know she is my teacher?" Deadpool scratched his head, stammering, "Well, how should I put this? Actually, I have a grand plan." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. "A grand plan? Digging graves counts as grand." Deadpool straightened his posture proudly. "Of course, this has been well thought out. What you might not know is that there is a Deadpool from another timeline who wanted Wolverine as his teammate, only to find out Wolverine was already dead. He was unwilling to accept defeat, so he ventured into alternate timelines and persuaded a Wolverine to return to his world. Eventually, after overcoming a series of trials, they successfully saved the world and rose to prominence as celebrated superheroes." Lin Yi listened, utterly bewildered. "So, how does any of this relate to exhuming her grave? You can't possibly believe that by desecrating the tomb of the Ancient One, you could recruit her as your teammate?" Deadpool slapped his thigh, his voice brimming with excitement. "But of course, it's all connected. You see, we're both Deadpools, so why is he successful while I'm not? I figured I needed to find a formidable teammate. The Ancient One is the Sorcerer Supreme, far superior to Wolverine. If I could unearth her, wouldn't I also become a celebrated superhero?" Lin Yi, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. "So, you decided to dig up the Ancient One's grave? And you dug up the wrong one?" Deadpool shrugged, a hint of grievance in his tone. "Well, I reasoned that the Ancient One is far more powerful than Wolverine. Besides, if I chose the same person, wouldn't I just be a copycat? I am, after all, the one and only Deadpool." Lin Yi massaged his temples, a sense of helplessness washing over him. "The Ancient One isn't just more powerful than Wolverine. She's the foremost sorceress in the 9 realms. If you had actually desecrated her tomb, you would likely have been erased from the timeline." Deadpool paused, then offered an awkward smile. That sounds dangerous. Good thing I dug up yours instead, or things could have gotten messy." Lin Yi scoffed. "Messy? Your troubles have only just begun." In an instant, Lin Yi thrust his hand, which was positioned near Deadpool's chest, forward. With his movement, Deadpool's soul detached from his body, hovering behind him. Lin Yi then snapped his fingers, and a portal materialized behind Deadpool, swallowing him whole as he watched in horror. Lin Yi knew he couldn't kill him, but a little torment was in order. Besides, he wanted to see if Deadpool's body would regenerate a new soul after the original one was separated. Half an hour later, Lin Yi shook his head in disappointment. Deadpool's body hadn't produced a new soul, likely because the original soul had merely been detached, not obliterated. He summoned the portal once more and returned Deadpool's soul to his body. The lifeless body on the ground suddenly sprang to life. Deadpool yanked off his mask, gasping for air as he sputtered, "Aha, aha. Are you, the devil? You made my soul plummet through the void." For half an hour, Lin Yi, his anger now subsided, was too weary to continue arguing with Deadpool. He said impatiently, "I'll give you two choices. Stay here, and I'll subject you to an eternity of freefall in the void, or you can return to the timeline where you belong." "I choose 3. In the blink of an eye, Deadpool had regained his usual vivacity. He leaped to his feet and exclaimed, "Why don't you come with me? Together, we'd be the ultimate team, the most handsome, most intelligent me, and the strongest, darkest." Deadpool paused mid-sentence, his voice suddenly dropping to a low, somber tone as he continued, "You will succeed, kid. I'll come find you again, and then you can tell me if you're willing." Without waiting for Lin Yi's response, he teleported away. Lin Yi was perplexed. Deadpool's speech was even more nonsensical than in the movies. But he was glad he was gone. After restoring the grave to its original state with magic, Lin Yi approached the Ancient One's tomb, raised an eyebrow, and said mockingly to the headstone, "We both faked our deaths to escape, but look how much better I am than you. The way you got hit and fell out of space to your death. Anyone could tell you were acting." He continued, his expression animated and exaggerated. "Look at my performance. First, I was saving him, which led to being struck by Steve's attack. Then I fell through the rift, and then I crashed." Lin Yi, who had been so animated, gradually fell silent. He wordlessly opened a portal and left, wanting to return to Stark Tower and rest. Chapter 17, Celestial Zenith. Cosmic borrowing scarcely had Lin Yi returned to New York from Kamar Taj, barely afforded a moment to collect himself, when he was ensnared by a live news broadcast. Breaking news. 2 colossal entities are engaged in a fierce altercation in downtown New York. One is the familiar Hulk, while the other is an unprecedented monstrosity, suspected to be a product of military experimentation. Lin Yi, his brow furrowed in consternation, fixed his gaze upon the screen. The abomination? How can this be? I preemptively absconded with Banner. Why has the abomination manifested? Furthermore, has the Avengers Initiative not been established? Why is there no assistance for Banner? Without affording himself further deliberation, he swiftly performed a series of hand seals, and a golden portal materialized before him. Stepping through, Lin Yi was instantaneously transported to the epicenter of the conflict. Downtown New York lay in ruins, the streets utterly ravaged by the clash between the Hulk and the abomination. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk lunged, delivering a blow towards the abomination, who effortlessly parried, retaliating with a counterpunch that sent the Hulk hurtling. "Huh, Hulk, is that the extent of your prowess?" The abomination bellowed maniacally, his voice imbued with unadulterated frenzy. The Hulk, extricating himself from the debris, his eyes blazing with incandescent rage, retorted, "Hulk, smash you." Perched atop a towering edifice, Lin Yi surveyed the unfolding battle below. Drawing a deep breath, he executed a rapid succession of hand seals, chanting an ancient incantation. Then, with resounding resonance, he proclaimed, "Celestial Zenith, Cosmic Borrowing." A surge of invigoration coursed through the protagonist, a sense of exhilaration washing over him as he mused, "How splendid. Magic, too, is a form of law. In any case, none shall decipher the meaning of my pronouncements. I have long yearned to utter such words." Finally, a trial. Instantly, ominous storm clouds gathered, and golden lightning crackled around Lin Yi. With a sweeping gesture, he conjured forth several blades of golden magical energy, hurtling them towards the abomination. Sensing the impending peril, the abomination whirled around, shattering the magical blades with a single punch. He cast his gaze upwards towards Lin Yi, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Another lamb to the slaughter." Lin Yi responded with a derisive smirk, clasping his hands together and intoning, "Universal harmony, cosmic unity." In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to solidify, and the abomination's movements became sluggish. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi unleashed a surge of magical energy directly into the abomination's chest, staggering him backward. "Hulk, retreat," Lin Yi vociferously commanded. The Hulk momentarily faltered, but swiftly heeded Lin Yi's directive, withdrawing to a safe distance. With a guttural roar, the abomination surged towards Lin Yi. Unperturbed, Lin Yi erected a golden magical barrier between them with a sweeping gesture. "Do you presume to impede me with such paltry defenses?" The abomination sneered, launching a punch at the barrier. Cracks instantaneously appeared on the barrier's surface, yet Lin Yi remained composed. Executing a series of hand seals, he chanted, "Celestial Zenith, Cosmic Reversal." In an instant, the fissures on the barrier rapidly healed, deflecting the abomination's fist back upon himself. Staggered by his own force, a flicker of astonishment crossed the abomination's eyes. Who are you?" the abomination bellowed. Lin Yi offered no response. Instead, clasping his hands together and uttering the final incantation, "Mirror of Souls, reveal the true self." A ray of golden light emanated from Lin Ye's hands, piercing directly into the abomination's forehead. The abomination's body stiffened abruptly, the frenzy in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by a glimmer of bewilderment. Who am I? The abomination murmured to himself. Lin Ye's voice echoed within his mind. You are Emil Blonsky, a warrior blinded by the allure of power. Now awaken. The abomination's physique began to diminish, the verdant hue of his skin fading, reverting to the visage of Emil Blonsky. He sank to his knees, his eyes brimming with remorse. What have I done? Emil whispered. Lin Yi approached him, his tone serene. You were ensnared by the power of the abomination, but now, I have sealed it away. You are free. Lin Yi, accompanied by the restored Emil and Banner, traversed through the portal back to Stark Tower. To his dismay, the tower stood empty. Tony, where is everyone? Lin Yi inquired, his brow furrowed. Banner adjusted his glasses, a hint of resignation in his voice. They are at the racetrack, accompanying Ivan in his performance. Lin Yi paused, perplexed. A performance? Surely Tony could have attended alone. Why the collective presence? Banner sighed, elucidating. Subsequent to your departure, Tony and the others became privy to the plot of Iron Man 2. Devoid of pressing matters, they resolved to witness the spectacle firsthand. Concocting a plausible pretext, citing the need to be on hand in case of unforeseen contingencies, to provide timely assistance to Tony. Lin Yi, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. So, you alone remained at home. Fortuitously, you were present, lest the sudden emergence of the abomination wrought even greater devastation. Banner scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, I too was in attendance, but Tony's armor promptly repatriated me. Lin Yi was utterly dumbfounded, but, as the situation stood, he proceeded to inquire, what of the abomination? How did General Ross procure your blood? Banner elucidated, despite your preemptive removal of me, the military persisted in their pursuit of the super soldier program. They conducted experiments utilizing my blood samples, endeavoring to fabricate more formidable warriors. Emil was among their test subjects. Alas, the experiment veered awry, and Emil transformed into the abomination, escaping the confines of the laboratory. As for the provenance of my blood, according to Tony's investigation, it inadvertently contaminated the liquor during my tenure at the distillery. I presumed it merely sullied the bottle's aperture, which I subsequently removed, never suspecting its presence within the bottle itself. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi sighed. It seems I underestimated the military's fervor. Banner concurred, a hint of apprehension in his tone. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, though the abomination has been contained, the military's experiments persist. Should we fail to intercede, more abominations may arise. Lin Yi pondered for a moment, then declared, it appears we must parley with the military. Just then, Tony's voice crackled over the comms. Lin Yi, you've returned? We've just concluded our theatrical performance. And Ivan has been consigned to the brig. Lin Yi chuckled ruefully. You all appear to be reveling in merriment. Oblivious to the fact that Banner nearly perished at the hands of the abomination? Tony paused, taken aback. The abomination? Are you referring to the hulking brute akin to the Hulk? Preposterous. Did the Hulk not assert that it was a creation wrought from his own blood? Lin Yi sighed. We shall discuss it upon your return. At present, we have more pressing matters to address. Within the penthouse office of Stark Tower, the members of the Avengers Initiative gradually reconvened. Lin Yi meticulously recounted the events surrounding the abomination, casting a pall of gravity over the assembled company. So, the military is still engaged in super soldier experimentation? Captain America inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Lin Yi affirmed, indeed. Moreover, their experiments have spiraled out of control, the abomination being a prime example. Tony massaged his temples, his voice tinged with weariness. It appears we must engage in a frank discussion with the military. Lin Yi, noting Tony's less than optimal condition, presumed it was due to the absence of a new element, and inquired, have you not yet replaced the element? Is the palladium erosion intensifying? Tony met Lin Ye's concerned gaze with a moment of silence. Clint interjected, offering a subtle aside. Perhaps you should inquire as to how many damsels he escorted home last night. Natasha, witnessing the tangent, icily interjected, and what if they prove recalcitrant? Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. Then we shall be compelled to resolve the matter through our own means. Chapter 18. The unexpected as anticipated, the outcome aligned with the original plot. Under the formidable intervention of Nick Fury, the military ultimately abandoned the super soldier experiment. With unwavering political acumen and an aura of intimidation, Fury made the military hierarchy acutely aware that the continuation of such an uncontrolled experiment could only yield catastrophic consequences. Within the military, a faction began to reflect and acknowledge their inability to harness such power. The experiment was terminated, and all related data was obliterated. Fury stood in the military conference room, his tone icy. Should I discover any similar experiments being conducted, you will bear the consequences. The high-ranking officials exchanged glances, ultimately conceding with reluctant nods. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and the members of the Avengers were in the penthouse office of Stark Tower, watching the surveillance footage of Tony and others performing for Ivan. Look at Ivan's face. He looks as if the entire world owes him money. Clinton exclaimed, laughing heartily. Natasha couldn't contain her amusement either. His air of confidence is simply laughable. Lin Yi lounged on the sofa, a cup of coffee in hand. leisurely observing the screen. This live broadcast is far more thrilling than any film. Tony's voice crackled through the communicator. You all seem to be enjoying yourselves, while I'm stuck here acting like a robot. Do you know I nearly bruised my thigh to suppress laughter during my conversation with Ivan? Lin Yi chuckled lightly. Quit complaining. Tony, once Ivan is ready, we will make our entrance. Days later, Ivan finally executed his plan. Standing before Tony with his army of robots, he bellowed, Tony Stark. Today marks your doom. Tony, clad in his armor, replied with a hint of mockery. Is this all you've got, Ivan? Just as Ivan was about to retort, Lin Ye's voice suddenly interrupted through Tony's earpiece. Tony, I'm on your left. Instantly, a colossal golden portal materialized to Tony's left. Lin Yi and the Avengers emerged in a dazzling display, each making a striking entrance in their own unique style. Lin Yi gazed at the bewildered Ivan, raised his right hand, pointed forward, and a wicked grin spread across his face. Avengers, assemble. Let's smash. Without waiting for Ivan to react, the team surged forward, eager to find their targets. Lin Yi had previously informed them that villains often meet their end through excessive dialogue. Action was the key. Tony charged directly at Ivan, simultaneously firing his palm cannon and shoulder missiles. Ivan's robots swiftly shielded him, but Tony's armor adeptly maneuvered between them, precisely destroying their energy course. Ivan, your robots are pathetic. Tony taunted. Ivan roared in fury, lashing out with his electric whip. Their battle erupted violently, sparks flying as the whip collided with the palm cannon. Tony's armor traced an elegant arc in the air, evading Ivan's fierce attacks. He quickly adjusted his stance, firing the palm cannon again, striking Ivan squarely in the chest. Ivan staggered back, but quickly regained his footing, the electric whip striking again like a venomous serpent. Tony mused to himself, this guy's combat prowess is significantly enhanced compared to when he wasn't armored. I can't afford to underestimate him. He activated his suit's thrusters, flipping midair to dodge the whip while launching shoulder missiles at the approaching robots. Below, Natasha and Clinton stood back to back, facing an unending wave of robots. Clinton, I've got the left side, Natasha whispered. No problem, Clinton replied, drawing back his bowstring and shooting through the energy cores of 3 robots. Natasha deftly navigated among the machines, her electric baton striking precisely at each robot's weak point. Her movements were graceful and lethal, akin to a deadly dance. Clinton's arrows soared across the battlefield like meteors, each one hitting its mark with precision. His gaze was sharp, calculating each robot's trajectory in his mind. Meanwhile, Natasha contemplated, there are far too many robots. It would be easier if we could find their control center, but Lin Yi insists we defeat them head-on. With renewed determination, she struck down robots with arcs of electricity emanating from her baton. Banner stood at the center of the battlefield, his form swelling as he transformed into the Hulk. With a deafening roar, he slammed his fist into the ground, sending shockwaves that shattered the surrounding robots. Hulk, smash you. Hulk hurled a robot like a bowling ball towards distant foes. Each of his strikes was accompanied by tremendous destructive force, toppling buildings in his wake. His eyes burned with fury, fixated solely on protecting his allies and annihilating his enemies. Captain America observed Natasha and Clinton's seamless teamwork. Natasha, cover me, he shouted, raising his shield as he charged at a cluster of robots. Natasha swiftly followed, her baton skillfully intercepting an assailant aiming to ambush the captain. However, Captain America surged ahead too quickly, leaving Natasha a step behind, and several robots advanced towards them. Clinton's arrows appeared just in time, each striking down at least 1 robot. Some even taking down 2 or 3, yet more continued to flood in. Finally, 1 robot landed behind Captain America, just as it was about to strike him. A burst of golden magical energy obliterated it. Watch out, Captain, Lin Ye's voice rang out from afar. Captain America glanced back at Lin Yi, realizing his recklessness, and nodded in gratitude. Thank you. He internally cautioned himself. These are not mere soldiers, they are highly advanced robots. He quickly adjusted his stance, sweeping his shield in a graceful arc to take down the surrounding machines. Natasha and Clinton felt the pressure lift significantly as they joined him, fighting side by side. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the battlefield, hands poised for action, ready to provide support. His gaze swept across the scene, ensuring the safety of every teammate. Avengers, continue, Lin Yi called out with fervor. A sense of responsibility surged within him, feeling momentarily like a savior. I must ensure every teammate completes their mission safely. His magical energy manifested as barriers in the air, deflecting the robots' ranged attacks. While monitoring the Avengers' status, he sought opportunities to strike down more robots. His hands formed seals again, conjuring a massive beam of golden magical energy, from which multiple rays shot forth, each eliminating a robot. The battle's devastation caused buildings to collapse, smoke enveloping the battlefield. Hulk's every attack reverberated with immense energy, shaking the entire city. As time passed, the robots visibly dwindled, and just as victory seemed imminent, Ivan suddenly revealed a maniacal grin. Did you think it was over? He roared. Since I cannot win, I shall take us all down together. He abruptly pressed a button on his controller, causing all robots to freeze, their bodies emanating blinding red light. Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Lin Ye's expression shifted as he instantly realized Ivan's intent. With swift motions, He formed intricate hand seals, reciting an ancient incantation, boundless as heaven and earth. Let the universe lend its power. In an instant, a golden portal manifested beneath each robot. One by one, they plunged into the portals, transported to the depths of the Pacific Ocean. However, Ivan was perilously close to Tony. Should the portal be activated, he might inadvertently drag Tony along with him. Lin Yi hastily conjured a magical shield before Tony, hoping it would absorb the impending explosion's shockwave. "Tony, be careful," Lin Yi shouted. At that critical moment, an unexpected ally descended from the heavens. Rhodey, clad in his battle armor, swooped down, brandishing a colossal shield to protect Tony. "Tony, I'm here." Rhodey's voice resonated from within the suit. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, and the shockwave surged across the battlefield. Hulk swiftly pulled Natasha into his embrace. Clinton took cover behind a car, and Captain America stood resolutely, raising his shield. Yet Tony found himself at the epicenter of the blast, with no refuge. Fortunately, Lin Yi's magical shield and Rhodey's shield combined their powers, barely mitigating the force of the detonation. As the smoke cleared, Tony and Rhodey emerged from the debris, their armor riddled with cracks. "Rhodey, your timing is impeccable," Tony gasped. Rhodey chuckled. "I couldn't let you steal all the glory, could I?" Lin Yi approached, patting both of their shoulders before turning to address the group. "Well done, everyone." The others exchanged knowing glances, sharing a smile. In that moment, Lin Yi sensed a deeper bond within the Avengers. Tony, struggling to sit up, surveyed the faces around him, and after a moment of contemplation, interjected, "I know a fantastic barbecue place. How about I treat everyone to a meal together?" Chapter 19. Deceased Kin, moral discretion lost in the aftermath of the cataclysmic battle. The Avengers, foregoing the usual cleanup, convened at a barbecue establishment at Tony's behest. The restaurant exuded a cozy ambience, bathed in gentle light and suffused with the savory aroma of grilling meat. Rustic wooden furnishings and vintage decorations adorned the space, lending it a warm, inviting feel. Yet, despite their shared presence, a palpable sense of gloom permeated the gathering. Each member sat in silent contemplation, heads bowed over their plates, lost in private reverie. Lin Yi, perched at the table's edge, nursed a glass of iced water, his gaze sweeping across the faces of his comrades. He had anticipated a jubilant celebration, only to find himself amidst a somber supper. A sigh escaped his lips as he grappled with the awkwardness, ultimately deciding to focus on the repast before him. The barbecue, he had to admit, was quite delectable. A thought then struck Lin, regarding the imminent arrival of Bucky. After a moment of deliberation, he resolved to prepare Steve Rogers for the revelation. Rising from his seat, he approached the captain and quietly requested his presence for a private conversation. Rogers, taken aback, looked up with a puzzled expression. Nevertheless, he set aside his utensils and followed Lin Yi to a secluded corner of the restaurant. Leaning against the wall, arms crossed, Lin Yi fixed his gaze upon Rogers. "Steve," he began, "have you ever engaged in single-player gaming?" Rogers furrowed his brow, clearly surprised by the inquiry. Tilting his head in contemplation, he responded, "Single-player games? You might be unaware, but I have indeed partaken." Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have? When did this occur?" Rogers shrugged, a hint of resignation in his tone. "During my time at Stark Tower, I found myself with little to occupy my time due to the generational divide." Jarvis suggested gaming as a means to alleviate boredom, noting that many games were set in my era and featured numerous interactive NPCs. A wave of elation washed over Lin Yi upon hearing this. "That's excellent," he exclaimed, relieved of the need to elaborate on the concept of single-player games. A subtle smile played on his lips. "Given your experience, let's consider this scenario. Imagine you have a close comrade in a game, but one day, they cease playing. However, their in-game persona is transformed into a villainous NPC. If you were to encounter this NPC, would you choose to vanquish them or show them leniency?" Rogers pondered the question, his brow furrowed in deep thought. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute. "My bond lies with the player in reality. The villainous character is merely an NPC, not a living being. I would likely opt to defeat them." A satisfied grin spread across Lin Yi's face, and he nodded approvingly. "Very well. I trust you will remember your words." Rogers nonchalantly shrugged, a slight smile gracing his lips. "We haven't exchanged many words, so I doubt I'll forget. Say, would you care to join me in a game? I've been stuck on a particular level recently." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, his tone light. "Once I've saved the world, I'll gladly join you. And perhaps another handsome, tech-savvy fellow will join us as well." With that, Lin Yi turned to leave, only to be stopped by Rogers' grasp. "Lin Yi," Rogers' voice was earnest and resonant, his eyes filled with anticipation. "I recall you mentioning that Bucky survived. Can you now disclose his whereabouts?" Lin Yi hesitated, then replied, "He will seek us out soon, within the next fortnight." Joy flickered in Rogers' eyes, his expression softening. "Is this genuine?" "The news is quite sudden." Lin Yi nodded firmly. "I have no reason to deceive you." Rogers released his grip, a long-awaited smile gracing his lips, as if a great weight had been lifted. "Thank you, Lin Yi." Leaving Rogers, Lin Yi approached Tony, patting him on the shoulder. "Tony, I need a word with you in private." Tony looked up, a piece of barbecue still lodged in his mouth. More cryptic pronouncements? He mumbled, his eyes betraying curiosity despite his feigned annoyance. Without responding, Lin Yi led him to a secluded corner of the restaurant, where they settled into a sofa. Across the room, the others watched Lin Yi's clandestine conversations with Rogers and Tony, their expressions curious. Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, his actions had inadvertently broken the ice, providing the group with a shared topic of discussion. What are they up to? Clinton murmured, his brow furrowed and his fork suspended in midair. Natasha shrugged, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Who knows? Lin Yi is always enigmatic. Banner adjusted his glasses, his tone gentle but inquisitive. Perhaps he is laying the groundwork for future endeavors. Rhodes took a bite of barbecue, mumbling, whatever he's planning, I hope he returns soon. This meat is getting cold. Tony, Lin Yi began, his voice lowered and his gaze serious. Have you ever contemplated what you would do if you discovered that someone you deeply trusted had betrayed you? Tony paused, then flashed a dismissive grin. Trusted? Are you referring to Pepper? Or Rhodes? Don't be absurd. They would never betray me. Lin Yi shook his head, his tone unwavering. I am not jesting. I am asking, what if you were to uncover corruption within S.H.I.E.L.D., potentially jeopardizing the entire Avengers initiative? Tony's expression turned grave, his brow furrowed, but he refrained from answering directly, a hint of caution flickering in his eyes. What are you insinuating? Lin Yi took a deep breath, deciding to cut to the chase. Tony, I have something I must reveal to you concerning your parents' demise. The gravity of Tony's expression intensified, though he betrayed no outward signs of anxiety. However, his actions belied his composure as his fork clattered onto his plate. Clearly, he was not as composed as he appeared. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, my parents' death? The car accident? Lin Yi shook his head, his voice heavy. It was no accident, Tony. Your parents were murdered. Tony's pupils constricted, and the color drained from his face, replaced by a pallid hue. His fists clenched, knuckles white. He did not question the veracity of Lin Yi's startling revelation. His voice, devoid of emotion, was cold and resolute as he locked eyes with Lin Yi. Who? After a moment of silence, Lin Yi slowly responded, Bucky. Bucky Barnes. Bucky. Tony's tone shifted from inquiry to rage, his eyes blazing with fury. He abruptly rose to his feet, his gaze piercing Rogers like a dagger, his anger barely contained. Clearly, he was aware of the bond between Bucky and Rogers. His actions immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The convivial atmosphere of the restaurant evaporated, replaced by a palpable tension. All eyes turned to Tony, their utensils frozen in midair. Rogers, too, was taken aback, his fork suspended in confusion. Tony, maintain your composure. Lin Yi swiftly grasped Tony's arm, his voice low. Now is not the time for recklessness. Tony's chest heaved violently, his eyes blazing with such fury that it seemed ready to erupt. Yet, he managed to maintain control. Uttering in a low voice to Lin Yi, remain composed? How can you expect me to remain composed? His parents were friends of my parents. And Bucky Barnes. That damned assassin. Tony. Lin Yi's voice rose abruptly, drowning out Tony's words. He seized Tony's shoulders, his gaze unwavering and calm, yet he spoke softly. I understand your anger, but the situation is not as straightforward as it seems. Bucky was under the control of Hydra at the time. He was utterly unaware of his actions. Tony forcefully brushed off Lin Yi's hands, stating without hesitation, my family is gone. And I have no inclination to discern right from wrong. All I desire is retribution. Lin Yi found the statement oddly familiar, though he couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Nevertheless, he once again restrained Tony, earnestly pleading, I comprehend your feelings, but do you know where Bucky is now? How do you intend to exact revenge? Furthermore, that occurred decades ago. The Bucky of today is, in essence, no longer human, merely a robot programmed with fixed routines. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Tony's breathing remained rapid, but the fire in his eyes had diminished slightly. He gritted his teeth, his voice deep and subdued. What difference does it make? He murdered my parents. Lin Yi sighed, his tone softening. I empathize with your emotions, but confronting Steve now will only exacerbate the situation. Bucky will emerge soon enough. You can witness firsthand how Steve will choose. If he opts to shield Bucky, you can make your decision then. Tony remained silent for a moment, the rage in his eyes gradually replaced by a complex array of emotions. He inhaled deeply, nodding slowly. Very well. I shall await the emergence of this Bucky you speak of, but should Steve choose to protect him, I will show no mercy. Lin Yi patted Tony's shoulder, his voice tinged with consolation. I understand. Tony said nothing further, nor did he linger there. He turned and strode towards the restaurant's exit, his armor flying towards him, gradually melding with his form. Accompanied by a rhythmic mechanical hum, which ceased as Tony reached the doorway, he took flight and vanished into the night sky. Upon witnessing this, Rhodey immediately rose, his brow furrowed. What madness has seized him now? He swiftly donned his armor and pursued Tony into the sky. The atmosphere in the restaurant once again descended into silence. Captain America watched Tony's departing figure, his brow knitted in concern, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Recalling Lin Yi's earlier words, he suddenly realized that all of this might be related to Bucky. Bucky, Captain America murmured, the joy in his eyes gradually replaced by contemplation. He noticed the questions Lin Yi had posed earlier were definitely not simple game questions. He placed his fork down, rose, and addressed the others. Forgive me, I must depart. Natasha watched Captain America leave, her brow slightly furrowed. What is happening today? Everyone is acting so mysteriously. Clint shrugged, his voice tinged with helplessness. Who knows? In any case, this meal is ruined. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice gentle. Perhaps they all have their own concerns. Subsequently, the others departed one by one. Lin Yi gazed at the empty restaurant and sighed softly. The gathering had ultimately dissolved in discord. Chapter 20. The Conjecture of the System. God wept after resting for an entire week in Stark Tower. Lin Yi felt as if he had been rejuvenated. During this time, he had been constantly on the move, never truly allowing himself a moment's respite. Now that he had finally enjoyed a substantial break, he sensed a shift in his perspective, as though he had been reborn. Indeed, rest is the finest form of recharging. Stretching languidly, Lin Yi stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing down upon the breathtaking panorama of New York City. The sunlight streamed through the glass, warming his face and causing him to squint slightly. Below, the streets teemed with the hustle and bustle of traffic and hurried pedestrians. While he relished a rare moment of tranquility, just then, the previously silent system abruptly chimed with a notification, shattering the serene atmosphere. Ding. Congratulations on completing the team battle mission. Rewards have been issued. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Rewards issued? Yet I feel nothing. He meticulously assessed his body and strength, finding no discernible changes, prompting him to exclaim in frustration, what a useless. However, before he could finish his thought, another notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the hidden task. Prompt the early appearance of Doctor Strange. Task reward. All skills upgraded to advanced level. Lin Yi was instantly struck dumb, only to break into a euphoric grin. Incredible. Truly an extraordinary system. He quickly swallowed his unfinished words and replaced them with a torrent of praise. Oh, magnificent system. You are simply marvelous. The finest system in the universe. The last time his rewards had elevated him to an intermediate level, Lin Yi had already felt immensely powerful, unaware of his limits, as he had yet to encounter an opponent worthy of his full strength. Now, with all skills upgraded directly to advanced, it felt as though he had taken a monumental leap forward. Was this not akin to soaring into the skies? Lin Yi was overwhelmed with excitement. Ding. Reward distribution in progress. Lin Yi felt a tremendous surge of energy merging with his being. Although it was his first encounter with this energy, he experienced no sense of strangeness or rejection. It felt as if it had always belonged to him. What set this experience apart was that the elevation of his skill levels did not merely bestow skills upon him. It also accompanied a recollection. Previously, when acquiring skills or enhancing their levels, the system had simply injected the knowledge into him, allowing immediate use yet requiring time to familiarize himself with and master them. This time, however, Lin Yi felt as if he had lived through every training session and battle, each skill enhancement resembling a gradual accumulation of his own efforts. This sensation was extraordinary. With his eyes closed, Lin Yi reveled in the surging magical energy within him and the memories that felt vividly familiar yet were experiences he had never truly undergone. He envisioned himself traversing this world as an ordinary person, devoid of a system or any supernatural abilities. He had relied solely on his intellect and courage, fighting valiantly through life-threatening situations, only to escape with Tony after suffering grievous wounds. Subsequently, he had leveraged his familiarity with the plot, seizing every opportunity to learn and grow stronger, navigating countless life and death crises to ascend to the pinnacle of power in this world and become one of the mightiest superheroes. Ultimately, he had joined forces with all the members of the Avengers to confront Thanos, and his recollection concluded there. Was this the essence of advanced skills? Lin Yi opened his eyes, determination flickering within them. It appeared the system sought to impart upon him a genuine understanding of the origins of power, rather than a mere dependence on it. The magnitude of this newfound strength even momentarily tempted him to seek out the Ancient One for a reckoning, longing to reclaim the pride wounded by her earlier lessons. However, as he delved deeper into his own power, that notion swiftly dissipated. The more formidable he became, the more he sensed the unfathomable depths of the Ancient One's strength. Lin Yi murmured to himself, just how high is her ceiling? I cannot even begin to fathom. Once he set aside thoughts that eluded his comprehension, Lin Yi stood still, contemplating the patterns of the system's reward activation. He discerned that rewards were granted following pivotal plot developments, and the greater his involvement, the more substantial the rewards. For instance, in this case, he had directly participated in the entire process of Doctor Strange's emergence, even orchestrating the script for his appearance, thus receiving particularly generous rewards. To validate my hypothesis, I must endeavor once more, Lin Yi mused softly. He turned on the television, eager to discover any recent key events that might warrant his involvement. Just then, the news reported, a mysterious hammer has appeared in New Mexico. A hammer that fell from the sky has created a massive crater, yet the hammer itself remains unscathed. Experiments conducted by nearby residents revealed that regardless of the methods employed, be it tying a sturdy pickup truck to the hammer and attempting to pull it, no movement could be achieved. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thor's hammer. I recall receiving a system reward that enables me to wield the power of Thor's hammer. It seems my next objective is clear. Without a moment's hesitation, he called out to Jarvis to inform Tony of his plans. Jarvis, leave a message for Tony. I am heading to New Mexico to retrieve an Avengers member. Tell him not to wait for me for dinner. Understood, Mr. Lin. May I inquire how many days you anticipate being away? Should I prepare dinner for you tomorrow? Jarvis's voice resonated through the air. No need to prepare anything. I am uncertain how long I will be gone. With that, Lin Yi turned and opened the window of Stark Tower, executing a graceful dive that transitioned into a perfect arc before soaring upward, heading toward New Mexico. This time, Lin Yi chose not to utilize a portal for his journey. Although portals were undeniably convenient, he had been in this world long enough. Initially, his lack of strength had limited him to completing tasks as directed by the system. Now, however, he felt confident in his ability to confront any dangers that might arise on Earth and to explore this world in earnest. Moreover, the main system had not activated any tasks in recent times, as if he had graduated from the novice phase, with future missions relying on him to identify key points for random activation. If he were to teleport directly to New Mexico, it could potentially trigger a hidden task. But there was no guarantee he could complete it, as many of his assumptions remained unproven. Thus, he resolved to travel leisurely, hoping for fortuitous encounters that might lead to the completion of hidden tasks. As for the impending arrival of the Winter Soldier, Lin Yi decided to leave that matter to Tony and Captain America. It was their personal affair, and he felt it inappropriate to interfere. He had already done all he could. With that, Lin Yi clenched his fists at his waist and shouted, "Sky dance technique." Instantly, his speed surged, leaving a trail of rapid velocity in the air as he vanished into the horizon. 2 nights later, Lin Yi descended near the Three Saints Church. During a respite at a tavern, he inadvertently overheard a couple's discourse, which revealed that earnest supplications within the hallowed halls of the Trinity Church were purportedly heard by the Almighty, with a high probability of one's desires being fulfilled. Many a wish had apparently been granted there. The girl inquired of the boy, "So, what did you wish for?" The boy responded animatedly, "My dear comrade was gravely wounded, and the paramedics prognosticated that due to excessive blood loss, he would inevitably perish en route to the hospital, unless a miracle were to occur. I, on a whim, entreated that Carl would persevere until he could receive medical attention. So, your wish materialized, and Carl made it to the hospital?" The girl inquired with curiosity. "Indeed, a miracle transpired." The boy exclaimed with fervor, "My supplication undoubtedly saved him. Carl persevered until he received medical attention at the hospital. And how fares he now?" "He succumbed to his injuries at the hospital." Tui. Lin Yi promptly ejected a mouthful of saline soda. Reflecting on the day's earlier conversation, Lin Yi entered the church with a peculiar expression. Since he had arrived, he figured he might as well try his luck. "Omnipotent Lord, can you hear my words? If you can, remain silent. If not, emit a lamentation." Scarcely had he uttered these words when Lin Yi detected a faint sound of weeping. He paused, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Good heavens! Is it truly so efficacious? But I requested a lamentation only if my words were unheard. How could one respond if one cannot hear?" Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the lamentation emanated from the adjacent bell tower. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and groped his way toward it. Upon opening the bell tower door, Lin Yi beheld a handsome young man clad in a Spider-Man suit, cradling a blonde girl while weeping inconsolably. Peter Parker? Chapter 21. You safeguard the city's peace, I guard your redemption. Startled, Lin Yi beheld Peter Parker, never anticipating encountering Spider-Man in this locale. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Peter's spider sense detected him, launching a web shooter directly at him without even turning around. Thwip! The web hurtled toward Lin Yi's face. Though momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of Spider-Man, Lin Yi swiftly sidestepped the projectile with the aid of his own spider sense. However, Peter's assault persisted. He unleashed a barrage of webbing, an overwhelming cascade aimed at Lin Yi. Initially intending to evade, Lin Yi reconsidered, mindful of Spider-Man's character, and resigned himself to being ensnared. "Peter, compose yourself," Lin Yi exclaimed. Peter, cradling Gwen, heard Lin Yi utter his name, assuming him to be an acquaintance. He turned to discern the speaker's identity, only to be met with astonishment. He was not confronting the Spider-Man of the Avengers series, but rather Andrew Garfield's iteration from the Amazing Spider-Man films. Peter gazed upon the unfamiliar Asian man. He had never met him before. Noticing the shock in his eyes, he merely assumed it was because he had seen his true face, and didn't consider why he knew his name. He murmured, "Don't worry, the webbing dissolves soon." With that, Peter turned, ready to depart. Lin Yi, witnessing Peter's profound sorrow, felt a pang of sympathy and promptly called out, "Wait, do you seek to save the blonde girl? She yet lives. I can restore her." Peter, already launching a web to swing away, halted abruptly. He spun around, carrying Gwen, and rushed to Lin Yi. His countenance etched with incredulity. "What did you say? Do you speak truthfully? It must be true. Please, save her." Peter's voice trembled, devoid of any skepticism that Lin Yi might deceive him. Despite sensing that Gwen's heart had ceased beating and her breath had stilled, he clung to this hope like a drowning man grasping at a straw, unwilling to relinquish even the faintest chance. Indeed, I can revive her, Lin Yi affirmed resolutely. But upon one condition. Peter nodded without hesitation. If you restore her, I shall grant you anything you desire. No matter what, I will do it. Lin Yi, observing Peter's sincere gaze, momentarily regretted his impending demand. Yet, the words had been uttered, and remorse was futile. He inhaled deeply and gestured to the ground. First, lay Gwen down. I shall revive her, I assure you. Peter cast a tender glance at Gwen before gently placing her on the ground, his movements deliberate, as if fearful of causing her further harm. Lin Yi raised his hands, conjuring emerald orbs of light. He pressed his palms against Gwen's abdomen, the verdant luminescence enveloping her entirely. Her wounds visibly healed, vanishing before their eyes. Simultaneously, unseen internal injuries mended rapidly. Finally, Lin Yi focused on Gwen's brain, the most arduous task, as portions had lost vitality. Moments stretched into an eternity as Lin Yi devoted himself to Gwen's restoration. Peter's gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi's hands, witnessing the gradual healing of Gwen's wounds. Hope rekindled within him. Even though he knew Gwen had passed away, even if Lin Yi was lying, he wanted to try. If only to comfort himself. Only when Gwen's heart truly began beating once more under Lin Yi's miraculous touch did he truly see new hope. As the first rays of dawn pierced through the clock tower's crevices, illuminating Lin Yi's hands, he finally withdrew his palms. Gwen's body had fully recovered, her complexion regaining its rosy hue. Gwen. Peter whispered her name, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yi wiped perspiration from his brow, his tone laced with weariness. She is well. She shall awaken soon. Peter, overwhelmed with emotion, struggled to articulate his gratitude, instead clasping Lin Yi's hand, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you, sir. You have saved my everything. Lin Yi waved dismissively, his tone light. No need for thanks yet. Remember your pledge? Peter nodded without hesitation. Of course. Speak your desire. I shall fulfill it. Lin Yi smiled, saying with great pleasure, my condition is simple. Join the Avengers. Peter paused, never having heard of this organization. Avengers? Is that a gang name? Not that I'm refusing. I promised I would do it. Lin Yi shrugged. It's not what you think. We're actually a group of superheroes who have been saving the world overtly and covertly. Do you know Iron Man? He is also one of the members. Peter nodded, his voice tinged with admiration. Iron Man. He's my idol. Can I really join and be with Mr. Iron Man? At that moment, Gwen's eyelids fluttered, then slowly opened. Where? She asked softly. Peter knelt beside her, embracing her tightly. Gwen, you're awake. Thank goodness. Gwen gazed at the unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar boy, not understanding why she did not reject being embraced by this stranger, instead feeling a sense of comfort. Where am I? Why am I here? Peter gently stroked her hair. It's over. You are safe. Peter's gaze fell upon Lin Yi, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. He saved you, and me too. Lin Yi smiled, relieved to see Gwen awake. He hadn't been entirely certain of success. No thanks needed. I merely did what was necessary. Lin Yi, witnessing Peter and Gwen embrace, felt a surge of warmth. He knew he had not only rescued a girl's life but also added a formidable member to the Avengers. Peter, Lin Yi patted his shoulder. Once you've settled Gwen, seek me at Stark Tower. We have much to discuss. Peter nodded, his voice resolute. I will. Thank you, Lin Yi. However, as Peter prepared to depart with Gwen, her gaze suddenly turned distant. She looked at Peter, her eyes filled with confusion. Who are you? Where are we going? Peter froze, then asked anxiously, Gwen, what's wrong? It's me, Peter. Gwen shook her head, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Peter? I don't remember. Lin Yi, witnessing this, felt a sense of foreboding. He approached, examining Gwen's condition, finding her body fully restored, yet her mind seemingly affected. Peter, Gwen may have lost her memory, Lin Yi murmured. Peter, upon hearing this, panicked. Amnesia? How could this be? Lin Yi, can you heal her? Lin Yi inhaled deeply and nodded. I shall endeavor. He attempted various methods, but none could awaken Gwen's memories. Finally, he resolved to employ mind magic, delving into Gwen's mental realm. After careful exploration, Lin Yi discerned the root of the issue. Gwen's spirit had not fully revived. She had indeed made a complete recovery, yet her last recollection was of believing herself to be deceased. Although I had entirely restored her physical form and revived her, she remained oblivious to this fact. Thus, the current Gwen possessed only the memories from her awakening and instinctual physical responses. Upon hearing this, Peter finally felt a sense of relief. He grasped Gwen's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tenderness. As long as Gwen had returned to life, even in a state of amnesia, he felt it was sufficient. However, he inquired whether there was a means to restore her memories. Lin Yi nodded and continued, explaining that there were two methods to recover her memories. The first was akin to ordinary amnesia, where sufficient emotional stimuli could potentially trigger her recollection. The second involved utilizing the Mind Stone, one of the 5 Infinity Stones, which could awaken her self-imposed mental barriers. Peter, upon hearing this, exhibited a flicker of confusion. The Mind Stone? What is that? Lin Yi elaborated on the origins of the 5 Infinity Stones and the impending crisis they would face. He informed Peter that if Thanos were to acquire all the stones, At least half of all sentient beings in the universe would face annihilation. Peter, knowing the adversaries and dangers we must confront in the future, are you still inclined to join the Avengers? Lin Yi queried. Just as Peter was about to affirm his commitment, Gwen, who had been silent until now, grasped his hand. Though she uttered no words, both Lin Yi and Peter understood the unspoken message in her gaze. Gwen had not regained her memories, but her subconscious conveyed a desire to shield Peter from these matters. Observing the hesitant young man before him, Lin Yi approached and tousled his hair, smiling as he remarked, "Perhaps I have been too hasty. You may not be suited to join the Avengers at this moment." Peter, anxious upon hearing this, responded, "I promised you, sir, that I would." His words were cut short once more by Gwen's worried expression, causing Peter to waver. "Listen, young man. The world will continue to turn regardless of who is absent. I merely state that you are not suitable at this juncture, not that you will never be." With that, Lin Yi retrieved a Stark business card from his pocket and handed it to Peter. "If you encounter any difficulties, simply call the number on this card." Peter shook his head, declining to accept the card, his eyes reflecting both gratitude and remorse. "Thank you, Lin Yi. I am truly sorry for not fulfilling my promise." Lin Yi shook his head in response, then affectionately ruffled Gwen's hair before offering the card to her. Addressing Peter, "It is all right. Perhaps you can protect yourself and save others. But if you encounter a problem beyond your capabilities, do not hesitate to seek help, for you are no longer alone. Remember, while webs can ensnare foes, they may not always save others. Also, trust in the possibility of second chances. I will always stand behind you, ready to assist when you need me." With that, Lin Yi opened a portal, vanishing from their sight before Peter could voice any objections. Peter gazed at the card in Gwen's hand, his heart overflowing with gratitude and guilt. He clasped Gwen's hand firmly, whispering, "Gwen, no matter what happens, I will protect you." Though she remained somewhat bewildered, a glimmer of warmth shone in her eyes. She gently nodded, as if an affirmation of Peter's vow. Chapter 22, The Anomaly of the World. The Extraordinary Spider Armor. After parting ways with Peter Parker, Lin Yi promptly returned to the Stark Tower laboratory through a portal. The moment he stepped out, he beheld Banner engrossed in a massive, frameless screen, fully absorbed in a World War II video game. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. Taken aback, it was one thing for Captain America to indulge in gaming, but why was Banner playing too? Shouldn't he be perpetually immersed in conducting experiments? After all, he was a doctor with 7 degrees, yet here he was, playing games? Feeling bewildered by this apparent inconsistency in Banner's character, Lin Yi approached and gently tapped him on the shoulder. Startled from his gaming reverie, Banner nearly transformed into the Hulk, but regained his composure upon realizing it was Lin Yi. Conversely, Lin Yi was taken aback by Banner's half-transformation and subsequent reversion, prompting him to ask, "Banner, how did you manage that?" Banner scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor as he replied, "Steve taught me this. He mentioned needing a partner to complete the game, so I initially intended to simply accompany him through it, only to discover that it was unexpectedly enjoyable." Lin Yi, utterly perplexed, waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't inquire about that. I'm asking how you accomplished that half-transformation. Aren't you supposed to be focusing on your experiments? And speaking of Steve, where is he now?" Sighing as he observed the defeated character on the screen, Banner stood up, poured Lin Yi a cup of coffee, and spoke gently, "There is no need to rush. Let us sit down and discuss this calmly." Taking the coffee, Lin Yi settled beside Banner, awaiting his explanation. Banner continued, "What you referred to as my half-transformation is something I now call the Hulk mode. It resembles Tony's armor, except his is mechanical. While I consider this a form of mental fortification. As for why I'm not conducting experiments, remember when you advised me to confront the existence of the Hulk? I began meditating and communicating with him daily. Initially, I couldn't even sense his presence. Each meditation session would merely end with me, well, dozing off. Until one day, after transforming, during a meditation session, I seemed to catch a faint whiff of Hulk's essence. However, before I could establish any communication, he felt like he was deliberately evading me and vanished. This revelation thrilled me, for it transcended physical understanding. Although I couldn't grasp the underlying principles, it was undeniable that he existed. From that point onward, I progressively reduced the frequency of my experiments, which allowed my perception of Hulk to sharpen considerably. Initially, I believed that this clarity stemmed from my increased meditation practice, but one day, without warning, an idea struck me. I didn't enjoy conducting experiments. No one had ever expressed such a sentiment to me. It simply emerged in my mind. I quickly deduced that this must be Hulk's thought, conveying his feelings to me. Since then, I have refrained from any experiments related to Hulk. Moreover, I discovered that Hulk not only despises experiments but also wishes to avoid the laboratory altogether. To honor his perspective, and as I currently have no such need, I have not set foot in the lab since. Now, Hulk and I can communicate normally within my mind. I can summon his strength at will, and he can maneuver my body with my consent. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt utterly disconcerted, musing inwardly, is this right? Wasn't he the original narrative about two consciousnesses merging into one, maintaining a form smaller than Hulk's, while leaning more towards humanity? How did it transform into this? What is this, a Hulk version of the Ninetales mode? Or perhaps a version of the Avengers with an old man in tow? This resembles a protagonist template, which seems off. He then remarked, I anticipated that you would ultimately fuse with Hulk's consciousness into a singular entity, which is entirely different from the current situation. Banner shrugged, nonchalantly affirming, I don't know. Perhaps your presence has altered certain events. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, sensing that this world had diverged into an incomprehensible realm. He continued, and what of Steve? You mentioned he taught you to play games. Where is he now? Banner sighed. Steve hasn't been seen since our last gathering. According to Natasha, he's moved to S-H-I-E-L-D. Lately, I can only encounter him through the game. Lin Yi fell into contemplation, reflecting on the recent events, the extraordinary Spider-Man, Banner and Hulk's peculiar relationship, Captain America's sudden departure. All of these led him to form a vague hypothesis. This world is not the Marvel universe I remember. Lin Yi murmured softly, or perhaps this is not the primary timeline. If this is merely a branching timeline, then anything could occur. Yet, who is the protagonist of this branch? Is it Banner? After all, his behavior is quite absurd, resembling the characterizations he previously encountered in novels. But that doesn't seem right. The Ancient One stated that altering Tony's fate would lead to the world's destruction. It should still be Tony. Or perhaps two protagonists at once. Hearing Lin Yi's murmured thoughts, Banner looked puzzled. What are you talking about? What primary timeline? Lin Yi shook his head, refraining from a direct response. It's nothing. Just some musings of mine. Banner stiffened, shooting Lin Yi a quizzical glance, thinking, what kind of person is this? If he doesn't want to share, why not just remain silent? What does he mean by just some musings? Am I supposed to respond to that? He then dismissed Lin Yi's words, returning to his gaming chair, as he had yet to conquer the current level. Seated in the laboratory, Lin Yi's mind raced with thoughts of recent occurrences. He had initially believed he had traversed into the main timeline of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But it seemed the reality was far more intricate. The Spider-Man was the extraordinary Peter Parker, and the dynamics between Banner and Hulk had shifted. Not to mention the appearance of Deadpool from another timeline, serving as the ultimate proof. Lin Yi pondered deeply. He stood and approached the window, gazing over the New York skyline. The sunlight graced his face, yet his heart felt heavy. If this is not the primary timeline, then is my knowledge of this world's future even relevant? Lin Yi mused quietly. In the Avengers he witnessed, Spider-Man was already present, even if not the same version. It mattered not, for they were all Spider-Men. However, Deadpool had never appeared from another timeline. He was unaware of the ramifications that Deadpool's arrival might have on this world, or whether there might be others who could traverse timelines to arrive here. After ruminating for an extended period without any clarity, Lin Yi felt a surge of frustration. Forget it, I originally intended to alter the outcome. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise, more conducive to reshaping Tony's fate. With that thought, he activated his communicator, reaching out to Tony as he needed assistance. Tony, I require your help, Lin Yi stated directly. Tony's teasing voice emanated from the communicator. What's wrong? Our wayward son doesn't wish to return home, and now seeks to leech off his father from afar? Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Tony's response. Having been an orphan, no one in the Blue Star world had ever uttered the words home to him. Yet here he was, hearing them. Taking a deep breath, he retorted emphatically, I'm still a virgin. What right does a notorious playboy like you, who can't sleep at night, have to call me a wayward son? Tony paused momentarily before responding with a smile. At least I return home every day. Are you at home now? Lin Yi shook his head, his tone resolute. I am at the Stark lab. You need to come here quickly. I have matters to discuss with you. Tony, taken aback, replied, when did you return? I had no idea. Well, that portal of yours is remarkably useful. When will you teach me how to use it? I'll come over right away. Lin Yi recounted the recent events at the clock tower of the Three Saints Church and expressed his desire for Tony to tailor a suit of armor for Peter. Upon hearing this, Tony nodded in agreement. You're referring to Spider-Man from Queens, aren't you? I've looked into him. He's just a high school student. Yet he's already quite the remarkable young hero. Leave it to me. I had intended to make contact with him anyway. So since you've already made arrangements, I won't need to make another trip. Lin Yi smiled knowingly at Tony's affirmative response, wondering if the small-time villains of Queens were prepared to face the extraordinary Spider-Man. Tony seemed about to say more, but when he turned, Lin Yi's figure had vanished. Frustrated, he muttered, damn it, I will master that skill. Once I do, I won't have to worry about Pepper checking up on me anymore. A month later, a villain crackling with electricity loudly lamented, does anyone understand? Previously, all I had to do was lightly gesture towards him, and he would leap and dodge. Just now, did you see? I hit him with 100,000 volts. And he said it felt amazing, asking me to do it again. Is there no law, no justice? How am I supposed to fight like this? Planner, where are you? This is your version of balance? My grandmother could do better with her feet. After departing from Stark Tower, Lin Yi journeyed to New Mexico. He had anticipated a hidden mission upon altering Spider-Man's pivotal storyline, but after a considerable wait, the system remained unresponsive. Consequently, he abandoned his original itinerary. Prior to his departure, he had contacted Clint, securing the precise coordinates of Thor's hammer. To his surprise, en route, he encountered Thor himself, the banished thunder god, alongside Jane Foster. Both headed towards the hammer's location. Pausing midair, Lin Ye's lips curled into a subtle smile as he mused, he still carries that arrogance. A lesson is in order. To expedite his integration into the Avengers. Swiftly descending, Lin Yi positioned himself before Thor and Jane, greeting them with a cheerful, well, if it isn't the mighty Thor. Need a lift? Thor regarded Lin Yi warily, his brow furrowed. Who are you? Lin Yi shrugged, feigning mystery as he gestured towards himself. Me? Just a wandering magician. Though. He leaned in, lowering his voice. I know who you are, Thor Odinson. A complex expression washed over Thor's face. After a moment of stunned silence, he seized Lin Ye's collar, his voice a low, menacing growl. Who are you? How do you know my name? Did Loki send you? He scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Loki? Is that you? I know you're nearby. Show yourself. Raising his hands in a gesture of peace, Lin Yi maintained his affable demeanor. Relax, relax. I'm merely a man with a deeper understanding of Marvel than Stan Lee himself. Stan Lee? Jane interjected, her brow furrowed in confusion. Who's that? An elderly gentleman with a penchant for cameos in various films. Lin Yi replied with a shrug, his tone casual. But that's beside the point. What truly matters? He turned his gaze to Thor, his eyes gleaming with significance. Is that you can't lift your hammer, can you? Thor's countenance darkened. His grip on Lin Ye's collar loosening as a mixture of anger and unease filled his voice. What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean I can't lift my hammer? A cryptic smile played on Lin Ye's lips, his voice tinged with playful provocation. I also know that your inability to lift it stems from your father's enchantment. Though, I suspect that enchantment might not hold sway over me. Insolence. Thor roared, his fists clenching, a spark of fury igniting in his eyes. Even stripped of my divine power, I will not tolerate such pronouncements from a mere mortal. Undeterred, Lin Yi spread his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Shall we put it to the test then? But first, if I succeed in lifting it, you must grant me a single request. What request? Thor's voice was low, laced with impatience. Teach me the ways of lightning magic. Lin Yi replied with a twinkle in his eye, his tone lighthearted. You see, while I possess the arcane arts of the Ancient One, I've never dabbled in the manipulation of lightning. And since you're currently unable to wield it yourself, why not impart your knowledge to me? Thor's face contorted with rage. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. You. Lin Yi clapped him on the shoulder, his voice laced with amusement. Easy there. How about this? If you fail to lift it, you buy me a month's worth of beer. And if you fail, but I succeed, you grant me my request? Thor's expression softened slightly. Having spent some time on Earth, the Thunder God had evidently developed a fondness for beer. Or perhaps he was beginning to concede the possibility that Lin Ye's words held some truth. Agreed, Thor spat out, his voice laced with a complex mix of emotions. Subsequently, they arrived at the temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. base. Clint awaited them at the entrance. Upon witnessing Lin Yi and Thor's joint arrival, he adjusted his sunglasses, his tone laced with amusement. What brings you here? Did you perhaps catch wind of this hammer's origins? Lin Yi nodded, striking a pose of enigmatic knowledge. Remember who I am? A man with a deeper understanding of Marvel than Stan Lee himself. Clint rolled his eyes. I've been meaning to ask. Who exactly are Stan Lee and Marvel? You wouldn't understand, Lin Yi replied with a knowing smile, eliciting another eye roll from Clint. Lin Yi shrugged, clarifying, tonight. The hammer's rightful owner will attempt to reclaim it, and I intend to ensure that he doesn't succeed so easily. Clint regarded Lin Yi thoughtfully. You certainly seem to possess a wealth of knowledge. Indeed, Lin Yi replied with a self-satisfied grin. He was about to elaborate when a commotion interrupted him. Thor, unable to contain his impatience, was attempting to breach S.H.I.E.L.D.'s security perimeter, only to be intercepted by several agents. Lin Yi sighed, exasperated by Thor's behavior. So arrogant and conceited. Even stripped of his divine power, he remains unchanged. Let me through, Thor roared, his voice laced with urgency and anger. That is my hammer. Lin Yi sighed, approaching Thor and placing a hand on his shoulder. Calm down, friend. You won't gain entry this way. Thor turned, glaring at Lin Yi. You promised to help me. I did, Lin Yi conceded, his voice calm. But not in this manner. He turned to Clint, his voice carrying a hint of request, yet possessing an undeniable air of authority. Allow him entry. I assure you, there will be no disturbances. Clint hesitated before nodding in agreement. Very well, for your sake. Upon entering the base, they beheld Mjolnir, resting silently in place, heavily guarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Thor, upon seeing the hammer, surged forward, his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. Mjolnir, he exclaimed, reaching out to grasp the hammer's handle. Everyone held their breath. Their gazes fixed upon Thor. He heaved with all his might, but the hammer remained unyielding. He tried again and again, yet to no avail. This is impossible, Thor exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief as he stared at his hands. Why can't I lift it? Lin Yi approached him, whispering, because? In truth, I am the true Thor. Thor's head snapped up, his eyes filled with a mixture of rage and confusion. He lunged at Lin Yi, throwing a punch aimed at his face. However, Lin Yi merely raised a hand, effortlessly intercepting Thor's fist. With a gentle tug and push, he sent Thor sprawling into a corner. I was merely jesting. Why resort to violence? Lin Yi shook his head, his voice laced with mock exasperation. Surely you realize that you are no match for me in your current state. With that, Lin Yi swept his hand forward, exclaiming, "Stand back, everyone. It's showtime." The agents stationed on the second floor exchanged bewildered glances, turning to Clint as if to question, "Is this the man you brought?" Clint, visibly embarrassed, could only feign ignorance. Lin Yi approached the hammer, theatrically stretching his wrists. Clint, initially mortified, found himself holding his breath, while Thor, having risen from the corner, watched Lin Yi with a disdainful expression. Lin Yi took a deep breath and grasped the hammer's handle. In that instant, he felt a surge of immense power resisting him. It was Odin's enchantment, testing Lin Yi's worthiness to wield Mjolnir. However, the resistance quickly dissipated, as if it had never existed. "Arise," Lin Yi commanded. To everyone's astonishment, he effortlessly lifted the hammer. A radiant beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping Lin Yi. As the radiance faded, Lin Yi had donned the complete attire of the god of thunder, effortlessly wielding Mjolnir in his right hand. He casually tossed the hammer into the air and caught it again, his movements fluid and natural. This is impossible." Thor rushed forward, his voice laden with astonishment and confusion. "How did you accomplish this?" Lin Yi, with a hint of mockery in his tone, proudly waved the hammer before him. "Want to learn, my friend? Shall I teach you?" Thor's expression resembled that of a person doused with a bucket of cold water. He glanced at Lin Yi, then at the hammer in his hand, before despondently sinking to the ground, akin to a forsaken lover. "Even a mere mortal from Midgard can lift my hammer," he murmured, his voice heavy with disappointment and self-reproach. Even when stripped of divine power and cast into the human realm, he had never been concerned, believing that merely grasping Mjolnir would restore him. Yet now, witnessing another wield it while he remained powerless shattered the towering defenses he had built within. "Father, is this your punishment for me?" Lin Yi suppressed his jesting demeanor, crouching down to pat Thor's shoulder with a note of consolation. "Don't lose heart, my friend. This only indicates that your father's spell is rather ineffective against me. It doesn't imply that you are unworthy of lifting it. Once you genuinely comprehend the essence of responsibility and humility, you shall surely regain its favor." Thor lifted his head, his gaze complex as he regarded Lin Yi. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Yi planted Mjolnir back into the ground, returning to his normal appearance before brushing off his hands. "Me? I'm merely a passing sorcerer." But now Lin Yi extended his hand toward him. "How about a drink? My treat." Thor hesitated for a moment before grasping Lin Yi's hand. Lin Yi pulled him up, draping an arm around his shoulder as they strolled towards the exit of the base. The two appeared as long-lost friends, gradually walking away, until Thor's voice, tinged with a hint of flattery, echoed back. "I tell you, the beer on Earth is far more exhilarating than Asgard's mead, especially when chilled. It's simply delightful." If Loki were to overhear this, it would astonish him for an entire year, for he had never witnessed such a version of Thor, even in the presence of Odin. Behind them, Agent Clint adjusted his sunglasses, contemplating as he observed their retreating figures. Meanwhile, Mjolnir remained silently embedded in the ground, as if awaiting the return of its true master. In a different, unknown corner of the desert, a beautiful woman awaited Thor's arrival. Chapter 24. Overwhelmed by pressure. Thor is unraveled within the tavern. The dim amber light cast its glow upon the wooden tables and chairs, while the air was saturated with the rich aromas of malt beer and roasted meat. Lin Yi and Thor were seated at a corner table, surrounded by empty cups and a few unfinished dishes. Thor's face was flushed from drink, his gaze slightly unfocused, yet he raised his glass with exuberance, clinking it against Lin Yi's. "Cheers," Thor bellowed, his voice tinged with a hint of inebriation and liberation. "Lin Yi, you are truly a mysterious and fascinating fellow. Though you've taken my hammer, I must concede that you know how to relish life more than I do." Lin Yi chuckled softly, lifting his glass and taking a delicate sip, his eyes remaining alert. He noticed a flicker of green light in the tavern's shadows, as if someone were observing them from the darkness. A knowing smile crept onto his lips, his mind already formulating conjectures. "Thor, do you not find this tavern unusually lively tonight?" Lin Yi inquired nonchalantly, scanning the surroundings. Thor paused, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Lively? Of course. How could it not be when I am present?" He took another hearty swig of beer, but his smile began to fade as his gaze shifted to the entrance, revealing a complex array of emotions. "Loki," Thor murmured, disbelief and anger lacing his tone. Following his gaze, Lin Yi confirmed the presence of Loki. Standing at the tavern's threshold, draped in a green cloak, a characteristic mischievous smile gracing his lips. His eyes darted between Lin Yi and Thor, finally settling on Lin Yi, revealing a flicker of wariness and confusion. "Ah, after watching for so long, you finally decided to show yourself?" Lin Yi taunted, raising his glass in Loki's direction. Loki offered no response, gracefully entering the tavern, each step radiating elegance and composure. Yet, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi, as if assessing the sudden appearance of this sorcerer and his intentions. Thor, unable to contain himself, surged forward, seizing Loki by the collar, his voice brimming with fury and accusation. Loki, what scheme are you plotting this time? Are you the one orchestrating all of this from the shadows? Loki, caught by Thor's grip, did not struggle but instead revealed a sorrowful expression. His eyes bore a hint of helplessness and pain, as if genuinely remorseful. Thor, I am truly sorry. Father, he has passed away. Thor's grip slackened abruptly, shock and disbelief flooding his eyes. His body trembled as though struck by a heavy blow, leaving him engulfed in bewilderment. What did you say? Thor's voice emerged low and hoarse, as if forced from the depths of his throat. Loki lowered his gaze, avoiding Thor's eyes, and continued. Because of your reckless actions, Asgard faces the threat of war. Mother, she has also denied your request to return. I am powerless. Thor swayed slightly, as if on the verge of collapse. Tears welled in his eyes, his voice heavy with remorse and self-reproach. It is all my fault, my ignorance and arrogance. I have caused Father S' demise and plunged Asgard into chaos. I am such a failure. Linyi stood by, silently observing the scene. He understood that Loki was deceiving Thor, yet he chose not to expose the lie. Thor needed to endure this blow to truly comprehend responsibility and humility. As Thor succumbed to self-blame, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Loki's eyes, quickly masked. He gently patted Thor's shoulder, his tone feigning sympathy. Thor, I am sorry, but this is the course of fate. Farewell, brother. With that, he cast a wary glance at Linyi and turned to leave. However, just as he was about to step outside, Linyi's voice rang out. Loki, Linyi stated, calm yet firm, I am aware of your intentions. But let me caution you, do not harm innocent lives. Otherwise, I shall transform your recent lies into reality. Loki hesitated, his body momentarily stiffening. Without turning around, he scoffed coldly and vanished into the night. Inside the tavern, Thor remained rooted in place, his eyes vacant, as if the entire world had collapsed before him. He recalled his past pride and vigor. Those moments that once filled him with pride now seemed absurd and tragic. He lifted a frosty mug of beer, gulping it down in an attempt to numb his pain. Yet, the alcohol offered no relief, only deepening his turmoil. At that moment, a cold voice interrupted him. I once thought you were different, yet here you are, abandoning me in the desert while you drown your sorrows in ale. I truly misjudged you. Thor looked up to find Jane Foster standing before him, her face etched with anger and disappointment. Her gaze was a tumult of emotions, a blend of reproach and concern. Thor's defenses crumbled as he gazed at Jane, and he suddenly embraced her, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. Jane, I have truly erred. It is all due to my ignorance and arrogance. I have caused Father S' death and plunged Asgard into war. Even Mother wishes not to see me again. Thor's voice faltered, laden with endless regret and anguish. Jane, taken aback by his sudden vulnerability, found her own anger dissipating. She had never witnessed this fragile side of Thor, the once proud and confident man now weeping like a child in her arms. Compassion welled within her as she gently held him, seeking to offer solace. Thor, do not despair. Everything will be all right, Jane whispered softly, her tone imbued with warmth. Yet, in that instant, Linya's spider sense ignited. He swiftly raised his hand, conjuring multiple golden shields to protect Thor and Jane. Watch out, Linya shouted. The next moment, a terrifying energy blast erupted from outside, shattering the tavern's walls and striking the shields. The barriers cracked under the impact, and Linyi, aware of the overwhelming force, remained unfazed. Boom, boom, boom. The energy assault battered the shields, producing a cacophony of sound. One by one, the barriers shattered. Thor, jolted awake by the sudden onslaught, instinctively wrapped his arms around Jane, rolling them aside. The shields finally disintegrated, and the menacing energy grazed their bodies, crashing into the floor and obliterating the surrounding furniture. With a deafening blast, the floor erupted, hurling them into the air. Thor tightly embraced Jane, shielding her with his body as they crashed to the ground. Thor's back was lacerated by debris, yet he paid no heed to the pain, immediately checking on Jane. Jane, are you all right? Thor asked anxiously. I'm fine, Thor, she replied, her complexion pale. What about you? Thor offered her a reassuring glance, shaking his head to signal his well-being, then turned to peer outside the tavern. Is that the destroyer? Thor's eyes widened with disbelief at the familiar colossal silhouette, recalling the recent assault. Fury surged within him as he glared outside. Destroyer. Loki, what do you intend to do? The destroyer once again revealed its hollow visage, a new surge of energy gathering within. Without hesitation, Lin Yi waved his right hand, conjuring a portal that transported the destroyer several meters away from the tavern. The creature's attack, misdirected due to its fall, soared towards the heavens, fortunately causing no significant devastation. It appeared that my sudden appearance had instilled a sense of urgency in Loki, prompting him to act prematurely, Lin Yi mused, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. However, this turn of events would also allow Thor, the god of thunder, to make his entrance sooner than expected. The destroyer rose from the ground, its head slowly swiveling to focus on Thor within the tavern. Its faceplate opened once more, energy beginning to accumulate again. Thor, Stay here and protect Jane, Linyu murmured. I will confront the destroyer. Thor nodded, concern evident in his voice, yet powerless to intervene at this moment. Be cautious. The destroyer is not easily vanquished. Linyu chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. Fear not. I am a man recognized by the hammer of the Thunder God. With that, he stepped out of the tavern, positioning himself directly before the destroyer. Emerging from the tavern, Knight beheld a streetscape ravaged and desolate. The destroyer's colossal metallic form gleamed coldly under the moonlight, its faceplate slowly retracting to reveal a seething energy core, like a slumbering behemoth poised to unleash fiery annihilation. Quite the formidable construct, Knight murmured, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He raised his hands deliberately, golden arcane energies coalescing at his fingertips, stirring the ambient air into spiraling eddies. The destroyer allowed him scant respite, its core erupting in a searing beam aimed directly at Knight. Undaunted, he inscribed an intricate rune before him, conjuring a golden shield that staunchly deflected the assault. The sorceries of the Ancient One are not for mere defense, Knight quipped, spreading his hands wide. The shield dissolved into a tempest of golden blades, raining down upon the destroyer. The destroyer reeled under the barrage, its metallic hide screeching in protest. Staggering momentarily, it recovered, its massive fist whistling through the air toward Knight. With a flicker, Knight vanished, reappearing behind the automaton. Swiftly, he wove a binding incantation, a sprawling glyph erupting beneath its feet, ensnaring the destroyer's limbs in golden fetters. Bind, Knight commanded, the chains constricting with immense force, attempting to immobilize the construct. Yet, the destroyer's power proved insurmountable. With a violent surge, the chain snapped, dissipating into motes of light. Knight's brow furrowed, acknowledging the formidable nature of Odin's war machine. The destroyer pivoted, its faceplate flaring anew, unleashing an even more violent energy torrent. Knight dared not meet it head-on, instead conjuring a portal to redirect the blast. An identical portal materialized above the destroyer, turning its own weapon against it. Boom. The destroyer staggered, a fissure spider webbing across its faceplate. Seizing the moment, Knight clasped his hands, uttering an ancient incantation. Behind him, a colossal golden halo manifested, from which emerged a gargantuan hand of pure magical energy, descending upon the destroyer with crushing force. Thump. The destroyer was hammered into the earth, the surrounding street fracturing under the impact. Unyielding, the destroyer slowly rose, its damaged faceplate regenerating visibly. Knight's concern deepened. Brute force alone would not suffice. It seems a more drastic measure is required, Knight muttered, weaving another incantation. This time, a constellation of minuscule golden runes swirled around him, each pulsating with potent arcane power. Sensing the escalating threat, the destroyer's core blazed with unparalleled intensity. Knight stood firm, thrusting his hands forward, unleashing the runes like a meteor shower. Boom, boom, boom. The runes clashed with the destroyer's energy beam, erupting in blinding detonations, the street bathed in ephemeral daylight. The surrounding structures crumbled under the concussive force. Knight's silhouette flickered amidst the chaos, his hands weaving a relentless stream of spells. Though the destroyer's onslaught was relentless, Knight's magic held firm. Nearing completion, Knight thought, glancing toward the tavern, knowing Thor observed the unfolding spectacle. Abruptly, the destroyer emitted a guttural roar, its form swelling as its core reached critical mass. Knight recognized this as the destroyer's ultimate, cataclysmic attack. He stood his ground, raising his hands, conjuring his golden shield once more. Yet, this time, it proved insufficient. Boom. The destroyer's energy beam shattered the shield, engulfing Knight in its incandescent embrace. Smoke billowed, obscuring the scene. Within the tavern, Thor's pupils constricted. He felt a surge of rage and self-reproach. Knight could have evaded the attack, but he stood his ground to protect Thor. No, this cannot be, Thor breathed, clenching his fists until his nails pierced his skin. As the smoke cleared, Knight had vanished, leaving only a smoking crater. Thor's heart clenched, his body trembling, his eyes hardening with resolve. Enough, Thor declared, his voice laced with wrath and determination. He rose and strode toward the destroyer. Sensing Thor's presence, the destroyer turned, its core flaring anew. Thor stood defiant, meeting its gaze. Loki, he proclaimed, his voice resonant and resolute. If destruction is your aim, begin with me. As the destroyer prepared its final assault, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens. A radiant beam descended, enveloping Thor. Mjolnir hurtled from the sky, settling firmly in Thor's grasp. He was clad in his battle regalia, crackling with celestial energy. I have returned, Thor declared, his voice imbued with power and authority. He raised Mjolnir and charged, unleashing a torrent of lightning that shattered the destroyer, reducing it to inert scrap. Thor stood amidst the wreckage, Mjolnir pulsing with light. He had proven himself worthy once more. Thor surveyed the scene, seeking Knight, but found only a void where the destroyer's final blast had struck. Silence permeated the street, as if Knight had never been. Knight, Thor whispered, his voice trembling. He clenched his fist, a wave of remorse washing over him. If not for me, Thor's voice cracked, his eyes reflecting his anguish. He looked at Mjolnir, questioning his worthiness. Then, a familiar voice, laced with humor, broke the silence. Never let your head hang low, or your crown will fall. Never weep, or your enemies will rejoice. Thor recoiled, instinctively swinging Mjolnir toward the voice. But he stopped mid-swing, recognizing Knight standing before him. You live? Thor stammered, relief warring with indignation. He glared at Knight, his voice tight with emotion. Were you feigning death to mock me? You incorrigible scoundrel. Knight shrugged, his smile unwavering. No feigning. I merely sidestepped the destroyer's attack. Besides, how else would you inherit Mjolnir so swiftly? Thor found himself momentarily speechless, his expression shifting from anger to helplessness, ultimately transforming into a bitter smile. You truly are a ridiculous scoundrel, he remarked. Linyi chuckled softly, giving Thor's shoulder a playful pat, his tone laced with mockery. Come now, abandon that woeful demeanor. You are the god of thunder now. You ought to exhibit some divine grace. Thor shook his head, preparing to utter a response when he suddenly noticed the god of thunder's hammer quivering slightly in his grasp. Lowering his gaze, he was astounded to see the hammer slowly slipping from his hand, soaring towards Linyi. How is this possible? Thor's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Lin Yi effortlessly catch the hammer, as if it were merely an ordinary tool. Lin Yi weighed the hammer in his hand, a slight smirk gracing his lips. It appears Odin's enchantment does not affect me as much as he intended. Thor's expression shifted from shock to complexity, ultimately culminating in a resigned sigh. What manner of creature are you? Lin Yi tossed the hammer back to Thor, maintaining a light-hearted tone. Me? Just a wandering magician. Nothing more. However, your troubles are far from over. Thor grasped the hammer, his gaze resolute once more. I am aware. The fires of Asgard await my intervention. Observing Thor's youthful earnestness, Lin Yi felt a chuckle rising within him. The unfolding of events had advanced significantly, devoid of his original allies to reveal the truth to Thor. Therefore, feigning surprise, he interrupted Thor's solemnity. Quelling the fires of war. Do you believe Loki's intent to annihilate the frost giants is insufficient? Are you planning to wait until they're all dead before you strike? What did you say? Thor turned back to Lin Yi, utterly bewildered. Chapter 26. The Valkyrie appears standing atop the ruins. Lin Yi gazed deeply at Thor, his tone calm yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Thor, there is something I must disclose. Your father, Odin, is not dead, nor has your mother refused to see you. This is all part of Loki's scheme. He aims to annihilate the frost giants entirely, even if it means destroying all of Jotunheim. Thor's expression stiffened in an instant, shock and fury flashing in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, as he spoke in a low, suppressed rage. Loki, how dare he deceive me? I must return to stop him. However, Thor's tone shifted abruptly. Lin Yi, could you please refrain from acting so profoundly? It makes me quite uncomfortable. Kindly revert to your usual self. Beside him, Lin Yi, who had initially worn a serious expression, froze momentarily before breaking character. Thor, what has happened to you? With a crooked smile, Thor felt he had regained some ground and turned to leave, only to be halted by Jane Foster's grip. Her eyes bore a trace of unease and disappointment, her voice trembling slightly. Thor, are you going to abandon me? Will you return to your world and never come back? Thor paused, turning back to Jane, his gaze soft yet resolute. He gently took her hand, his voice low but sincere. Jane, I have never considered abandoning you. Asgard is my home, and I bear the responsibility to thwart Loki's madness. But please trust me. I will return. You are the most important person to me on Earth, and I will not keep you waiting for long. A glimmer of tears shone in Jane's eyes, but she quickly held them back, forcing a smile. I will wait for you. No matter how long it takes, I will wait for your return. Thor looked deeply into her eyes, filled with tender affection. He slowly lowered his head, their lips gently brushing against one another. As if time had come to a standstill in that moment, the surrounding ruins and chaos seemed to vanish, leaving only the sound of their heartbeats and breaths, including Lin Yi, who stood speechless. After a moment, Thor released Jane and moved to a clear area, his gaze resolute once more. He raised Mjolnir, his voice booming with authority. Heimdall, in the name of the Prince of Asgard, the esteemed son of Odin, the favorite of thunder, I command you to open the Bifrost. Yet, silence enveloped the air, with no response. Thor frowned and shouted again, Heimdall, lower the Bifrost at once. Still, there was no reaction. Thor's expression grew increasingly awkward as he stood there, Mjolnir trembling slightly in his hand, silently questioning why Heimdall did not answer. Lin Yi, unable to contain his laughter, mocked. Ha ha ha, Thor, your stance is commendable, but it seems Heimdall is not inclined to oblige. Thor's face turned crimson, feeling as though he had just managed to win a round, only to lose it immediately. Enraged, he glared at Lin Yi. Enough, Lin Yi. Heimdall must be imprisoned by Loki, otherwise he would never ignore my summons. Lin Yi shrugged, feigning exasperation. Oh, I was actually going to open a portal for you to return directly to Asgard, but it seems you don't require my assistance after all. Upon hearing this, Thor's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a sycophantic grin. He rubbed his hands together, his tone laced with flattery. Lin Yi. My earlier words were directed at Heimdall. A great figure such as yourself, who even Mjolnir recognizes, surely would not hold it against me, right? If you could assist me in opening a portal, it would be immensely helpful. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling on his lips. I can open the portal, but you must agree to one condition. Thor nodded without hesitation. Of course, whatever the condition, I will agree. Lin Yi's smile grew more enigmatic. My condition is, you must take Jane with you to Asgard. Thor's expression instantly froze, his demeanor turning serious. No, absolutely not. Asgard is far too perilous right now. I cannot involve Jane in this conflict. Linyi had anticipated Thor's refusal. He waved his hand dismissively. Don't be hasty. Allow me to finish. With a flick of his wrist, Mjolnir flew back into his hand, yet this time he did not don the God of Thunder's attire, not because he couldn't, but because he chose not to. Thor's eyes widened, about to speak, when Linyi threw the hammer towards Jane. Linyi, are you out of your mind? Thor exclaimed. But before he could finish, he saw Jane instinctively catch Mjolnir. In the next moment, a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping her form. She appeared radiant amidst the thunder, as if she were a newly born goddess. Thor stood dumbfounded, disbelief lacing his voice. How is this possible? Jane, she can lift Mjolnir? Linyi chuckled, a hint of pride in his tone. It seems Odin's enchantment is ineffective on Jane as well. Thor, do you still believe she cannot accompany you to Asgard? Thor's expression shifted from shock to complexity, finally settling into a resigned sigh. Linyi, you are truly an unfathomable character. Standing amidst the lightning, Jane looked at Mjolnir in her hand, feeling the mysterious and powerful energy coursing through her. Her gaze fixed firmly on Thor. Thor, I will not be a burden to you. Since Mjolnir has chosen me, I have a responsibility to face this together with you. Thor regarded Jane, his eyes glimmering with tenderness and determination. He nodded slowly, his voice deep yet filled with strength. Very well, we shall return together. No matter what lies ahead, we will face it side by side. Linyi stood by, a slight smile gracing his lips. Now that's more like it. All right. The portal is ready. Are you prepared? Thor and Jane exchanged a glance, nodding in unison. Their eyes locked, drawing closer, as if about to kiss once more. Linyi waved his hands, a golden portal materializing behind them, and with a swift kick to Thor's backside, he exclaimed, Go. Thor and Jane tumbled into the portal. Not looking back as Thor raised his middle finger towards Linyi, muttering, You damn singleton, you just can't stand to see others happy. With a satisfied clap, Linyi closed the portal, chuckling to himself. One kiss is acceptable, but a second in my presence? Do you take me for a mere decoration? Then, a thought struck him, and he couldn't help but laugh. I wonder if poor Loki can endure the combined onslaught from his brother and sister-in-law. Chapter 27, The Life of Loki, the Pragmatist. Greetings, I am Loki, the Pragmatist of Asgard, a god of mischief solely focused on tangible deeds. Although my father Odin did not bequeath the throne to me, instead granting it to my dim-witted warrior brother Thor, I harbored no objections. From a young age, I recognized that I must ascend to the throne through my own cunning, rather than relying on the inept inheritance that Thor represents. As I have introduced myself, I have never depended on the charity of others. I intend to utilize my intellect and strategy to rightfully claim the title of King of Asgard. To achieve this objective, I devised a flawless plan to annihilate Asgard's mortal enemy, the Frost Giants. This endeavor not only serves to fortify Asgard's dominion, but also to demonstrate my superiority over Thor. To this end, I orchestrated a series of intrigues. Initially, I incited my valiant brother Thor to launch a direct assault on Jotunheim. I believed that with his recklessness and strength, he would swiftly vanquish the Frost Giants, thereby eliminating the threat entirely. However, the outcome was profoundly disappointing. Thor not only failed, but was also left in a pitiful state, ultimately requiring the intervention of our father, the great Odin, to rescue him. Thor's defeat filled me with despair. Yet it also solidified my resolve. If Thor was incapable of fulfilling this task, then it was my destiny to succeed. Seizing the opportunity, I convinced Odin to cast Thor down to Midgard, a punishment he richly deserved, for a mindless warrior is unworthy of the throne. However, this was merely the first step of my grand design. Before proceeding, I needed to ascertain one crucial truth, my true identity. I have always felt a disconnection from the others of Asgard. Thus, I stealthily infiltrated Odin's treasury and discovered the frost giant King Laufey's frost box. The moment I touched it, the truth unveiled itself. I am not of Asgard, but a descendant of the frost giants, their sworn adversary. This revelation shocked me, yet it further fueled my determination. Upon learning that I had uncovered my true identity, my father was overcome with rage. However, he underestimated the influence of my upbringing in Asgard, which had reshaped my very being. Since I am a frost giant lineage, I possess even greater justification to bring about their destruction. I shall use their demise to affirm my loyalty to Asgard and prove my worthiness for the throne. Thus, I commenced the second phase of my plan. I exploited Laufey's ambition, luring him to infiltrate Asgard with the intent to assassinate Odin. Yet, every aspect of this scheme remained under my control. Just as Laufey was poised to strike, I personally dispatched him, severing all hope for the frost giants. When I reveled in this triumph with my mother, my brother unexpectedly reappeared, an occurrence I deemed impossible since I had managed Heimdall. I quickly deduced that he must have returned due to that enigmatic sorcerer from Midgard. Cursed be the moment I spared him, believing him to be merely mortal. Yet, it mattered not, for I had subsequent plans to unleash the cataclysmic energy of the Bifrost as a weapon, intending to obliterate Jotunheim. Thus, I evaded my brother's wrath and hastened to the Bifrost. Without hesitation, I activated it, preparing to annihilate Jotunheim. I understood that this would deliver a devastating blow. Yet, just as I was on the cusp of completion, Thor re-emerged, steadfastly positioned at the other end of the Bifrost, wielding Mjolnir as if to declare war. With a derisive scoff, I gazed at him, my heart brimming with disdain. Thor, you defeated and exiled fool, what gives you the right to thwart my ambitions? Loki. Cease this madness. Thor shouted, his voice tinged with anger and helplessness. I coldly retorted, laced with mockery, cease? Thor, you fail to grasp my intentions. I am fighting for the future of Asgard, while you are merely a forsaken failure. A flicker of pain crossed Thor's gaze, yet he stood resolute. He raised Mjolnir, his tone deep and unwavering. Loki, you are mistaken. Father has never abandoned me, he has merely taught me the essence of true strength. You, however, have become blinded by power. I scoffed, filled with contempt. Thor, you remain ever so naive. True power is never acquired through compassion and pity. I shall demonstrate that I am more deserving of the throne than any other. Yet, in the final moment before I engaged the Bifrost, Thor lunged at me with remarkable speed, arriving before me in an instant. We clashed in a fierce battle, lightning and magic intertwining in a dazzling display. Ultimately, I outwitted him, forcing Mjolnir from his grasp. Without it, my brother resembled a toothless tiger. I unsheathed my twin daggers, poised to strike him down. To my astonishment, a figure resembling a female Thor appeared, effortlessly wielding the hammer that only my brother and father could lift, save for that detestable sorcerer from Midgard. Recognizing her, I realized she was an ordinary woman whom my brother had befriended in Midgard. Yet, I could not fathom how she could possess such power to lift Mjolnir. Regardless, even with my brother wielding the hammer against me, I felt no fear of an ordinary human, even if she donned the armor of a goddess. Yet, she unleashed a ferocious beating upon me, far more brutal than any my brother had ever inflicted. When Thor joined her, I had expected him to chastise her for assaulting me, but to my utter disbelief, they teamed up against me. Ultimately, I lay defeated upon the Bifrost, utterly despondent. Yet, despite this setback, my plans remained intact. No one could obstruct the assault I had prepared. However, I was unprepared for Thor's destruction of the Bifrost, thwarting my designs. Had he gone mad? With the Bifrost in ruins, he could no longer meet that ordinary woman. But she had now arrived in Asgard, so perhaps it mattered not. I could only watch helplessly as the energy of the Bifrost spiraled out of control, plunging Asgard into chaos. Standing on the shattered bridge, I gazed at Thor, my heart simmering with rage and frustration. Loki, it's over, Thor murmured, fatigue evident in his voice. With a derisive laugh, I replied, a hint of madness dancing in my eyes. Over? No, Thor, this is merely the beginning. I shall return, and when I do, I will claim the throne in my own way. With that declaration, I leapt into the abyss of the Bifrost. I understood that this did not signify my defeat, but heralded a new beginning. I would reclaim all that was rightfully mine through my intellect and cunning. Thor stood at the edge of the bridge, watching my silhouette vanish into the depths, a myriad of emotions flickering in his gaze. And I, Loki, the pragmatist of Asgard, though momentarily lost to the abyss, knew my tale was far from over. I would return in my own manner, continuing to pin the saga that is uniquely mine. Chapter 28. The Assault of the Winter Soldier. As Lin Yi watched Thor and Jane vanish into the golden ripples of the portal, he turned and stepped into the whirlpool he had summoned. The night breeze of New York enveloped him, carrying the scent of gasoline, while the glass facade of Stark Tower shimmered under the moonlight. Just as he lifted his foot to ascend the steps, an icy shiver prickled at the nape of his neck. His spider sense was in a frenzy. Clang! The sound of metal crashing reverberated in his ears. Lin Yi abruptly turned his head, feeling the Winter Soldier's alloy left arm graze the tips of his hair as it smashed into the concrete wall. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading from the impact. He spun around, the hem of his trench coat billowing like a black eagle in flight. As his right hand opened, a golden array coalesced into a shield, barely intercepting the Winter Soldier's sweeping kick. The hospitality of Hydra was indeed exuberant. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow with a smirk. Yet a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. He leaped back 3 meters, tracing a crimson arc in the air. Sidorak's deep red ribbon slithered forth like a venomous serpent, only to be severed by the Winter Soldier's metal arm as it coiled around his neck. The shattered magical energy splattered against the Winter Soldier's tactical visor, reflecting his cold, mechanical intent to kill. Under the neon signs, the two commenced a deadly waltz. Each strike from the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm was accompanied by the hum of hydraulic machinery. Yet Lin Yi evaded them with uncanny precision, as though foreseeing the future. At the moment the Winter Soldier executed a Turkish stranglehold, Lin Yi suddenly lowered his shield, allowing the foe to seize his right shoulder. This was the mirror trap taught to him by Ancient One. Crack! The sound of dislocated bones echoed, and Lin Yi's figure shattered like glass. The true essence of him had already reappeared behind the Winter Soldier, executing a whip-like kick infused with the martial arts of camouflage that cleaved through the air and landed heavily upon the opponent's shoulder. With Lin Yi's enhanced strength, the Winter Soldier was sent crashing into a nearby fire hydrant, a geyser of water drenching him. It appears your programming instructions require an update. Lin Yi flicked his wrist, observing the malfunctioning red lights on the Winter Soldier's tactical visor. The events of Captain America, The Winter Soldier surged through his mind. At this moment, the assassin, who should have remained frozen in Siberia, was awakened prematurely due to the disruptions in the timeline he had caused. Hydra had indeed deployed their most formidable weapons to counter him. The Winter Soldier suddenly launched a miniature EMP device, and in the instant of blue light erupting, his metal limb pierced through the electromagnetic haze, aiming directly for Lin Ye's throat. Lin Ye's pupils dilated as his spider sense ignited once more. In a split second, he folded space into AM bias loop, causing the lethal strike to ricochet back at the Winter Soldier, igniting sparks from his right shoulder. Next time, remember to coat that mechanical arm with an anti-magic layer. Lin Yi jestingly brushed off non-existent dust from his shoulder, watching as the Winter Soldier staggered back into the shadows. He refrained from pursuing, instead gazing at the pool of coolant dripping onto the ground, blood that sustained the Winter Soldier's low temperature functions. As he entered the tower, Lin Yi caressed the torn fabric of his cuff. The holographic projection of JARVIS illuminated at the elevator entrance. Welcome back, Mr. Lin. Do you require a medical chamber? Your heart rate is 12 above normal. You are increasingly resembling a fussy caretaker. Lin Yi poked at the floating blue light, a smile gracing his lips. When the holographic map indicated that Tony was in the underground lab, a glint of mischief flickered in his eyes. It was time to douse some cold water on the mad scientist who toyed with artificial intelligence. He quietly approached the lab door and, without warning, delivered a decisive kick to the blast-proof door. The door exploded open instantly. The quantum computer in Banner's hands clattered onto the table. Tony stood frozen, coffee cup raised, as the components of the Mark's suit assembled behind him. The sound of gears abruptly ceasing. What the hell? Why didn't TJARVIS trigger an alarm? Tony slammed the coffee cup onto the table, the dark liquid splattering onto the design blueprints for the anti-Hulk armor. How many times have I told you not to use that damned hovering ring to appear out of nowhere? I know, I remember. Which is why I came in the most straightforward manner this time. Lin Yi effortlessly caught the dinosaur model that Tony tossed, transforming it with a flick of his fingers into a raven with flapping wings. Guess who I just encountered? He paused deliberately, observing Tony's exasperated eye roll. Indeed, it's Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, who greeted me with a warm welcome ceremony at the Stark Gate. Thud! The coffee cup in Tony's hand shattered on the floor, the brown liquid splattering across the lab's white tiles, reminiscent of the tainted blood from the Siberian base of yore. His pupils dilated sharply, his knuckles whitening from the force of his grip. You. What did you say? Lin Yi noted the unstable glow of Tony's reactor, blue arcs flickering at the edges. Banner discreetly concealed a tablet inscribed with the consciousness upload protocol behind him, the reflection in his glasses obscuring the panic in his eyes. Bucky? ISNT. Frozen in Siberia? Lin Yi snapped his fingers, sending the nearly deformed pin floating midair among the three of them. Clearly, someone believed it was the perfect time for thawing. He lowered his voice, watching the cold sweat trickle down Tony's neck. Moreover, it seemed this old friend had been reprogrammed, with a singular focus. Me. The lab fell into a profound silence. JARVIS timely played Bolero, while mechanical arms graciously delivered 3 glasses of whiskey. Tony suddenly seized a glass and downed it in one gulp, the amber liquid dripping down his chin onto the reactor's blue glow. JARVIS. Pull up all surveillance. I want to know where that damned metal arm bastard is right now. The holographic display unfolded in the air, torrents of data cascading like waterfalls. Lin Yi noticed Tony's fingers trembling slightly, a physiological response to the intertwining of anger and fear. The haunting images of that rainy night over 20 years ago, when Howard and Maria Stark met their demise, must have been replaying in his mind. Sir, JARVIS maintained his calm tone. Based on the combat data provided by Mr. Lin, the target was last detected at an abandoned dock in Brooklyn. I have locked onto its thermal signal. Tony sprang to his feet, the Mark suit components flying in from all directions, assembling onto him. Banner, you stay here and continue your research. Lin, you. He hesitated, his voice laced with a hint of distrust. Are you sure you want to come with me? Beside him, Lin Yi had already donned the upgraded silver suit Tony provided. I can't let you confront an old friend alone, can I? He winked. Besides, when I first wore this suit, I owed you a battle in tandem. It seems this is the perfect opportunity to repay that debt. Tony's expression contorted in disbelief. When did you? Never mind. He took a deep breath, glancing at Lin Yi one last time before the helmet sealed shut. Remember, this is a personal matter for the Stark family. Rest assured. Lin Yi opened a portal, golden sparks dancing in the darkness. I'm merely going in case of emergencies. You can face the Winter Soldier one-on-one without any interruptions. The two figures leaped into the portal in succession, materializing at the last known location of Bucky. Tony turned back, intending to reiterate his instructions. Just observe for now, but before he could finish, a rainbow beam descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Yi, who vanished in a state of utter bewilderment. I knew this would happen, Tony muttered in discontent. But this is for the better. I prefer to handle this alone. Banner gazed in the direction they had departed, removing his glasses to rub his temples. A. R. V. I. S. Prepare the medical chamber. I have a feeling someone will need it tonight. All systems are ready, Doctor. Would you like to bet on who will sustain injuries first? Banner paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're becoming more like Tony every day. Thank you for the compliment, Doctor. Chapter 29. The free acquisition of Odin's artifact. Lin Yi felt a sudden blurriness before his eyes as an irresistible force enveloped him. The sound of howling winds and distant thunder resonated in his ears. His vision was filled with a dazzling spectrum of rainbow-colored light, as if he were traversing through a tunnel of illumination. Before he could fully comprehend his situation, the ground beneath his feet solidified, and the surroundings gradually came into focus. He found himself standing before a magnificent golden palace, with a shimmering rainbow bridge beneath him, leading into the boundless void below. In the distance loomed majestic mountains and a brilliant river of stars. The sky of Asgard presented a deep purple hue, studded with countless gems, emanating a mysterious and sacred glow. Is this Asgard? Lin Yi murmured to himself, realizing the gravity of his predicament. He had left Tony hanging again. How would he explain this upon his return? His heart was both awed by the extraordinary sights of Asgard and tinged with helplessness. Just moments ago, he had been preparing to join Tony at Stark Tower to locate Winter Soldier, only to be whisked away here by the Bifrost. Welcome to the realm of the gods. Mortal. A deep, commanding voice resonated from behind him. Lin Yi turned to see a one-eyed elder clad in golden armor, his white hair flowing majestically. In his hand, he wielded a long spear adorned with gemstones, his gaze sharp as a hawk, as if it could penetrate through all facades. Behind him stood two solemn guards in silver armor. Odin? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, though he had anticipated this encounter. Standing before the All-Father still imposed a sense of pressure upon him. Indeed, Odin nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flickering in his singular eye. Lin Yi, I am aware of your deeds in New Mexico. You have taught Thor how to earn the recognition of Mjolnir and aided Jane Foster in becoming the new Thor. You have indirectly thwarted Loki's schemes and saved countless lives. As the ruler of Asgard, it is my duty to personally express my gratitude. Lin Yi shrugged, adopting a casual tone. It was merely a trifling effort, no need for such formality. However, I presume you did not summon me here solely to express thanks? A complex expression crossed Odin's eye as he fell silent for a moment before speaking slowly. You are correct. I do, in fact, require your assistance with a matter. Lin Yi chose not to respond immediately, not one to be overly obliging simply because someone requested help. He remained silent, watching Odin intently, awaiting further elaboration. Odin turned his gaze towards the distant palace, fatigue evident in his voice. My time is limited, yet the discord between my two sons, Thor and Loki, remains unresolved. Loki has fallen into the void and his whereabouts are still unknown. Although Thor has matured, his misunderstandings towards Loki persist. I hope you can find Loki and aid in reconciling the brothers. At this juncture, Lin Yi felt a stirring within him. According to the original narrative, even without external intervention, Thor and Loki would eventually reconcile, albeit through a tumultuous and painful journey. Thus, it seemed that even without his active involvement, this request would come to fruition, allowing him to earn a favor from Odin. While Odin would soon depart from the mortal realm, Lin Yi, being no novice, suspected that the All-Father would not leave him entirely empty-handed. Just as he was about to agree, he noticed a slight furrow in Odin's brow, as if he had misinterpreted Lin Yi's silence. If you are willing to accept this request, Odin's voice suddenly grew earnest. I shall bestow upon you an artifact as a token of my gratitude. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. An artifact? This was indeed a coveted treasure. Initially inclined to agree, he now nodded without hesitation. Deal. A faint smile crossed Odin's lips, seemingly pleased with Lin Yi's response. He gestured for Lin Yi to wait a moment before turning and entering the palace. Lin Yi stood still, taking in his surroundings. The beauty of Asgard was breathtaking. The golden palace shimmered under the starlight, and the distant mountains appeared as if gilded with silver. The air was imbued with a sacred and solemn atmosphere, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. Before long, Odin reappeared before Lin Yi, cradling a massive metallic gauntlet adorned with 6 differently colored gemstones, each radiating a heart-stirring energy. Lin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. This is the Infinity Gauntlet? Is this real? Odin nodded, pride evident in his tone. Indeed, this is the Infinity Gauntlet. It is a treasure I acquired during my youth while battling across the 9 realms, possessing the power to manipulate the laws of the universe. With it, you can accomplish anything you desire. Though, I must clarify, it is a replica. Lin Yi was momentarily speechless. What does it mean for a god king to present me with a counterfeit gauntlet? Odin continued. What I mean is that the gemstones on the gauntlet are not genuine. Only the gauntlet itself is real. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi's eyes gleamed anew. So the gauntlet is authentic. He forced himself to maintain composure and asked, Are you truly giving this to me? A profound light glimmered in Odin's singular eye. Yes, but remember, with great power comes great responsibility. The strength of the Infinity Gauntlet is not something a mortal can wield lightly. You must use it with caution. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. I understand. As Odin handed the Infinity Gauntlet to him, Lin Yi felt a surge of immense energy course through him. It was as if a multitude of whispers echoed in his mind, revealing the secrets of the universe. Yet, When he attempted to actively engage with this energy, he felt no reaction, leading him to deduce that the absence of the Infinity Stones rendered him incapable of fully harnessing its power. Indeed, the Infinity Gauntlet merely served as a vessel for the stones, which held the true essence of power. Now, Odin's voice brought him back to reality. You must find Loki. He could be hiding in any corner of the 9 realms, but I trust in your ability to locate him. Lin Yi secured the Infinity Gauntlet, taking a deep breath. I will do my utmost. Odin nodded, gesturing for him to depart. Go forth, and may the glory of Asgard be with you. Lin Yi remained in place, awaiting Odin's incantation to transport him back to Earth. However, Odin merely waved at him, and then there was silence. Lin Yi blinked in confusion, assuming Odin was bidding him farewell, and politely waved back. Farewell, your majesty Odin. Odin's expression turned awkward as he cleared his throat and spoke softly. I did not rest well last night and am not in the best state. I may not be able to send you back to Earth right now. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss for words, glancing at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand, then at Odin's weary visage, internally muttering, the All-Father of the gods. Unable to send me back simply because he didn't sleep well? Odin seemed to sense his exasperation and added, you can find your own way back, with your capabilities. This should not pose a challenge. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his smile. Very well, your majesty. I shall find my own way. With that, he raised his hand to carve a golden portal in the air, the other side revealing the streets of New York. Lin Yi cast a final glance at Odin, who regarded him with a complex expression, an amalgamation of apology, anticipation, and even a hint of respect that left him feeling somewhat perplexed. I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request, Lin Yi declared before stepping into the portal, vanishing amidst the golden radiance of Asgard. Odin stood still, gazing in the direction where Lin Yi had vanished, murmuring softly, I hope you can alter their fate. Stepping through the portal, Lin Yi reappeared at the Brooklyn dock. He thought to himself, this time, I have only stepped away for a moment. I should still be able to prevent Steve from joining the conflict between Tony and Bucky. Just then, a faint yet chilling scream echoed from a distance, sending a jolt of alarm through Lin Yi. This is not good. He immediately soared towards the source of the cries, arriving at an abandoned warehouse. The sound emanated from within. Through the crack of the door, he caught a glimpse of a man lying on the ground, while another man, his left arm resembling metal, stood over him, mercilessly beating him. With all his might, Lin Yi delivered a powerful kick to the door, shouting, I have come to rescue you, Tony. The door flew open, hurtling towards the man standing inside the warehouse. Under the influence of Lin Yi's formidable strength, the door struck the unsuspecting assailant, sending him sprawling. Lin Yi rushed into the warehouse, intent on aiding the man lying on the floor. However, upon seeing the figure clearly, he was taken aback, though battered and bruised. Gasping for breath, he recognized the individual. Bucky? Regaining his composure, Lin Yi looked up, his gaze landing on the man who had been knocked unconscious by the door. Tony. As he raised his head, his peripheral vision caught sight of another figure slumped against the wall. Turning mechanically, he found Steve, clutching his side, staring at him with a bewildered expression. Lin Yi? Chapter 30. Right and wrong. Tony had lost the will to discern right from wrong. Lin Yi stood at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. On the ground lay Bucky, bruised and battered, his body still twitching slightly, while Tony Stark had been sent flying by a door panel. Even more confounding was Steve Rogers, sprawled in the corner, clutching his midsection, a look of utter confusion on his face. What on earth was happening? Lin Yi's mind raced, inundated with countless thoughts. He realized he had made a grave mistake, and it was no trivial matter. Steve struggled to lift his head, his eyes reflecting both confusion and a hint of anger. Lin Yi, why did you knock out Tony? Lin Yi momentarily lost his words, his brain working at lightning speed. He resolved to take decisive action. With a swift motion, he traced a golden arc in the air, conjuring a portal that appeared just behind Steve's head. Lin Yi threw a punch that accurately struck Steve at the back of his skull. Before he could react, he collapsed limply to the ground. I'm sorry, Captain. The situation is urgent. You'll have to sleep for a bit. Lin Yi murmured softly. He then quickly hoisted both Steve and Tony, along with Bucky, and opened a portal that led directly to the Stark Tower laboratory. Inside the lab, Banner was engrossed in a complex array of quantum data on his computer. Suddenly, a golden portal unfurled before him, and Lin Yi emerged, carrying 3 individuals. Banner was startled, nearly losing his glasses. Lin Yi? What on earth are you doing? Lin Yi tossed Bucky onto the lab table, panting as he spoke. The situation is complicated. Please restrain him. Banner, looking bewildered, nonetheless sprang into action, using specialized restraints to secure Bucky. Lin Yi then placed Tony and Steve on a nearby sofa, quickly forming hand seals as golden magical energy flowed from his fingertips, enveloping the 2 men as he began to heal them. Watching this unfold, Banner could not contain his curiosity. What happened? Why are they all injured? While casting the spell, Lin Yi briefly explained. I took a trip to Asgard and returned to find them fighting. I accidentally knocked Tony away and knocked out Steve. Banner stared, dumbfounded. That is absurd. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. I didn't expect it to turn out this way. A few minutes later, Tony and Steve slowly opened their eyes, Steve was the first to awaken and immediately questioned Lin Yi. Why did you knock me out? Lin Yi was prepared with a feigned innocence. It wasn't me. When I arrived, you were all on the ground, and I just brought you back. Steve furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical. No, I saw it was you. Maintaining his composure, Lin Yi continued weaving his story. You must have misinterpreted. I happened to arrive just as you collapsed, so you assumed it was me. Think about it. I had no reason to knock you or Tony out, right? After a moment of contemplation, Steve seemed to find Lin Yi's reasoning somewhat plausible, yet remained puzzled. Then, who has the power to knock both me and Tony out? At that moment, Tony interjected, do you think if I'm out, Jarvis is too? Or do you believe Jarvis lacks recording capabilities? Lin Yi's heart sank as he realized his oversight. He quickly raised his hand to open a portal and escape. But before he could, a mechanical arm firmly grasped him. Tony, now clad in his suit, approached with a menacing expression, followed closely by Steve. Lin Yi, do you think I stayed silent while you made excuses just for fun? Tony said coldly. I had Jarvis set up a surveillance net long ago. Panic surged through Lin Yi as he pleaded. I was wrong. Let me explain. With a flick of his wrist, Tony sent a steel mask flying towards Lin Yi, covering his mouth and leaving only his eyes visible. Lin Yi could only emit muffled sounds, filled with helplessness and grievance. At this point, he had lost all desire to discern right from wrong. Just punish me, he thought. Without mercy, Tony unleashed a series of friendly exchanges upon the struggling Lin Yi, causing chaos in the laboratory. Banner stood by, astonished, unable to intervene. Minutes later, Lin Yi, sporting bruises reminiscent of Bucky, sat humbly before Tony and Steve, ready to reflect on his actions. I was wrong. I shouldn't have slipped away without saying a word last time, and then reappeared without understanding the situation before taking action. However, let me clarify, this truly was my fault. I was forced to teleport away. Tony slammed his hand on the table, coldly retorting, still trying to argue? I'll let this slide this time, but if it happens again, I'll expose your browser history in a press conference. I know exactly what you've been looking at every day. Lin Yi's face paled, and he nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grains. I promise, there won't be a next time. Seeing Lin Yi's battered state, Tony finally nodded in satisfaction, stood up, and muttered to himself as he walked away. I felt like the door panel nearly knocked my soul out of my body. Even though I'm healed now, I still feel sore all over. That idiot is just too strong. Relieved as Tony moved away, Lin Yi quickly used magic to heal himself. Minutes later, his face returned to normal, making his earlier plight seem like an illusion. He turned to Steve, somewhat surprised. I thought you would attack Tony alongside Bucky. How did you end up injured and lying there? Steve, expressionless, took a sip of coffee before responding slowly. When I arrived, Tony was engaged in combat with Bucky, who was at a disadvantage. I jumped between them, facing away from Bucky, and told Tony to let me handle Bucky. I wanted to apprehend him myself to give Tony some closure. He paused before continuing, because you previously mentioned Bucky's current state. I had come to understand that he was no longer the same Bucky but a Hydra-killing machine, the Winter Soldier. To Steve's dismay, just as he finished speaking, Bucky stabbed him in the back. Lin Yi, astonished, could not help but interject. You turned your back to him? That's like lighting a lantern in the restroom, looking for trouble. With a weary sigh, Steve replied, I didn't think much of it at the time. After being stabbed, I immediately turned around and knocked Bucky dizzy with my shield, allowing Tony to seize the opportunity to unleash a flurry of blows. I was injured, and with no first aid available, I could only hold my wound and watch as Tony vented his frustration. After hearing this, Lin Yi was at a loss for words. In the original plot, Steve had encountered Bucky several times and awakened part of his memory, which is why Bucky wouldn't attack him. However, in this timeline, the Winter Soldier had just emerged, still a complete killing machine, and Steve dared to turn his back on him. This was simply inviting disaster. Yet, as Lin Yi pondered, perhaps this was for the best. Steve's attitude had shifted from the original narrative, suggesting that the impending civil war could indeed be averted. Just as he was reflecting, he suddenly felt another pang of pain on his face and couldn't help but gasp. Ugh, Tony really hits hard. Next time, I should just let him take the beating. Having spoken, he covered his face and resolved to seek solace from Natasha. Steve finished his coffee and also rose to take a rest. He had lost considerable blood today and required ample recovery. In the laboratory, only Banner, who had been munching on snacks the entire time, and the bound, unconscious Winter Soldier remained. Banner glanced at Bucky, then at the departing figures, and stood up to call out, Jarvis, keep an eye on this. What was it again? Jarvis's voice resonated from the laboratory speakers, laced with a hint of jest. Sir, it is the Winter Soldier. Banner nodded. Yes, the Winter Soldier. Keep watch over him. I must return to my meditation. With that, Banner departed the laboratory as well. Within the lab, only the unconscious Winter Soldier and the ever-present Jarvis remained. Jarvis's camera focused on Bucky's left arm, and with a mechanical voice tinged with curiosity, he remarked, a metallic arm, quite an intriguing design. Chapter 31, The Great Memory Awakening Technique. The following morning, sunlight cascaded through the glass facade of Stark Tower, casting a warm golden hue over the cold metallic apparatuses within the laboratory. At the center of the room, Bucky Barnes was firmly secured to a specially designed metal chair, his limbs bound by straps, and his face bore the marks of the previous night's battle. The Winter Soldier, true to his moniker as a killing machine, maintained a cold demeanor, resembling an emotionless automaton. Though the bruised corners of his eyes and slightly swollen cheeks lent him an air of disarray. Lin Yi, Tony, Steve, and Banner formed a circle around the Winter Soldier, the atmosphere thick with tension. They exchanged glances, and Lin Yi broke the silence first, noting the apparent void in Bucky's memory. "It seems he has completely forgotten who he is," he remarked, stroking his chin with a hint of resignation. "Let us proceed as planned," Tony replied with a shrug, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. "Banner, it's your turn." Banner, with an impassive expression, adjusted his glasses and stepped forward. The Winter Soldier regarded him coldly, his gaze devoid of any flicker of recognition, as if the group before him were mere figments of the air. "Hit him." Lin Yu snapped his fingers, his tone as casual as ordering a cup of coffee. In an instant, Banner's physique began to swell, green skin enveloping him rapidly, his glasses propelled away by the transformation. The imposing figure of Hulk emerged in the laboratory, his massive fist clenched, creaking ominously. The Winter Soldier's pupils dilated in alarm. Before he could react, Hulk's fist descended upon him like a cannonball. A moment later, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself still bound to the chair, his body feeling as though it had been shattered, and a fiery pain surged through his right eye. Struggling to open his eyes, he saw Lin Yi and the others still gathered before him, as though nothing had transpired. "Still no recollection?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with both hope and curiosity. "Let us give it another go," Tony suggested, looking towards Banner. Banner transformed into Hulk once more, and a flicker of fear crossed the Winter Soldier's eyes, but before he could utter a word, Hulk's fist came crashing down again. Darkness reclaimed him, and he fainted once more. Lin Yi approached, forming intricate hand signs as a soft green magical energy flowed from his fingertips, enveloping Bucky's form. After several minutes, much of Bucky's injuries had healed, yet his eyes remained shut, as if still in slumber. "Shouldn't this suffice?" Steve queried with a hint of worry. "Fear not. With my healing, he shall not perish," Lin Yi replied confidently. At that moment, a slight twitch at the corner of Winter Soldier's mouth caught Lin Yi's attention, and a sly smile spread across his face. "It appears he won't awaken just yet. Banner, go rouse him." With a wave of his hand, Banner, expressionless, repeated his earlier transformation. The Winter Soldier jolted awake, instinctively opening his eyes, yet instead of witnessing an impending fist, he was met with the grotesque yet oddly smirking visage of Hulk. A sharp pain followed, sending him crashing into the ceiling, unconscious once more. Lin Yi stepped forward, performing his healing with practiced ease, as they once again awaited the Winter Soldier's awakening. This time, after half an hour, a subtle movement of his pinky finger broke the silence. Though slight, it did not escape the attentive eyes of those present. They exchanged glances, and without a word, Banner took the initiative. Banner, eager, approached Bucky, having already transformed. His oversized hand hovered before Bucky's face, as if selecting the optimal point to strike. Bucky's left cheek twitched involuntarily, and his eyelids began to flutter. "This guy really has a nice touch. I'm getting addicted," Hulk murmured, his voice deep and gravelly, tinged with excitement. Before he could finish, Hulk's massive hand swung down, accompanied by a rush of wind toward Bucky's face. Bucky felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him, akin to a tank firing directly at his visage. He opened his eyes wide, urgently shouting, "Steve Rogers." After uttering those words, Bucky froze. He found himself still bound to the chair, yet the green behemoth was absent. Instead, a robot held a trumpet-like device aimed at his left cheek, blowing air. Lin Yi and the others surrounded him, their expressions oddly fixed upon him. "Finally remembered who you are?" Lin Yi grinned broadly. "I told you my great memory restoration technique would prove effective," he added with a touch of pride, glancing at Steve. Steve, feeling somewhat speechless, merely nodded. Bucky gazed at the oriental figure before him. An unexpected sense of being the virtuous one bullied by villains welled up within him. His eyes misted slightly, and his voice trembled as he uttered, "Stop. I remember now. I remember everything." A warm tear rolled down his cheek. Noticing this, Lin Yi cleared his throat, awkwardly rubbing his nose. "Ahem, Steve, this is your old acquaintance. I leave him in your capable hands." With that, he turned and exited the laboratory, accompanied by a somewhat reluctant Banner and a satisfied Tony, leaving Steve and Bucky in solitude. On the rooftop office of Stark Tower, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the spacious room. Banner plopped down on the sofa, laughing heartily. "Next time something like this happens, count me in. Hulk says he could keep playing." Lin Yi chuckled, patting Banner on the shoulder. "All right, if the opportunity arises again, I'll be sure to call you. No one is better suited for this than you." Tony, seated behind his desk, sipped his coffee, his gaze contemplative as he observed Lin Yi. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes, as if he sought to decipher something from Lin Yi's expression. After a moment of laughter, Banner suddenly recalled something and inquired with intrigue, "By the way, Lin Yi, didn't you master the art of mind magic? The technique you used to defeat the abomination last time. Wouldn't that have been more effective and quicker?" Lin Yi paused, taken aback that the burly man remembered such a detail. He quickly concocted a reason, knowing that only he possessed magical prowess among those present. Bucky is not like the Abomination. The Abomination has two minds due to mutation, and his mental realm is quite powerful, allowing me to use mind magic to enter. Bucky, while trained, is just an ordinary person. If I were to enter his mind, I might inadvertently cause adverse effects, such as rendering him a vegetable. Banner nodded in realization. Oh, I see. Lin Yi, you truly are a considerate person, thinking of everything so thoroughly. Lin Yi felt slightly embarrassed by the compliment, mumbling, not at all. After all, he is Steve's only old friend now, so I must take extra care. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently met Tony's, and they exchanged a knowing look, each comprehending the deeper meaning behind the other's eyes. Tony smiled slightly, lifting his coffee cup in a subtle gesture toward Lin Yi. Lin Yi returned the smile, understanding that Tony had seen through his intentions. Lin Yi was aware that Steve, too, had sensed it, yet he remained indifferent, feeling discontent with the original storyline, particularly regarding Steve's protection of Bucky, even participating in the assault against Tony. He had always viewed Steve as the leader of the Avengers, holding himself to high standards and imposing various expectations upon others. His stance metamorphosed instantly when it concerned someone personally connected to him, which was incredibly vexing. He couldn't fathom how Steve could utter that Tony was without armor or something. Tony, devoid of armor? He was a prodigy, a multi-billionaire, a playboy, a philanthropist. He, Steve, had personally witnessed Tony single-handedly carrying a nuclear warhead, venturing into the cosmos, into the enemy's armada, rescuing an entire metropolis, including himself. Yet, he brazenly pointed a finger at Tony, asserting he wouldn't sacrifice himself for others, wouldn't lay himself on barbed wire for his comrades to cross. Lin Yi had an impulse to surge into the screen, pointing at Steve, questioning what he would be without Stark's assistance. Without Tony's father's involvement in the super soldier program, he wouldn't even qualify as an ordinary soldier, let alone assume the vaunted mantle of captain. Even the shield, a symbol of Captain America's legacy, was crafted by Tony's father. However, when faced with Bucky, Tony's father's murderer, a killing machine who had executed countless assassination plots for Hydra, he chose to join forces with him in assaulting Tony merely because he was his friend. It was only because Steve was now astute enough to cooperate with his performance that he refrained from thrashing Steve as well. In the laboratory, Steve sat across from Bucky, silent for a moment before finally speaking. Bucky, have you truly remembered? Bucky nodded, his voice deep and hoarse. Yes, Steve. I remember everything. What I did in those years, why I became like this. Steve reached out, gently patting Bucky's shoulder. It wasn't your fault, Bucky. You were controlled by Hydra. Now, you're back, and we can make amends for the mistakes of the past together. Bucky looked up, a glimmer of gratitude in his eyes. Thank you, Steve. Thank you for not giving up on me. Steve smiled, his tone resolute. We're brothers, Bucky. No matter what happens, I'll stand by you. Chapter 32, The God of Sorcery and His Craftsmanship. Steve and Bucky conversed in the laboratory for an entire day, reminiscing about the events of Brooklyn from decades past, recounting Bucky's experiences under Hydra's control and celebrating their reunion. Their dialogue seemed interminable, continuing until nightfall, when the laboratory lights automatically illuminated, prompting Lin Yi and the others to finally enter. Ahem, gentlemen, may I interrupt? Lin Yi cleared his throat, his tone tinged with resignation. While I fully comprehend the joy of your reunion, we currently have more pressing matters to address. Steve looked up, his brow furrowed. What is it? Lin Yi approached Bucky, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I intend to transfer Bucky to S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra will undoubtedly seek to rescue him, and we can use this opportunity to draw them out. Steve immediately stood up, his tone resolute. No, Bucky has just regained his memories. He needs time to adjust. We cannot involve him in such perilous affairs again. Lin Yi sighed, his tone softening. Steve, I understand your feelings. However, Bucky's unique circumstances mean that Hydra will not easily relinquish him. Rather than passively waiting, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Moreover, I will ensure his safety. After a moment of silence, Steve finally nodded. All right, but I want to be involved at every step. Lin Yi jested. Of course, you are the captain. It would be impossible without you. Just then, Tony's communicator rang out, and he glanced down in surprise. Looks like we don't need to notify Fury. He is calling us via video. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow. What could he possibly want? He has always been the sort to only reach out when absolutely necessary. Upon connecting the call, Fury's holographic image materialized in the center of the lab, his expression grave and his tone urgent. We have a situation. Lin Yi's heart raced as he recalled recent events, surmising the potential developments in the Marvel narrative. Is it the Tesseract? Fury, slightly taken aback, nodded gravely. While we were studying the Tesseract, we inadvertently opened a portal. A man donned in antlers and peculiar attire emerged, effortlessly defeating everyone present, and he controlled Dr. Eric and Barton, escaping with the Tesseract. Steve interjected sharply. I warned you. The Tesseract is extremely dangerous. Why did you not heed my warning? Lin Yi interrupted Steve, stating directly, allow me to clarify. That man is Loki, the brother of Thor. His intention is to utilize the Tesseract to open a massive portal above Earth, allowing the Chitauri to invade. Upon hearing this, the faces of the gathered individuals grew serious. Tony clenched his fists, anger evident in his voice. This madman intends to destroy the Earth? Lin Yi nodded calmly. Indeed, therefore we must thwart him. Jarvis, initiate a search for Loki's whereabouts. Jarvis's voice resonated through the laboratory speakers. Searching. Target locked. Loki is currently at a gala in Stuttgart, Germany. Lin Yi turned to the group. Prepare for action. Everyone, we must prevent Loki's scheme. Steve nodded, picking up his shield. Let's go. We cannot afford any delays. As Tony donned his armor, he glanced back at Lin Yi before the helmet sealed. Don't bail on us this time. Lin Yi smiled. Rest assured, I will be fully involved. Then Lin Yi added. By the way, Director Fury, I apprehended Bucky, but this location is unsuitable for his detainment. Please send someone to secure him at S.H.I.E.L.D. With that, he stepped aside, revealing Bucky behind him. Fury appeared slightly astonished. This is the Winter Soldier, one of Hydra's ultimate weapons. How did you manage to capture him? Lin Yi waved dismissively. Ultimate weapon? He attempted to ambush me. Had I not feared accidentally killing him, he wouldn't have even seen my face before being subdued. Fury, momentarily at a loss for words, considered Lin Yi's recent performances and concluded that perhaps he had a valid point. Very well. I will have Agent Coulson personally bring Bucky back. You can leave it to me. Meanwhile, at a lavish gala in Stuttgart, Germany, Loki, adorned in a splendid green robe and wielding the Mind Stone scepter, gracefully strode into the center of the dance floor. His presence immediately incited a commotion, prompting security personnel to rush towards him in an attempt to subdue him. Mortals, how naive, Loki scoffed, raising his scepter and effortlessly casting aside the approaching guards. He seized a panicked postdoctoral researcher and pressed a scanning device against the individual SI. The sight caused others to scream and flee in terror. Fear is such a delectable emotion, Loki murmured to himself, a glimmer of pleasure in his eyes. Meanwhile, Hawkeye, utilizing the ocular data transmitted by Loki, successfully unlocked a vault, securing the crucial information needed to activate the portal. With his objective achieved, Loki allowed a self-satisfied smile to grace his lips. He exited the ballroom, stepping into the square where he conjured illusions to block the panicking crowd. Kneel. Loki transformed into his true form, donning his guise as the god of mischief. His voice resonated with undeniable authority across the square, compelling most to bow before him in fear. However, one elderly gentleman stood his ground, pointing accusatorily at Loki. You charlatan. I've lived long enough to witness all manner of spectacles. Who do you think you are? Loki's expression darkened instantly. Foolish mortal, you shall pay for your arrogance. He lifted the Mind Stone scepter, aiming it at the old man as the gem began to glow ominously. Just as he unleashed a wave of energy, Lin Yi descended from above, positioning himself protectively in front of the elder. It is hardly honorable to bully an old man, Lin Yi remarked with a smile, raising his hand to redirect Loki's energy wave through a portal. Seeing Loki crash near Steve, Lin Yi refrained from further attack, turning to the elder, who seemed familiar. Have we met before? Ah, I owe you my gratitude for your timely intervention, the old man replied. I can't quite place where I've seen you. But had you not saved me, our next encounter would likely have been in hell. Lin Yi laughed heartily. You certainly retain a sense of humor, old chap. The elderly gentleman chuckled in return before adding whimsically, I often visit various places. Should we meet again, I might introduce you to a couple of lovely blonde ladies. Don't misunderstand, they're both as youthful as you. Amused by the old rascal, Lin Yi politely declined. Perhaps next time, indeed, he said, guiding the elder to a safe distance to avoid the ensuing battle. Loki, struck by his own energy wave, was sent sprawling to the ground. As he rose, Steve's shield whizzed through the air towards him. Loki deflected the shield with his scepter, engaging Steve in close combat. Yet, although Loki was the god of sorcery, his prowess in hand-to-hand combat was unexpectedly formidable. He quickly overpowered Steve, knocking him to the ground. Just as he prepared to deliver a finishing blow, Lin Yi reappeared, unleashing an energy blast that sent Loki reeling. Enough, Loki. Tony descended from above, his armor fully armed, with small missiles and palm cannons aimed at the prostrate Loki. If you dare move again, I will reduce your antlers to dust. Loki surveyed his surroundings, noting Lin Yi, Tony, and Steve, and realized he was cornered. He shrugged, raising his hands in surrender. Very well, I yield. Lin Yi waved a farewell to the old man from afar, then promptly secured Loki and transported him to the awaiting S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft. En route to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Lin Yi couldn't resist inquiring, Loki, aren't you the god of mischief? Why do you consistently resort to fisticuffs and close quarters combat? What of your sorcery? Loki paused, then retorted with indignation, how would a presumptuous and arrogant mortal comprehend the significance of a great god's actions? Lin Yi chuckled, but before he could continue his teasing, a sudden burst of thunder and lightning erupted outside the aircraft. Loki's complexion paled instantly, and his breathing became shallow. Observing this, Steve inquired with curiosity, are you afraid of thunder? Loki rolled his eyes, replying with a hint of resignation, I merely dislike what invariably accompanies it. Outside the aircraft, amidst the tempestuous storm, a figure clad in battle armor descended from the heavens, landing atop the vessel in a quintessential superhero pose. Thor had arrived. Lin Yi chuckled involuntarily. anticipating the impending spectacle with amusement. Chapter 33. The future seems to be changing. The ominous clouds above were rent asunder by flashes of lightning, and the booming thunder reverberated, causing the metallic hull of the spacecraft to tremble faintly. In the midst of this tempest, Thor's figure loomed large, his mighty hammer in hand, clad in silver armor, with a crimson cape billowing fiercely in the gale. His gaze was piercing, seemingly capable of penetrating the steel walls of the vessel to locate Loki within. Inside the ship, the crew was startled by the sudden cacophony of the impact. Tony Stark sprang to his feet, his armor enveloping him instantaneously, the glow of his palm cannon flickering in the dimness of the cabin. His brow furrowed, an edge of impatience lacing his voice. Who's out there? Loki's reinforcements? As he spoke, he prepared to fly out and investigate. Yet, Lin Yu raised a hand to stop him, his expression one of resigned caution. Hold on, Tony. Let us assess the situation first. Though his tone was gentle, his stance was resolute, clearly intent on preventing Tony from rushing out. Tony, somewhat disgruntled, halted his movements, the visor of his suit retracting to reveal a face tinged with dissatisfaction. You're always so enigmatic. Can't you just say what you know directly? He muttered, his gaze fixed intently on the door. At that moment, the rear hatch of the spacecraft creaked open, the sound of metal grinding against metal piercing through the thunder. Just as the door opened halfway, a figure as swift as lightning darted through the gap. Thor, like a bolt from the blue, hurtled towards Loki and collided with him, sending him flying. Thor, watching Loki soar through the air, stood awkwardly, momentarily stunned. He had expected to be halted by the occupants inside, but to his surprise, no one intervened, resulting in his excessive momentum leading to an unintended crash. Lin Yi observed Loki sprawled on the ground, devoid of hope, and Thor standing there, hesitating whether to assist his brother. He could scarcely contain his laughter and gave Tony a gentle nudge. Tony, equally taken aback by Thor's actions, had anticipated a rescue for Loki, only to witness a brutal strike instead. He was so caught off guard by Lin Yi's playful jab that he instinctively swatted away Lin Yi's hand. Eventually, Thor approached Loki, but in an unexpected turn of thought, he did not assist him. Instead, he seized Loki by the leg, disregarding Loki's reproachful gaze, and turned to leave. However, Lin Yi stood resolutely in Thor's path. Thor furrowed his brow, raising his hammer with a thunderous might aimed at Lin Yi. Bam! The hammer, instead of sending Lin Yi flying as Thor had anticipated, was caught firmly in his grasp. A flicker of surprise crossed Thor's eyes as he recognized the individual before him. Lin Yi? Thor's voice was tinged with astonishment and curiosity. What brings you here? Lin Yi smiled slightly, releasing his grip on the hammer. His tone light. That's a question you should pose to your dear brother. Thor's gaze shifted back to Loki, his anger rekindling. Yet, Loki remained motionless, his demeanor one of utter resignation, as if he had given up entirely. What are you up to now? Thor's voice brimmed with suppressed fury. Do you know how much our father worries for you? Loki's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly reverted to his nonchalant faade. Worry for me? He is more concerned about his throne, I wager. The ensuing argument between Thor and Loki ignited the atmosphere within the cabin. Their voices escalated, as if years of pent-up grievances were about to erupt. Lin Yi stood to the side, his brow furrowed, clearly exasperated by this familial discord. Enough, he finally interjected. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Both Thor and Loki ceased their quarrel, their gazes turning towards Lin Yi. Even Loki, still on the ground, focused his attention on him. Lin Yi found it difficult to meet Loki's gaze and instead addressed Thor. Do you remember the condition you promised me? His eyes fixed calmly on Thor. Thor paused, then nodded. Of course, I promised you that as long as I could, I would fulfill it wholeheartedly. Lin Yi smiled gently. My request is quite simple. Join the Avengers. The Avengers? Thor clearly found this term unfamiliar, his brow furrowing slightly. What sort of organization is that? Lin Yi succinctly introduced Thor to the members and mission of the Avengers. Thor listened with partial comprehension but still courteously greeted everyone present. Tony remained his usual irreverent self. Nodding at Thor, Steve offered a friendly smile and extended his hand for a handshake. Natasha and Banner stood to the side, their expressions wary as they scrutinized the Asgardian god. In essence, our task is to deal with troublemakers like Loki, Lin Yi concluded, observing that Thor was still trying to grasp the situation. Upon realizing this, Thor's eyes lit up with excitement. Sounds intriguing. I'm in. Lin Yi nodded, then turned to Loki. As for you, Loki, since Thor has decided to join us, you shall remain here to face the judgment of Earth. Loki's expression soured instantly. He had thought that with Thor's arrival, he would be able to leave, only to find that Thor had unhesitatingly chosen to side with him. Yet, he stubbornly retorted, do you think this will confine me? I am the god of mischief. Lin Yi disregarded Loki's taunt and turned to Thor. What do you think? Perhaps you should keep an eye on him as we head back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Thor nodded, raising his hammer slightly, as if to caution Loki against any rash actions. Seeing this, Loki reluctantly fell silent. The spacecraft powered up once more, heading towards S.H.I.E.L.D.'s location. Inside, the atmosphere remained tense. Tony sat nearby, his helmet retracted. Yet his gaze remained watchful on Loki. Steve stood beside Lin Yi, quietly asking, are you sure this is wise? Loki is not easily dealt with. Lin Yi smiled slightly. confidence flickering in his eyes. Rest assured, with Thor here, he won't stir up much trouble. Steve nodded, though concern lingered in his expression. He glanced at Thor, who stood beside Loki, his gaze conflicted as he regarded his brother. Thor's eyes conveyed a mix of rage, helplessness, and a barely perceptible sorrow. Loki, what do you truly desire? Thor murmured, fatigue evident in his voice. Loki did not respond, merely casting a cold glance at Thor before turning away, his gaze drifting toward the window. A complex emotion flickered in his eyes, swiftly masked by his habitual indifference. Outside the spacecraft, the thunder gradually faded, and the sky returned to tranquility. Lin Yi stood by the window, sensing that he was beginning to alter the outcome of the future. Many conflicts that should have arisen were being resolved in advance, to the extent that he felt the narrative of the Avengers had reached its conclusion. After all, Banner had fully mastered the Hulk's power, the tension between Tony and Steve had dissipated, and Thor had shed his former arrogance. The internal strife of the Avengers had vanished. As for Hawkeye coming to rescue Loki, Lin Yi found that notion laughable. He could not fathom how Hawkeye could manage to rescue Loki under his watch, and when Hawkeye arrived, he would simply employ a memory restoration technique to resolve the matter. Meanwhile, behind Lin Yi, Loki remained fixated on the contemplative figure, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. Chapter 34, The God of Deceit. Loki. An hour later, they finally arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D. base. An aircraft carrier soaring through the sky. Lin Yi stood before the surveillance screen of the holding chamber, his gaze fixed intently on Loki, confined within a specially designed room. The walls of the chamber were constructed from high-strength alloy, surrounded by energy barriers that ensured Loki could not escape using any form of magic. He sat in the center of the room, his hands restrained by custom handcuffs, yet a nonchalant smile lingered on his face. His eyes scanned every corner of the room, seemingly in search of an opportunity to flee. Do you think such petty tricks can confine me? Loki's voice echoed through the surveillance system, laced with derision. Lin Yi did not respond. He merely cast a fleeting glance at the screen before turning to Banner beside him. Banner, I appreciate you keeping an eye on him. If he makes any sudden moves, transform into the Hulk immediately. Banner nodded, a hint of resignation in his expression. Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch on him. Tony patted Banner on the shoulder, glancing around at the others before addressing Lin Yi. Everyone is exhausted. Let us take a break. We can interrogate him tomorrow. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi agreed, knowing Loki's objective was already clear to him. He informed the group to rest well for the night. Everyone nodded in agreement and departed the monitoring room. Lin Yi took one last look at Loki on the screen, confirming he was temporarily inactive, before he too exited. As the night deepened, the corridors of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base were bathed in dim light. Back in his room, Lin Yi lay on his bed. Yet his mind continued to ponder the forthcoming plans. He sensed that matters would not conclude so simply, particularly with a cunning individual like Loki, who would not surrender easily. Just in case, it's prudent to take additional precautions, Lin Yi murmured to himself. He then sat up, forming intricate hand seals and reciting an ancient incantation. As he performed the ritual, a pale blue light emanated from his palms, swiftly spreading to envelop the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. base. The protective barrier was established. It could now only allow exit, not entry. Satisfied, Lin Yi reclined back on his bed and closed his eyes. Not long after he fell asleep, Loki in the holding chamber suddenly opened his eyes. A sinister smile crept across his lips as he whispered to himself, "Foolish mortals." With a subtle shake of his hands, the handcuffs magically released. Rising to his feet, he scanned the room before his gaze settled upon a microphone-like device. "Dr. Banner, are you still there?" Loki's voice came through the surveillance system, tinged with mockery. Banner's voice responded from the adjacent room. "Loki, don't waste your efforts. You cannot escape." Loki chuckled, turning his attention to the monitoring screen of the adjacent room. "Dr. Banner, have you considered whether this chamber was prepared for me or for you?" Banner paused, then shook his head in resignation. "Loki, spare yourself. Neither of us is the intended occupant. Just look beside you." Following Banner's direction, Loki glanced at the screen, where Bucky sat in another specially designed room, innocently waving at him. "Hi, Loki." Bucky's voice echoed through the surveillance system, laced with jest. Loki's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Banner would expose his deception so easily. With a huff, he turned away, seating himself as if in meditation. The following morning, Lin Yi was jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on his door. He opened it to find Fury standing outside, his face grave. "Lin Yi, there's trouble." Fury's voice carried an edge of urgency. "Loki and Bucky are both missing." Lin Yi's mind sharpened instantly, his brow furrowing. "When did this happen?" "Last night," Fury replied. "The surveillance system indicates Loki escaped around 3 in the morning and Bucky vanished at the same time." Taking a deep breath, Lin Yi rapidly analyzed the possible clues in his mind. He realized with a start that this was likely the work of Hydra. He had been too complacent. "I should not have allowed Bucky and Loki to be confined together. It was an invitation for trouble from Hydra." "Do not worry. I know Loki's target," Lin Yi stated calmly. "He will surely head to Stark Tower." However, just then, Tony's voice echoed from the end of the corridor. "Lin Yi, Jarvis has tracked Loki's location. He is not at Stark Tower. He is in an abandoned factory. Lin Yi was taken aback, contemplating. It seems my presence has altered Loki's plans. He dares not target Stark Tower anymore. What shall we do now? Steve's voice chimed in from behind. Clad in his combat suit and holding his shield. With unwavering resolve, Lin Yi declared, we head directly to the abandoned factory to thwart Loki's scheme. Within the abandoned factory, Loki stood before a gigantic portal device, clutching the Tesseract. Beside him stood Hawkeye and Dr. Eric, both eyes shimmering with blue light. Soon, the Chitauri army will descend upon Earth. Loki's voice brimmed with excitement. At that moment, this world shall bow before me. However, just as he activated the portal device, a golden portal suddenly illuminated the factory. Lin Yi emerged from the brilliance, followed closely by Tony, Steve, Thor, and Banner. Loki, your plans end here. Lin Yi's voice bore a chilling edge. Loki's expression soured momentarily, but he swiftly restored his flippant demeanor. Do you think this will stop me? Let us see you try. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Thor charged forward, wielding Mjolnir, while Loki, in response, conjured 2 daggers to meet him. The two clashed fiercely, thunder and magic colliding, sending shockwaves throughout the factory. Simultaneously, Tony fired a repulsor blast at the portal device, only for it to be deflected by a protective shield, inadvertently knocking Dr. Eric unconscious instead. Hawkeye, quick on his feet, rolled aside to evade the assault, then unleashed a trio of arrows, only to have them intercepted by Lin Yi's magical shield. Hulk, attack! Banner roared before transforming into the Hulk, leaping powerfully in front of Hawkeye. Faced with the hulking figure, Hawkeye lowered his bow in surrender. Yet, Hulk did not relent. Lin Yi had instructed him that a thorough thrashing would restore Hawkeye to normal. Thus, he delivered a resounding smack to Hawkeye's head, rendering him unconscious. Standing before the portal device, Lin Yi watched as Tony frantically pressed various buttons. Can you shut it down? He asked urgently. Without turning his head, Tony replied, it's impossible to shut it down. At most, I can only reduce the energy output, but that 1 TB of any help. The portal can still be activated. Lin Yi paused for a moment upon hearing this, then said to Tony, just do your utmost to minimize the energy output. I will handle the rest. Tony nodded and dedicated himself to controlling the portal. As they neared the critical point, he turned back, slightly fatigued, to inform Lin Yi that they had reached the limit and that energy would soon be discharged. However, upon turning around, Lin Yi was nowhere to be seen. And then he heard Lin Yi's voice from above, Tony, get away. Tony looked up to see Lin Yi hovering directly above the device, his expression grave as he observed the impending eruption of energy. Panic surged through Tony as he shouted, you're insane. There is no way to withstand such a terrifying amount of energy. Without hesitation, he activated his suit and flew towards Lin Yi. Seeing Tony approach, Lin Yi swiftly opened a portal, transporting Tony back to S-H-I-E-L-D. No, you arrogant. Tony's protest was abruptly cut short as he was whisked away. Lin Yi remained suspended in midair, gazing at the portal device about to unleash its energy. Fueled by the cosmic cube, which also possessed teleportation properties, the portal would be ineffective, leaving only one option. Taking a deep breath, he slightly leaned forward, his left foot stepping ahead, hands positioned at his waist in a lotus formation. With unwavering focus on the portal's launch point, he slowly proclaimed, Ka-me. Chapter 35, The God of Deceit, Loki, Part 2. Banner had reverted to his original state, standing beside the launch device, witnessing Lin Yi abruptly teleport Tony away, never to return, leaving him perplexed as to where he had gone. Then, Lin Yi assumed a strange posture, leaving Banner utterly bewildered about his intentions. Was he preparing to brace himself against the impending energy release? What transpired next would astonish him for a lifetime. As Lin Yi shouted, a dazzling golden sphere of light gradually coalesced between his hands. Kamihami. With each crescendo of his voice, the sphere grew increasingly radiant, and immense energy erupted from between his fingers, manifesting as brilliant golden rays. Ha. Upon completing his declaration, Lin Yi thrust his hands forward, unleashing a shockwave encircled by crackling lightning that surged forth from him, hurtling directly toward the teleportation device. At that moment, the device also emitted a staggering beam of light shooting skyward. In the next instant, the two shockwaves, one golden and one white, collided with perfect precision. Contrary to expectations, no explosion ensued. Upon impact, the tips of the two colossal beams rapidly expanded, forming one large and one small oval light sphere. Lin Yi, witnessing this, exerted himself further in an attempt to breach the obstruction of the white sphere. However, the teleportation device continued to discharge an equal intensity of energy upward, pushing the golden sphere higher. On the ground, Banner gazed at the spectacle, akin to a comet colliding with Earth, utterly dumbfounded. He had always perceived Lin Yi as a mere magician, capable of conjuring fireballs, summoning lightning, or erecting shields. Although his abilities appeared wondrous, they lacked any truly formidable destructive power. He had never anticipated such a terrifying technique. If it were to strike him, even the Hulk would be unable to withstand it. Yet, observing Lin Yi struggling against the energy from the teleportation device, he leaped onto the platform, transforming into the Hulk, and began to pummel the device in a desperate hope to make a difference. Lin Yi, seeing Banner still below, urgently shouted, "It's futile. Leave now and take Barton and the others with you." Banner did not respond. Summoning all his strength, he delivered 2 powerful blows, yet the device remained unscathed. Steve rushed over, brandishing his shield, striking it twice before restraining Banner, urging, "It's useless, Hulk. Our best assistance to Lin Yi is to leave immediately." With that, he hoisted Dr. Eric and glanced back at Banner before departing. Banner looked at the intact device and the steadfast Lin Yi in the sky, ultimately resigned to scoop up the still unconscious Hawkeye and leap away from the scene. As Lin Yi observed Banner retreating in the approaching collision of light, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging, his body gradually emanating a golden glow, his hair standing on end. This marked the first time since his arrival that he exerted every ounce of his being, crying out in a frenzy, "Break through. Ah, ah, ah." In an instant, he radiated golden light, his eyes enveloped, with only a beam of golden radiance piercing forth as a terrifying energy erupted from him. Infusing the shockwave in his hands, the shockwave began to visibly expand from his grasp, ultimately countering the impact of the Tesseract's energy. However, it merely held the force at bay, unable to penetrate it even slightly. Lin Yi sensed he had reached his limit, unable to muster any more power. Desperately, he called out to Thor, "Thor, assist me." Thor had long been aware of the cataclysmic scene unfolding, yet he was ensnared by Loki's relentless grip. In a fit of urgency, he threatened, "Loki, you are forcing my hand." Loki, with an air of gloom, retorted, "So, in your eyes, I am less significant than an outsider?" Thor ceased his replies, raising Mjolnir to prepare for a powerful strike. Realizing Thor was genuinely preparing to unleash his full might, Loki resolutely positioned himself before him, displaying a willingness to sacrifice himself. Just as Lin Yi felt he could no longer endure, a sudden clap of thunder reverberated through the air. A series of golden lightning bolts materialized, seemingly conjured from thin air, striking the convergence of energies. Although aimed at the interface of the two forces, Lin Yi felt no resistance from the lightning. Rather, he found himself able to harness it directly. Uncertain of their origin, he recognized that an opportunity had arisen. Lin Yi fervently tapped into his potential, squeezing every ounce of energy from his cells, unleashing another surge. With the assistance of the lightning, his shockwave became unstoppable, cleaving through the white energy beam as if it were mere bamboo. The golden shockwave pierced through the Tesseract's energy impact, ultimately blocking the launch device's output. In an instant, a blinding light illuminated the area, rendering all eyes unable to open, followed by a deafening explosion and the emergence of a mushroom cloud ascending into the sky. Simultaneously, a circular shockwave surged outward, obliterating the dilapidated warehouse factory as if an earthquake had struck. Nearby, Thor and Loki, engaged in battle, were also flung away by the reverberating force, crashing to the ground. A thick cloud of dust ascended as Lin Yi, unable to maintain his form, plummeted downward. Fortunately, the Hulk appeared just in time, leaping into the air to catch him, preventing a potentially disorienting fall. As the dust settled, a massive crater approximately 1,000 meters in diameter emerged. After regaining his composure, Lin Yi floated down to the bottom of the pit, where he found the Tesseract lying quietly at its center. He sighed with relief, finally at an end. However, as he bent down to retrieve the Tesseract, he was shocked to find his fingers passed right through it. Lin Yi's expression hardened as he attempted once more to grasp it, only to witness it vanish before he could reach it. His expression shifted dramatically. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Suddenly, he heard Banner's voice, his heart racing. What had happened? He shot out of the pit, and upon seeing Lin Yi emerge, Banner's eyes were filled with confusion and urgency as he exclaimed, "Not good." Barton and Dr. Eric suddenly disappeared. I was about to wake them when they vanished before I could even touch them. Lin Yi's heart raced. He sensed that events had spiraled far beyond his anticipation. This was not a scenario that had occurred in the original narrative. "Ha! It is too late to realize now, you arrogant mortal." Loki, led back by Thor, erupted into maniacal laughter. "I owe you my thanks, Lin Yi. Your reminder sparked this plan, utilizing the Tesseract alongside my magic to create all of this. You should feel honored. This is a grand performance orchestrated by the god of deceit just for you." With a wicked smile, Loki vanished from sight. At that moment, Lin Yi's earpiece crackled to life with Tony's voice. "Lin Yi, respond if you can hear me. We've been deceived. Jarvis just alerted me to a colossal beam of light emanating from Stark Tower, opening a gigantic portal over New York. Lin Yi, do you hear me?" Lin Yi absorbed every word, yet he was at a loss for how to reply. He never imagined events would unfold in such a manner. All he could do was mechanically trace circles with his right hand, attempting to open a portal linking him to Tony. Yet the spell, usually effortless to cast, seemed to falter under fatigue, requiring 2 shaky circles before he could finally conjure a wobbly portal. Chapter 36. Who completed the system task? Tony traversed the precarious portal, barely steadying himself when he was struck speechless by the sight before him. A vast chasm gaped like a scar from a meteorite impact, its charred edges still emitting wisps of smoke. The air was thick with the acrid scent of molten metal, mingled with the ozone tang of some unknown residual energy. Good heavens, Tony instinctively took a step back as the armor's sensors erupted into a frenzy of alarms. The energy readings had exceeded Jarvis's measuring limits, and the pulsating numbers on the holographic display made his temples throb. Lin Yi stood at the edge of the pit, golden magical patterns flickering around him. Tony had never encountered this version of Lin Yi, not in terms of his physical state, but rather the young man who usually exuded confidence and an air of omniscience. Now appeared utterly bewildered. His gaze was vacant, as if he were staring into an unreachable distance. Tony approached, placing a metallic hand gently on Lin Yi's shoulder. He could feel the tremors coursing through him, akin to a machine operating under excessive strain. Hey, he endeavored to sound casual. At least we're still alive, right? Lin Yi slowly turned his head, his eyes gradually sharpening in focus. He parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, only to utter something incomprehensible. System. Are you there? System? Do you mean Jarvis? Tony was taken aback, then noticed a flicker of light in Lin Yi's eyes. A mechanical voice, audible only to Lin Yi, resonated in his mind. Ding. Random task activated. Lead the Avengers to thwart Loki's scheme and close the spatial wormhole over New York. Task reward. Complete blueprints for nanoscale armor. I'm fine. Lin Yi suddenly straightened, the confusion in his eyes dissipating. He felt as if he had just been transported into this world, and in his moment of uncertainty, the system had once again bestowed upon him hope and purpose. Though it was merely a return to the narrative's beginning, this time would be different with his presence. At the very least, he wouldn't have to bear the burden of a nuclear bomb into space alone. He turned to the gathered crowd, a familiar smile gracing his lips. Avengers, assemble. We set forth. Habitually, he snapped his fingers, yet nothing transpired. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and tried again, but to no avail. Your magic. Banner adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting an eerie glow. I'm perfectly fine. I know I can activate it. But I cannot fathom why it hasn't appeared. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. He snapped his fingers once more, and this time a golden magical shield unfurled instantaneously. All abilities are functioning normally, yet the portal vanishes the moment it is about to open, as if this section of space is immobilized. I suggest you rest. Let us handle the remainder. You can trust us, Tony expressed his concern. Lin Yi shook his head. I assure you, I am well. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, a faint green glow emanating from his body, which gradually intensified until it enveloped him entirely. Minutes later, the green light dissipated, and Lin Yi abruptly opened his eyes. Fully revitalized, he declared, rising to try drawing circles in the air with his hand, yet still met with no response. Never mind. Let us utilize S-H-I-E-L-D-S aircraft. Hopefully, we can make it in time. Tony scrutinized him for a few seconds before finally nodding. Don't forget to don the new armor I created. When the Quinjet landed on the streets of New York, all were astounded by the spectacle before them. The once thriving Manhattan was now a desolate wreck. Strangely, they did not behold the anticipated Chitauri army. Instead, the ground was strewn with alien corpses and shattered spacecraft. Steve crouched down, meticulously examining a Chitauri soldier's body. The fatal wound had been inflicted by a shield. Yet the arc-shaped laceration clearly bore the marks of his distinct fighting style. Thor grasped a severed mechanical tentacle, his brow furrowed. These injuries were wrought by my thunder. He pointed to a nearby Char Leviathan, but I do not recall. Look at this. Banner's voice emerged from the debris. She pointed at an arrow embedded in a wall, its fletching still attached to a tracking device crafted by Barton. It was Clint's arrow, yet of a more advanced model than what they currently employed. Lin Yi stood in the middle of the street, surveying the surroundings. Apart from their recently arrived group, the area was void of life. No Chitauri army, nor Loki, only empty streets. Suddenly, Jarvis's voice broke in. Sir, where have you just been? Natasha and Mr. Barton are waiting for you at the barbecue joint. Tony frowned upon hearing Jarvis's words. Have you short-circuited, Jarvis? Why are you inquiring about our whereabouts? And why is Natasha at the barbecue joint waiting for us? Sir, all my data is functioning correctly. Moments ago, you and the other Avengers defeated the Chitauri army. And then, Jarvis's calm, unflappable voice abruptly cut off, replaced by a cacophony of metallic noise. Tony inquired anxiously, what has happened, Jarvis? Jarvis's voice returned to its normal cadence, stating calmly, I am unharmed, but I just received an unusual stream of information. Sir, based on the comparative analysis of the data I received and my core information, I suspect you have just traversed through time and space. Lin Yi furrowed his brow upon hearing Tony and Jarvis's exchange, as if he were beginning to grasp the situation. Jarvis, access all surveillance footage you have, and compile the video of our recent battle. Understood, sir. Please hold on. Moments later, Jarvis began projecting the footage before the group. After watching for a while, they all wore expressions of disbelief. Banner was the first to voice his skepticism. This is impossible. I was right there with you all. Thor followed suit. I have never fought alongside you. Even if I had, the coordination shown in the projection is beyond anything possible. Barton was under Loki's control. How could he have fought alongside Natasha? That defies logic. Steve interjected. Only Tony remained silent, watching the version of himself in the video. Sensing a discrepancy in the combat prowess displayed, though outwardly similar, there was something distinctly different. Moreover, he harbored a question. Why was Lin Yi absent from the footage? As the video concluded, and after the portal device was deactivated, Thor booted Loki back to Asgard, prompting Tony to suggest, how about we all go grab some barbecue? Everyone agreed, heading toward the barbecue joint, but upon Natasha and Barton entering, the others halted. Then, a portal appeared nearby, and without hesitation, Lin Yi stepped through, vanishing from sight. Tony immediately recognized it as Lin Yi's portal. He was perplexed. Why had Lin Yi, absent from the battle in the projection, vanished? Where had he gone? Before Lin Yi could voice any thoughts after viewing the video, he was interrupted by a notification chime in his ear. Ding. Task completed. Reward has been placed in the Stark Tower room. Following the system's alert, Lin Yi was momentarily stunned, his mind racing with possibilities that the notification ultimately validated. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping across the assembled Avengers, noting their expressions of bewilderment and shock. Tony's brow was furrowed as he scrutinized the projected images, seemingly detecting something of significance. Banner adjusted his spectacles, his eyes behind them filled with perplexity. Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, his brow creased with evident unease at the unfolding scene. Steve stood ramrod straight, his gaze sharp and contemplative. Recognizing the need for immediate clarification to quell the burgeoning confusion, Lin Yi cleared his throat, his voice steady and firm. I understand you all have numerous questions, and I'm here to elucidate the situation. He paused, then continued, indeed. The Chitauri invasion of New York and Loki's defeat were orchestrated by us, or rather, he glanced at the diverse expressions before him, then affirmed, by our future selves. Tony's head snapped up, his eyes reflecting a mixture of astonishment and skepticism. Our future selves? Are you suggesting we traverse time? Lin Yi nodded resolutely. Precisely. Your future counterparts traveled back to this point to conclude the battle in our stead. Originally, the onus was on us to resolve the conflict. But my presence altered the timeline, preventing our timely arrival in New York. Consequently, your future selves intervened, masquerading as your present selves, to ensure the historical trajectory remained largely intact. Banner adjusted his glasses, his voice tinged with apprehension. But, why would our future selves do such a thing? Does the future hold even graver circumstances than we anticipate? Lin Yi paused, knowing that his next words would weigh heavily on his audience, but he pressed on. Your future selves journeyed through time because of Thanos, the Mad Titan determined to eradicate half of all sentient life in the universe. Even with greater strength and numbers, your future selves failed to thwart him. Thus, they resolved to return to the past, gather the Infinity Stones, and attempt to reshape the future. Thor clenched Mjolnir, his voice a somber rumble. Thanos, did that madman truly succeed? Lin Yi nodded, his gaze meeting each Avengers in turn. Yes, your future selves were defeated. Yet, they did not surrender. Instead, they chose to return to the past, seeking to alter the course of events. Steve frowned, a hint of doubt in his tone. What then? Is our course of action? If our future selves could not prevent Thanos, is our current endeavor futile, destined for failure? His words cast a pall of silence over the group. Lin Yi took a deep breath, striving to imbue his voice with confidence. There is no need for excessive worry. Ultimately, we are victorious. We not only vanquish Thanos and his legions, but do so without losing a single member in the conflict. As he spoke, a sense of unease settled in his heart. He knew he was withholding a crucial truth. In the future battle, one of the Avengers did, in fact, perish. He dared not reveal their identity, nor even acknowledge that only one life was lost, for fear of sowing discord and suspicion among them, thus jeopardizing the future. Especially Tony. If he were to learn of his potential sacrifice, might he not make rash decisions? Tony had been observing Lin Yi intently, his gaze probing. He sensed the omissions in Lin Yi's narrative, but chose not to expose them, trusting that Lin Yi had his reasons. Approaching Lin Yi, Tony clapped him on the shoulder, his tone light. Now that we have a clearer understanding of the situation, even if we did coast to victory this time, we did manage to thwart Loki elsewhere. So, let us heed my future self's suggestion and celebrate at the shawarma joint. The others exchanged glances, their hesitation evident. They did not doubt Lin Yi's words, knowing his ability to glimpse the future, but they were still grappling with the weight of the information. Seeing their reluctance, Tony gestured animatedly and added, Natasha is already waiting for us at the shawarma place. Surely, none of you gentlemen would wish to stand her up? Steve was the first to respond, his voice firm and persuasive. We've all endured a hard-fought battle. Consider it a chance to replenish our strength. Let's go, and let's not keep Natasha waiting. Ultimately, they agreed to convene at the shawarma restaurant. However, they withheld the truth about the future Avengers from Natasha and Barton, preserving the atmosphere of the gathering as it had been after their initial victory. Thus, the meal proceeded in relative silence, each Avenger consumed with their own thoughts, exchanging occasional glances but uttering few words. Outside the restaurant, shrouded in darkness, the shawarma joint stood inexplicably unscathed, the sole survivor of the devastation wrought by the Battle of New York. A week later, Lin Yi awoke in his exclusive suite in Stark Tower, stretching luxuriously and emitting a contented groan. Finally fully recovered. He recalled his impulsive decision to emulate one of Kakarot's signature techniques, which had proven more effective than anticipated. However, He realized he lacked precise control over the energy release, capable only of either full or desperate output. Full release was manageable, akin to straining to lift a stone commensurate with his strength. But desperate release felt as though a breach had opened within him, causing energy to hemorrhage rapidly. Without actively closing it, he would become desiccated within minutes, perhaps even disintegrating entirely. Shuddering at the thought, Lin Yi resolved to refrain from using the technique except in dire circumstances. He then picked up the nanotech armor schematics from the table, intending to deliver them to Tony. He inquired of Jarvis as to Tony's whereabouts and proceeded to the lab. Upon entering the lab, Lin Yi found Tony with his back turned, absorbed in manipulating a complex machine. Hearing footsteps, Tony quipped without turning around. Our celebrity has finally emerged? Planning a fan meet and greet. You can consult me. I'm an expert. Lin Yi, bewildered, retorted, Tony, have you been binge-watching melodramas lately? I intended to surprise you, but it seems you're not in the right frame of mind. Tony chuckled, turning to snatch the file from Lin Yi's grasp, opening it as he said, Jarvis, show our celebrity the latest trending content. Lin Yi watched Tony with amusement, then turned to the content Jarvis displayed. One glance was enough to leave him dumbfounded. Chapter 37, The Eastern Enigma at the Grand Ball in Stuttgart, Germany. Following Lin Yi's departure with Loki, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. The scene of Lin Yi descending from the heavens and effortlessly neutralizing Loki's assault was captured by countless smartphones and cameras. The distinguished guests at the ball buzzed with speculation about this enigmatic young man. His appearance was akin to a seismic event, igniting the entire social sphere. Who was he? How did he come to be allied with Iron Man and Captain America? Did you witness how he effortlessly blocked the attack from the man who claimed to be a god, even reflecting it back? He is undoubtedly no ordinary individual. No one seemed to mind that the self-proclaimed god was rather handsome. My goodness, he resembled a savior. I must uncover his identity. Among the media professionals present, excitement surged as they keenly recognized the potential for explosive news. Within mere minutes, photographs and videos of Lin Yi were uploaded across various social platforms. Each headline more sensational than the last. Mysterious hero emerges, easily defeats Loki. The man behind Iron Man? A new superhero unveils in Germany. The savior from above. Who is he really? The highborn ladies at the ball were utterly captivated by Lin Yi's gallant demeanor. They leveraged their family connections to unearth background information on this mysterious stranger. Some, hailing from affluent lineages, even managed to inquire directly with S.H.I.E.L.D., hoping to gather more details about Lin Yi. That day, Nick Fury received a call. How the hell did you get my number? Are you seriously asking if I can bail you out? What does that self-proclaimed god mean? Then, incredulously, you want to file a complaint against me? Do you even know I'm the head of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Finally, Fury hung up in frustration. Simultaneously, discussions about Lin Yi proliferated online, with the assistance of fervent netizens. More footage of Lin Yi in action surfaced, most notably the battle in New York involving two monstrous entities, where Lin Yi emerged to subdue the terrifying humanoid creature. Some even discovered footage of him single-handedly confronting a descending iron monstrosity in New Mexico, although ultimately it was a hammer-wielding brute who vanquished the beast. Comments continued to pour in. He truly resembles a savior, always appearing at critical moments. If I were to jump off a building, would he come to my rescue? He looks so formidable wielding that hammer. I wonder if he can control lightning. As more information was unveiled, Lin Yi's persona gradually crystallized, a modest yet immensely powerful superhero, silently safeguarding the world. Soon, headlines across global media outlets were dominated by Lin Yi. Shock. The mysterious man behind Iron Man, a new superhero emerges. Who is he? Unveiling the hero who defeated Loki. From a German ball to global sensation, Lin Yi becomes an overnight star. Lin Yi's name rapidly spread worldwide, becoming a lively topic of conversation among people. His fanbase surged at an astonishing rate, with some even establishing dedicated fan clubs. However, they only knew that Lin Yi was of Eastern descent, likely residing in Stark Tower, and had appeared only at supernatural disaster scenes. Beyond that, any personal information about him remained shrouded in mystery, rendering his name equally enigmatic. Thus, they collectively decided to refer to him as the Eastern Enigma, or simply, the Eastern Enigma. Lin Yi, only now becoming aware of this, watched as Jarvis displayed the latest news headlines concerning him. He realized he had been thoroughly exposed, yet it mattered little. He was no longer the newcomer to this world. With the power he now exhibited, no one would dare harbor ill intentions towards him. Much like Ross's futile desire to capture Hulk for research, such thoughts would remain just that, mere thoughts. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words regarding the moniker of Eastern Enigma. Wasn't the naming of titles in the Marvel Universe rather arbitrary? Tony was called Iron Man for donning an armored suit. Steve was dubbed Captain America for his patriotic attire, and now he, simply because he hailed from the East and was enigmatic, was labeled the Eastern Enigma? Why not just call him the Eastern Melon instead? Lin Yi cast a bemused glance at Tony. Did you know about this all along but chose to reveal it now? Tony, engrossed in a design sketch, relished the moment. I would have told you sooner, but you've been holed up in your room. Who would have guessed that the legendary Eastern Enigma is a recluse? He then inquired of Lin Yi, is this design for my future self? I noticed something different while watching his combat footage. It turns out it's a nanosuit. Truly, I am a genius. Lin Yi, observing Tony's uncontrollable smirk, snatched the design from him, retorting coldly, is that so? Then surely our esteemed genius comrade can create a nanosuit himself. It seems this blueprint is only fit for propping up my bed. As he turned to leave, Tony quickly grabbed his arm, exclaiming, wait, I was wrong. I didn't want to disturb your rest. That's why I didn't tell you earlier. He snatched the design back and pressed it against his chest, continuing, I'm doing this for your benefit. How are you feeling now? Have you recovered? I'm perfectly fine. Since you've taken the design, remember to upgrade my suit when you enhance yours. Lin Yi was disinclined to endure Tony's smug demeanor and attempted to exit once more. Just a moment, Tony called after him. Lin Yi, feeling a flicker of impatience, turned back to inquire, what now? Didn't I give you the design? Tony removed his glasses, gazing intently into Lin Yi's eyes. Lin Yi, meeting his earnest gaze, suppressed any complaints he had intended to voice. Ultimately, there were sacrifices, weren't there? Why do you ask that? You promised you wouldn't deceive me. Observing Lin Yi's silence, Tony discerned the truth he sought. He approached, placing a reassuring hand on Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, I will always believe in you, regardless of your reasons for withholding the truth. But you can trust me. Lin Yi met Tony's earnest gaze, his heart a tumult of emotions. If others had perished in the end, he would surely inform Tony. Yet, if he were the sole sacrifice, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Jarvis's calm voice broke the tension. Sir, there is a charming young man whom you have noted as the web-slinger attempting to reach your private number. Chapter 38. Peter felt a chill run down his spine. Could Gwen be in danger? Sir, there is a call from someone you have noted as the handsome lad who swings webs. Shall I connect it? Jarvis's voice resonated once more, calm and steady, as if nothing could disrupt its serenity. Lin Yi and Tony exchanged glances, instinctively halting their previous discussion. Tony nodded slightly, inhaling deeply as if to steady his emotions, and then said, put it through. On the other end of the line, Peter Parker's voice rushed forth, tinged with palpable anxiety. Help me. Gwen. It seems she's been possessed by something. My spider sense is going wild. She's in extreme danger, and I might die if I get too close. What should I do? Tony's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. He swiftly regained his composure, his tone steady and firm. Peter, don't panic. First, tell us where you are. Jarvis, pull up the map. Peter rapidly relayed an address, his voice trembling, before the call was abruptly disconnected. Jarvis promptly identified the location, displaying it before them. Lin Yi was ready to depart, hesitating only briefly before turning to Tony. Are you coming with me? Tony glanced at him, then shook his head. Refocusing on the holographic projection, his fingers gliding over the armor's design schematics. I need to upgrade the armor to a nanotech form. I won't be joining you this time. You'll be fine on your own, but do exercise caution. Lin Yi nodded, refraining from further comments. He raised his hand and traced a golden magic circle in the air, a portal erupting with brilliant, mysterious light. He stepped through, his figure vanishing within the golden glow, leaving behind a faint trace of magical essence. Outside Gwen's room, Peter Parker paced anxiously, fists clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain. His spider sense buzzed like a taut string, emitting sharp alarms warning him of a perilous force within Gwen. He glanced up at the window, then down at his phone, as if willing time to accelerate. Damn it. How could this happen? He murmured, his voice laden with helplessness and guilt. Even in the face of formidable adversaries, he always managed to find a way. Yet this time, he could not even approach Gwen. Why did it always unfold this way? Why could he never protect her? Suddenly, a golden portal opened before him, and Lin Yi emerged, his silhouette towering in the radiant light. Peter, seeing a glimmer of hope, dashed forward and grasped Lin Yi's arm. Urgency and desperation lacing his voice. Eastern Mystic, you've finally arrived. You're my only hope. Upon hearing this title, Lin Yi felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, his lips twitching slightly. He suppressed the urge to turn and walk away, gently pushing Peter's hand aside with a hint of disdain, his tone calm, yet tinged with resignation. Peter, just call me Lin Yi. Now, please tell me the specifics. Peter inhaled deeply, striving to calm himself, though his voice still quivered. Gwen's memories Haven T returned. She mentioned that perhaps being in a familiar place prevented her from feeling anything. So, she joined a photography club, hoping the new environment would trigger her memories. This morning, she told me that someone in the club discovered an old building rich in historical culture, and she wanted to check it out. I thought they were just going to take some pictures and wouldn't face any danger, so I didn't go with them. Lin Yi frowned slightly, urging Peter to continue. Then just now, Gwen suddenly called me, saying she encountered something strange and didn't know what was happening. I rushed back, and when I saw her, she was staring blankly at her hands. I wanted to comfort her, but as soon as I got close, before I could even touch her, her body emitted a burst of red light, and I was thrown back by a powerful force. As he recounted this, Peter's face reflected lingering fear, his voice lowering. After seeing me thrown back, Gwen immediately came over to assist me. I was terrified of being thrown back again and wanted to evade her, but she simply helped me up, and nothing happened. Wait, Lin Yi interjected, brow furrowing. You mean to say that when you approached her for an embrace, you were thrown back, yet when she reached out to help you, nothing occurred? Does this imply that as long as she has no intention to resist, this force will not be triggered? Upon hearing Lin Yi's analysis, Peter began to calm down, realizing the pattern. It was not difficult to discern. He had merely been too anxious and worried to think clearly. Seeing Peter gradually regain his composure, Lin Yi tousled his hair reassuringly, his tone imbued with confidence. Rest assured, I shall resolve this issue. Peter looked at Lin Yi with gratitude, his voice tinged with remorse. Thank you, Eastern. No, Mr. Lin. I shouldn't have disturbed you, especially since we are not well acquainted, but you were the only one I could think of for help. Lin Yi regarded the earnest young man before him, the irritation he felt at Peter's earlier nickname dissipating entirely. He gently patted Peter's shoulder, his tone soothing. Do not worry. With me around, Gwen will be just fine. Yet, Peter's gaze remained troubled. But, my spider sense keeps warning me that there is something exceedingly dangerous within her. Something that could end my life in an instant. Lin Yi nodded, his expression growing serious. As someone with spider sense himself, he too could feel the terrifying energy residing within Gwen. It was a force that posed a significant threat even to him. He approached the door to Gwen's room and knocked gently, his voice warm. Gwen, do you remember me? We met at the bell tower of St. Sanctus Cathedral. Gwen's voice came from within, tinged with unease and gratitude. Sir, I know it was you who saved me. Peter often speaks of you, saying you appeared like a deity in his most desperate moments. I am very grateful to you. Hearing Gwen's words, Lin Yi glanced back at Peter with a hint of amusement. Peter, feeling slightly embarrassed, turned away, presenting the back of his head to Lin Yi. Lin Yi continued, Gwen, do you recall what transpired this morning? Gwen paused, her voice laced with anxiety and the terror of recollection. I traveled to the old building with members of the club. It was a structure steeped in history, showcasing traces from the 1960s and 70s. At first, everything seemed normal. I stayed in the lobby to take pictures while others went upstairs. Suddenly, I heard a commotion from above and saw someone on the fourth floor railing throwing a set of car keys over my head. Instinctively, I tried to dodge, but the keys did not fall. They vanished into thin air. Then I vaguely heard someone upstairs asking, Did you just drop my car keys? Intrigued, I ascended to see what was happening. However, when I reached the space between the third and fourth floors, I found myself unable to move. Gwen's voice grew somber, as if recounting a horrifying experience. No matter whether I tried to go up or back down, I could not advance a single step. I even attempted to run, but it felt as if I were merely treading water. I was terrified. Then, suddenly, I felt a powerful pulling force from behind, dragging me backward. Everything went dark as I instinctively closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I found myself in a pitch-black canyon. Chapter 39, The Substitute. A fated conclusion. Gwen's voice trembled slightly as she continued recounting her experience. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a pitch-black canyon. There was no light, only an endless expanse of darkness and silence. A sense of unprecedented fear engulfed me, as if something was watching me. I glanced around but found no living creature, until I noticed a faint red glow in the distance. As I approached, I discovered a flowing source of light, resembling a starry sky, nestled within a crevice of a stone. Instinctively, I reached out to touch it, but as soon as my hand entered, the light erupted violently, surging towards my arm and enveloping my entire body in an instant. I felt a chilling energy emanating from all directions, like countless tiny tendrils wrapping around me. I tried to struggle, but was utterly immobilized. Then, that energy suddenly pierced into my being, as if attempting to tear my soul apart. A searing pain coursed through me, and then, I knew nothing more. When I awoke again, I was back here, feeling perfectly fine, as if it had all been a mere dream. However, when I called my friends from the club, they informed me that I had suddenly vanished. Thankfully, I called just in time. Had I delayed any longer, they would have reported me missing. Peter's complexion paled further upon hearing Gwen's description, his voice laced with anger and helplessness. Why did this happen? What was that thing? Why did it target Gwen? Lin Yi remained silent for a moment, his expression grave. He understood that the energy within Gwen was no ordinary phenomenon. It felt ancient and possessed a power capable of annihilating worlds. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm himself and softly reassured them. Peter, Gwen, please do not panic. I will find a way to unravel this matter. For now, it is crucial to remain calm and not let Gwen's emotions escalate, as it may trigger that energy. Gwen nodded, still haunted by fear, yet striving to regain her composure. Peter clenched his fists, clearly struggling to accept the situation. Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder, his tone resolute. I will find answers swiftly. You both should rest here and refrain from taking any rash actions. With that, Lin Yi raised his hand and conjured a portal, transporting himself directly to Stark Tower. Tony was in the lab, engrossed in calibrating an amalgam of unknown metallic substances. Upon Lin Yi's sudden appearance, he raised an eyebrow, a teasing tone in his voice. Back so soon? Has the matter been resolved? Lin Yi shook his head, his expression serious. Things are more complicated than I anticipated. Tony, I require your assistance, along with Jarvis. Tony set aside his tools, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Speak. What is it? Lin Yi succinctly recounted Gwen's predicament and added, I need you to investigate whether there are historical records concerning this type of energy. Any lead could prove invaluable. Tony nodded and immediately activated Jarvis. Jarvis, pull up all historical accounts related to mysterious energies and possession phenomena, especially those associated with dark forces. Searching now, sir. Jarvis's voice remained calm, yet his efficiency was remarkable. However, after several hours of searching, they found nothing. Tony shrugged, a tone of resignation in his voice. It seems this phenomenon is even more enigmatic than we imagined. Not even Jarvis could uncover any clues. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After a moment of silence, he suddenly recalled a place, Kamartaj, as a sacred sanctuary guarding Earth. The library of Kamartaj might possess records regarding this energy. Yet, he hesitated. Stephen Strange was still in Kamartaj for meditation, and he wasn't prepared to face his former disciple again. If Stephen discovered he was not truly dead, would he not attempt to strike him down for real? Ultimately, Lin Yi sighed, retrieved his phone, and dialed a number. After a few rings, a deep, somewhat impatient voice answered. Who? Wong, it's me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi's voice carried a hint of embarrassment. A brief silence followed. Then came a cold scoff. Lin Yi? I thought you were dead. So, you're alive again? Or have you finally remembered you were once the Sorcerer Supreme? Lin Yi managed a wry smile, his tone laden with helplessness. Wong, I know you harbor grievances against me, but I truly need your help now. A girl has become possessed by a mysterious energy, and I suspect it may be some ancient force. I need access to the texts of Kamartaj to find a solution. Wong's voice remained icy. Lin Yi, you are no longer the Sorcerer Supreme, and the texts of Kamartaj are not accessible to just anyone. Moreover, when you left, you didn't seem to care whether we needed assistance. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, striving to make his tone more sincere. Wong, my actions were driven by reasons you will understand in due time, but right now, an innocent girl is in peril. If that energy spirals out of control, it could unleash unimaginable disaster. I implore you, consider it a duty to protect this world. Another silence stretched on the line. And after a moment, Wong's voice softened slightly. You are correct. I cannot let personal vendettas blind me to potential threats. But I warn you, Lin Yi. Assisting you this time does not equate to my forgiveness. I understand. Thank you, Wong. Lin Yi exhaled, relief mingling with gratitude in his voice. Several hours later, Lin Yi's phone rang again. He swiftly answered, and Wong's deep voice resonated on the other end. Lin Yi, based on your description, I have scoured the ancient text of Kamartaj and found only one relevant entry, ether particles. Ether particles? Lin Yi frowned, recalling the name from somewhere. Indeed, Wong's tone grew grave. Ether particles are an ancient dark matter capable of distorting reality and consuming life. It was once said to be sealed away by the god Odin in some corner of the universe, but inexplicably, it has resurfaced, choosing that girl as its host. Lin Yi's heart sank. He realized what ether particles entailed. He recalled that they were absorbed by Jane, Thor's girlfriend. Could it be that Jane's storyline was altered by his interference, leading Gwen to assume her role? Then Lin Yi thought of Jane's fate. She had been fine until suddenly diagnosed with cancer, a turn of events that unfolded after her fusion with the ether particles. Now, with Gwen replacing Jane and merging with the ether particles, was it conceivable that her outcome might mirror Jane's? Chapter 40. The sanctioned Lin Yi stood atop Stark Tower, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation as thoughts of the ether particles swirled in his mind. He faintly recalled that ether was an ancient dark matter capable of distorting reality and consuming life. A fragment of memory surfaced, where he had witnessed the storyline of ether merging with Jane Foster, only to be subsequently taken to Asgard by Thor for healing. However, the specifics of that healing process eluded him, as he had never fully watched Thor, The Dark World, having merely stumbled upon snippets on a video platform. Ether, Jane, Asgard. Lin Yi murmured softly, attempting to piece together the fragmented memories, yet they remained disjointed and elusive. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to not dwell on the minutiae any longer. The pressing concern was to swiftly escort Gwen to Asgard, for only there could she escape the menace of the ether particles. Ideally, he would first locate Thor and journey to Asgard alongside him. That would undoubtedly simplify matters. Recalling that he had not seen Thor since their last gathering, Lin Yi opened a portal to the S-H-I-E-L-D spaceship. Within S-H-I-E-L-D, Fury was engaged in a conversation with an agent when he suddenly noticed a portal materializing before him. Lin Yi stepped through, promptly interrupting the call by pressing down on the phone. What the hell? Why didn't you give me a heads up before just teleporting in like that? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, stepping back toward the portal and calling out, Hey, I'm coming over. He re-entered, spreading his arms wide and stating, Are you satisfied now? Fury shot him a glare before decisively hanging up the phone. Is this how you greet someone? Forget it. What brings you here? In your Eastern vernacular. I suppose that means you wouldn't come without a good reason? Lin Yi snapped his fingers. Precisely. I'm here to find Thor. I need his assistance. You're a bit late. A woman clad in armor similar to his came looking for him a couple of days ago, claiming there was some disturbance in the Nine Realms that required his intervention. They left together. A disturbance in the Nine Realms? Lin Yi pondered, recalling snippets of that storyline, though he had little recollection due to the brevity of the videos he had seen. Surely you have some means to contact him, like a beeper? At the mention of a beeper, Fury instinctively reached for his lower back, only to halt abruptly and feign ignorance. What is a beeper? Thor left behind a communication device that can reach him directly. Having acquired the information he sought, Lin Yi instructed, "Please inform him that I will be heading to Asgard to find him." As he spoke, he stepped back into the portal but paused, turning back to Fury. "By the way, I suggest you change your catchphrase. Otherwise, you might provoke someone you shouldn't. From what I know, at least 10 protagonists have given you a thrashing over that." With a startled expression, Fury found himself momentarily speechless, unable to utter his usual phrase. He instinctively touched his mouth, only to find smooth skin where his lips should be. Alarmed, he sought a mirror to inspect the situation, but before he could find one, his mouth returned to normal. Realizing it was Lin Yi's doing, he attempted to speak again but decided against it, huffing in irritation as he turned to contact Thor. Lin Yi transported to Gwen's room, only to find the two of them absent. Entering the space, he discovered Peter and Gwen seated on the couch. Peter looked somewhat haggard, anxiety etched across his face, while Gwen sat with her head bowed, hands tightly clasped together, clearly troubled by the energy within her. "Lin Yi, have you found a solution?" Peter sprang to his feet upon seeing Lin Yi, urgency lacing his voice. Lin Yi nodded, striving for a calm demeanor. "I've identified the energy within Gwen. It is an ancient substance known as ether, and it is exceedingly perilous." "Ether?" Peter frowned, perplexed. "What is that?" "It is a potent dark energy," Lin Yi explained. "If not addressed promptly, it could completely consume Gwen's body." Peter's expression darkened further. "What can we do? Do you have a way to save her?" "Yes, there is a way, but it cannot be achieved on Earth. I need to take Gwen to a place, Asgard." "Asgard?" Peter echoed, bewildered. "What is that?" Lin Yi paused for a moment, then explained in the simplest terms possible. "Asgard is one of the Nine Realms, situated in a distant corner of the universe. It is the homeland of Thor, ruled by King Odin. You may think of it as a divine realm. Their technology and magic far surpass that of Earth, and they will surely have a means to assist Gwen." Peter stared, momentarily speechless as he struggled to digest this revelation. "You mean, Thor, the thunder god from Norse mythology? He actually exists?" Lin Yi chuckled softly. "Indeed, Thor not only exists, but is also my friend. You must have seen my news. You know about my encounter in New Mexico. The one who battled the destroyer was Thor. I've already reached out to him, and he will undoubtedly assist us out of respect for our friendship." Peter fell silent for a moment before gazing at Gwen, concern filling his eyes. "Gwen, are you willing to go?" Gwen lifted her head, determination gleaming in her gaze. "I am willing. If this is the only way to rid myself of this energy, I am ready to try." Peter clenched his jaw, eventually nodding in agreement. "Very well, there are no other options, Mr. Lin. But you must be careful." Lin Yi placed a reassuring hand on Peter's shoulder, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, I will protect Gwen." Standing in the open area outside Gwen's home, Lin Yi gazed skyward. Gwen stood beside him, her pallor evident, yet her eyes shone with resolve. Peter stood on the other side, gripping Gwen's hand tightly, his apprehension palpable. "Mr. Lin, are you certain this is safe?" Peter could not help but inquire, his voice laced with anxiety. Lin Yi nodded, his tone steady. "Fear not. Asgard's medical expertise and magic far exceed those of Earth. They will surely find a way to help Gwen." Gwen inhaled deeply, forcing a smile. "Peter, don't worry. I trust Lin." Lin Yi raised his hand and traced a golden portal, revealing a breathtaking starry expanse and a magnificent golden palace beyond. He turned to Gwen and Peter. "Are you ready?" Gwen nodded, while Peter hesitantly asked, "Can I come along?" Lin Yi shook his head. "Peter, this time I can only take Gwen. The situation in Asgard is complex, and you must remain here. They need you. Trust me with this." Peter opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately nodded, seeing the determination in Lin Yi's eyes. "All right, just be careful." Lin Yi patted Peter's shoulder before stepping through the portal with Gwen. The sky of Asgard shimmered in eternal golden brilliance, suffused with an ancient and mysterious aura. As Lin Yi and Gwen landed, Thor strode towards them, wearing a familiar smile. "Lin, welcome back to Asgard," Thor exclaimed, opening his arms wide to embrace Lin Yi warmly. Lin Yi chuckled softly and patted Thor on the shoulder. "Thor, why are you alone? Where's Jane? By the way, why didn't you bring her along the last time you visited Earth?" Thor waved his axe dismissively and replied with a hint of regret. "Jane is still on the battlefield of the Nine Realms, where there are some minor minions left to be dealt with. She insisted on leaving them for practice. The last time was because my mother wanted to meet Jane for the first time, so she didn't want her to depart too soon, as if she had something to convey to her, though I couldn't quite catch the specifics." Then his gaze fell upon Gwen, and he frowned slightly. "And who is this?" "She is Gwen, a friend of mine," Lin Yi succinctly explained. "I have come to seek your assistance. She has become possessed by a mysterious energy, and I suspect it might be the ether particles." "Ether particles?" Thor's expression instantly turned serious. What exactly is that? Chapter 41. Stern Father. Benevolent Mother. As Lin Yi was about to explain, Thor raised his hand to signal him to refrain from further words. Enough, regardless of the circumstances. We must first take her to the treatment room. I will summon Asgard's finest healers. Thor led Lin Yi and Gwen to Asgard's medical facility, where a group of physicians clad in white robes had been awaiting their arrival. They surrounded Gwen, employing various magical and technological methods in an attempt to extract the ether particles from within her. However, no matter how hard they tried, the power of the ether particles remained unyielding, even seeming to merge more thoroughly. This energy is far too potent. We cannot control it, the lead physician lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Thor's expression darkened, his fists clenched as he muttered a curse under his breath. Damn it, how could this happen? At that moment, the door to the medical room swung open, and Odin strode in, wielding the eternal spear. His single eye swept across Thor and, not spotting Lin Yi behind the group, ultimately rested on Gwen, who lay upon the treatment table. Thor. Odin's voice was deep and authoritative. Why have you brought a mortal to Asgard? Are you unaware that this violates the laws of the Nine Realms? Thor stepped forward, eager to explain. Father, she is possessed by a terrifying dark energy, and we require your assistance. But Odin's brow furrowed even more deeply, and he abruptly interrupted. No matter the reason, mortals should not be in Asgard. Immediately return her to Earth. Thor was momentarily taken aback by Odin's stern demeanor, and just as he was about to speak again, Lin Yi stepped forward. Your Majesty, Odin, I am the one who brought her here. Lin Yi's voice was calm and resolute. It matters not who brought her. A mortal is still a mortal. With that, Odin's gaze shifted to Lin Yi, a flicker of surprise crossing his eye. However, his expression remained stern as he remarked. You must have had a reason for bringing her here. Let me examine the situation personally. Lin Yi felt a bit taken aback, but nodded in agreement. I sense that the energy within Gwen is extraordinarily dangerous. If not addressed promptly, it could pose a threat to the Nine Realms. That is why I brought her to Asgard, hoping for your assistance. Odin fell silent for a moment, then sighed. You have aided me before. I have no reason to deny your request. He approached Gwen and placed his hand on her forehead, beginning to assess her condition. Thor stood to the side, his expression a mix of astonishment and frustration. He glanced at Odin and then at Lin Yi, internally screaming, who is truly the favored son here? Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, remaining silently rooted in place. Moments later, Odin's expression shifted dramatically as he softly exclaimed, it is indeed the ether. Thor, why did you not mention it was the ether particles sooner? Thor, stunned, pointed to himself and stammered, Is this my fault? Lin Yi promptly interjected. Having pieced together why Thor seemed so unreliable, the source of his shortcomings lay with his father. He directly asked, Your Majesty Odin, is there a way to rescue her? Odin sighed and explained, the ether particles are an ancient substance created by the Dark Elves, capable of distorting reality. Their intention is to use it to invade the Nine Realms and plunge them into darkness. It was once defeated and sealed away by your grandfather, Thor. But now that the ether has resurfaced, he paused, shaking his head. As for a solution, I currently have no insights. Since you have traveled far, it would be best to rest here for a while, and we can deliberate further. With that, Odin turned to leave, offering Lin Yi no opportunity for rebuttal. Lin Yi watched Odin's retreating figure, his expression darkening. With his palms clasped behind his back, a faint glow emanated from them. This old man, refusing to help, even intended to confine me. Internally, he voiced a vow. I will take her away today. Let us see who dares to stop me. Just as he prepared to take action, a gentle female voice resonated from the doorway. There is only one way to extract the ether particles. Lin Yi turned to see a woman draped in a luxurious robe entering. Her features were kind, and her eyes held an indescribable warmth and wisdom. Upon seeing her, Thor eagerly approached, taking her hand and ingratiatingly asking, Mother, you have arrived. What was the method you mentioned? Frigga, goddess of love, and Thor's mother, gently patted Thor's hand, though her eyes betrayed a hint of reluctance and concern. Thor, noticing her emotional state, asked in confusion, Mother, what troubles you? Do you not wish for me to go to the battlefield of the Nine Realms? Worry not, no one can best me there. Frigga affectionately grasped Thor's hand. I know of your great strength, she replied, then turned her smile to Lin Yi. There is but one method, the Dark Elves. Since they created the ether particles, they must possess a way to absorb them. However, they will not assist easily, and once they absorb the ether, the Nine Realms, including Earth, will be engulfed in darkness. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi hesitated for a moment before directly asking, Where can I find the Dark Elves? Frigga smiled slightly, seemingly unsurprised by Lin Yi's decisiveness. You will soon encounter the Dark Elves. But for now, Thor, please escort this lady to a safe place to rest. I have matters to discuss with your friend. Thor nodded dumbly. Of course, Mother. He then led Gwen away from the medical room. Lin Yi found himself quite fond of the gentle and understanding goddess, thus refraining from objecting to her request. As Frigga watched Thor and Gwen depart, her eyes reflected a renewed sense of reluctance and concern. Mr. Lin, Although this is your second visit to Asgard, you have yet to properly admire its architecture, have you? Allow me to show you around, she proposed, turning to Linyi with a restored smile. Linyi nodded eagerly. I would be delighted. The two strolled along the corridors of Asgard, surrounded by resplendent architecture and a dazzling starry sky. Frigga spoke little, occasionally pointing out a building and softly sharing its history and significance. Linyi did not pry further, quietly following in her wake. Until they reached a corner of the corridor, Frigga suddenly halted, turning to Linyi. Mr. Lin, please wait here for a moment. I will return shortly. Having already surmised the situation, Linyi nodded and stood patiently, awaiting her return. Chapter 42. Frigga, goddess of love, standing at the corridor's bend. Linyi fixed his gaze on the direction Frigga had taken. Her figure had barely vanished around the corner when the murmur of voices reached his ears. Despite the distance, his augmented senses, honed by the system's enhancements, allowed him to discern each syllable. It is highly recommended to watch the video directly, as the written description is somewhat inadequate. Comments can be found at the end. Thor, mother. Frigga, Thor? What brings you here? Shouldn't you be ensuring Gwen's rest? Thor, I need to speak with you. Frigga, you seem troubled. What has occurred? Thor, mother, I am Thor from the future. Frigga, the future? No wonder you appear so weary. Thor, I have failed utterly. I have let everyone down. Frigga, failure is intrinsic to growth. One invariably encounters setbacks before realizing one's aspirations. Thor, but I have lost so much. Father, Loki, Asgard, and you. Frigga, tenderly you appear to need sustenance. Come, sit down. Thor, I am unworthy of your concern. I have failed you all. Frigga, worthiness is not defined by failure, but by how one rises and perseveres. Remember, you are Thor, son of Odin. Thor, I am uncertain if I can continue. Frigga, you possess far greater strength than you realize. The power within you has not vanished. It is merely veiled for the moment. Thor, mother, I miss you dearly. Frigga, and you, my child. But you must comprehend that the past is immutable, while the future remains in your grasp. Take heart and press onward. Thor, thank you, mother. Frigga, now, attend to what you must. Remember, I shall always hold you in esteem. A clatter ensued, indicating the return of Rocket Raccoon, and subsequently, both departed together. Linyi had encountered this dialogue countless times, yet each viewing evoked a strong emotional response. He hesitated at the threshold, as Thor's voice echoed again, imploring Frigga to accompany him, a request that was, predictably, denied. After further lamentations, he finally departed. Linyi was aware that Thor had traversed time to meet his mother before her demise, but was unaware of this subsequent exchange. He mused. If Frigga foresaw her own death, why did she not endeavor to avert it? As the time displaced, Thor reluctantly departed. Frigga reappeared at the corridor's end. Her gaze lingered in the direction of Thor's departure, her eyes filled with sorrow and affection. Linyi approached and inquired directly, if you can foresee your own demise, why not simply evade the danger? Frigga turned towards Linyi, her gentle smile unwavering. Instead of a direct answer, she posed, do you comprehend destiny? Linyi furrowed his brow. The Ancient One attempted to instruct me, but I could not grasp it. However, the fact that Gwen, rather than Jane, ultimately bonded with the ether suggests the influence of destiny, does it not? A hint of regret flickered in Frigga's eyes. I am sorry, but Jane was unaware. I insisted she remain. Thor has suffered immensely. This was the least I could do for him. She paused, then softly inquired, is there anything you do not? It is inconsequential, Linyi interjected, his tone resolute. I was the first to alter their future. Moreover, I do not subscribe to the notion of destiny. Frigga's expression shifted slightly, followed by a grateful smile. Whether you believe or not, destiny exists. When you alter the fate of one destined to bear a burden, another will inevitably take their place. Linyi perceived her implication, waving it off with unwavering conviction and skepticism. If destiny dictates that someone must bear the burden, why not someone else? I reject destiny, and if it exists, I will reshape it. I will ensure the safety of both Jane and Gwen. Frigga regarded Linyi, a complex emotion swirling in her eyes. Seemingly anticipating his response, she nodded with a smile. I am confident in your success. She then turned, inviting Linyi to accompany her to Gwen's resting place. Linyi followed, a sense of perplexity nagging him as Frigga calmly led the way. He detected a hint of deference in her final words, as though it were more than mere affirmation of his bold declaration, but rather a deeper trust. Unable to decipher the reason, he simply nodded. Frigga led Linyi back to where Gwen was recuperating. However, Gwen was alone. Thor was nowhere to be seen. Where is Thor? Linyi asked. Gwen shook her head. He received word of a disturbance in Loki's dungeon and rushed to assist. Linyi frowned. But before he could speak, a series of sonic booms echoed in the distance. Looking up, he saw swarms of aircraft, constructed from black stone, hurtling towards Asgardian palace at breakneck speed. Simultaneously, beams of energy erupted from the ground, accurately targeting and destroying a significant number of the lead aircraft. Asgard's ground-based defenses were firing at full capacity, attempting to intercept the aerial assault. However, the sheer number of attackers overwhelmed the defenses, and the enemy swiftly penetrated the perimeter. Just as the aircraft were about to enter the palace grounds, a ring of golden energy surged from beneath the palace, rising rapidly to form a massive shield. Yet, moments before completion, the barrier inexplicably shattered and dissipated. The enemy aircraft poured into the palace airspace unimpeded, and droves of heavily armed dark elf soldiers parachuted down, assailing the palace. Frigga's expression shifted momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. Turning to Lin Yi and Gwen, she said, "I apologize, but it appears you must remain here for the time being. Believe me, the crisis will pass quickly and will not affect this location." With that, she transformed into a beam of golden light and soared towards the battlefield. Lin Yi watched Frigga's departing figure, his eyes narrowed. He stomped his right foot, and a thick wall of stone rose from the ground, sealing the room's entrance. Turning to Gwen, he said, "Stay here. I'm going to investigate." Gwen nodded, a hint of concern in her eyes. "Be careful." Lin Yi said nothing more, his figure vanishing in an instant. Chapter 43. The goddess of love. Frigga, the dark elves' warships surged into the skies above Asgard like a swarm of locusts, and in that fateful moment, the golden barrier shattered, as if mocking destiny itself. Within the temple, chaos intertwined with flames, as Asgard's warriors fought valiantly against the overwhelming tide of dark elves. In the heart of the temple, the dark elf king Malekith, flanked by an elite cadre of warriors, breached the defenses. His gaze was cold and piercing, as if he had already foreseen everything. His objective was clear: the ether particles. In the grand hall, Frigga hurriedly led Gwen through the chaos. Just as they were about to exit, a dark figure blocked their path. Malekith. Instinctively, Frigga shielded Gwen behind her, brandishing two daggers that glimmered with a chilling light, her eyes fixed on Malekith with unwavering intensity. Malekith regarded her with an expressionless face and uttered, "Do you truly believe you can stop me?" Frigga chose not to respond, her figure suddenly flickering like a wraith as she closed in on Malekith. Her movements were a blur, and the daggers traced two silver arcs through the air, aiming directly for Malekith's throat. Clearly caught off guard by Frigga's prowess in close combat, Malekith could only defend himself clumsily. In mere moments, he found himself retreating under the relentless assault of Frigga's blades, which coiled around his defenses like venomous serpents, until one finally pressed against his neck, pinning him firmly against the wall. "It is over, Malekith." Frigga's voice was icy and resolute. Yet, at that critical juncture, a massive shadow loomed behind Frigga. It was Curse, the Dark Elf's destroyer. His movements were astonishingly swift, his enormous hands clamping around Frigga's neck like iron pincers, lifting her effortlessly. The daggers slipped from her grasp, and she struggled weakly in the air, but Curse's strength was insurmountable, rendering her efforts futile. Gwen, hiding in a corner, watched this horrifying scene unfold and instinctively began to retreat, only to find herself pressed against the wall with no escape. Malekith slid down from the wall, rubbing his neck, which had been restrained by Frigga, and cast a cold glance at her before turning his attention to Gwen. "You have taken something from me, child." Malekith's voice was low and frigid, as if it emanated from the depths of hell. "Return it to me." Gwen's complexion drained of color. She instinctively attempted to back away, but there was nowhere left to flee. Malekith advanced step by step, his gaze devoid of any emotion, as if Gwen were merely an inconsequential obstacle. Upon reaching her, a flicker of impatience crossed Malekith's eyes. He raised his hand, gathering a sphere of dark energy within his palm. Suddenly, he lunged, attempting to forcibly extract the ether particles from Gwen's very being. However, the instant his hand made contact, her form dissolved into a mirage, vanishing from sight. Malekith was taken aback, then erupted in fury. "An illusion? You dare mock me?" He spun around, his gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon Frigga. Frigga, still suspended in Curse's grasp, appeared pale and breathless, yet a faint smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Malekith's eyes burned with rage and disbelief. "You shall pay with your life for your arrogance." A fierce glint flashed in Malekith's eyes as he coldly commanded, "Curse, execute her." Without a moment's hesitation, the destroyer Curse thrust his blade forward, piercing Frigga's body without resistance. She trembled violently, looking down at the sword protruding from her chest, disbelief flickering in her eyes before they gradually dulled, ultimately closing in eternal slumber. "No!" A furious roar erupted from the entrance of the hall. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, charged in like a bolt of lightning. His thunder even surpassed his own speed, striking down upon Malekith's head and sending him crashing to the ground. From a distance, Thor witnessed the entire sequence unfold, his heart filled with rage and grief as he beheld his fallen mother. His gaze was fixed fiercely upon Malekith and Curse. "You dare!" Thor's voice trembled, each word laced with unbridled fury. Malekith regarded Thor with cold indifference, a hint of mockery in his tone. "You are too late. God of Thunder, your mother has already paid the price for her arrogance." Thor clenched Mjolnir tightly, veins bulging. His gaze swept over Frigga's lifeless form, his sorrow threatening to consume him. Yet, he knew this was not the time for mourning. "Malekith!" Thor's voice roared like thunder. "I demand retribution for blood." Malekith scoffed. "And what can you do? A worthless wretch who could not even protect his own mother?" Thor said nothing further. In a sudden burst, he lunged at Malekith. Mjolnir imbued with destructive power aimed at his foe. Malekith swiftly retreated, while Curse positioned himself as a barrier, confronting Thor head-on. Within the hall, the clash of thunder and dark power erupted violently, causing the entire temple to tremble. The terrifying energy of thunder was unleashed by an enraged Thor, and Curse managed to withstand it momentarily before both he and Malekith were sent flying. However, they struggled to escape the temple, only to be caught by a warship that appeared and whisked them away. Thor pursued desperately, reaching the edge of the hall, and with a swift turn, hurled Mjolnir toward the direction of the retreating ship. Yet, hesitating, he watched as the vessel sped away, ultimately missing its target. In frustration, Thor slammed Mjolnir down, shattering the railing beside him, before storming back into the hall. He beheld Odin cradling his motionless mother, seemingly ensnared in profound sorrow, and his heart ached as if pierced by 1,000 blades. He yearned solely for vengeance against those who had wronged her. Thus, he implored Odin to muster the warriors of Asgard, to use the ether particles as bait to draw Malekith out, allowing him the opportunity to exact revenge and eradicate the threat he posed. Thor repeated his request twice, but Odin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Frigga. Believing his father was too engulfed in grief, Thor stepped forward, grasping Odin's shoulder, and resolutely reaffirmed his plea. Only then did Odin come to his senses. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Odin decisively halted Thor's plan, for they could not bear the catastrophic consequences of that dreadful power falling into the hands of the Dark Elves. Furthermore, as long as Gwen remained in Asgard, Malekith would inevitably return, and even if they exhausted the last of their valiant warriors, he would vow to keep the ether particles in this land. Just then, a voice emerged that swayed Odin's resolve. I concur with Thor's proposal. I shall accompany him to the Dark Realm. Chapter 44, The Goddess of Love. Frigga, I shall accompany Thor to the Dark Planet. Thor and Odin turned their gaze toward the source of the sound as Lin Yi strode in. Upon seeing him, Thor rushed over, his excitement palpable. You're all right. That's wonderful. This is all the work of the Dark Elves. Is Gwen safe? Lin Yi nodded, indicating that Gwen was unharmed. Before turning to Odin, his tone icy, I will take Gwen and Thor to the Dark Planet to confront Malekith. No other Asgardian warriors are required. Thor, upon hearing Lin Ye's declaration, composed himself, aware of his father's profound sorrow. If Lin Ye's words were to provoke Odin, it could spell danger for him. He firmly grasped Lin Ye's shoulder, urgency lacing his voice. No, this is rather perilous. I'm not saying I'm afraid, but perhaps my father is right. Malekith will surely return. Lin Ye's gaze remained fixed on Odin, as if ready to engage in conflict at any moment, which only heightened Thor's anxiety. Yet, Odin's subsequent words took Thor completely by surprise. Holding Frigga, Odin regarded Lin Ye's unwavering resolve and sighed, conceding, bring Loki along. He may be of assistance. With a thud, Thor's hammer slipped from his grasp, disbelief washing over him. Did his father truly consent? He stared incredulously at the compromising Odin, then at Lin Yi, whose cold stare bore into Odin. A previously ludicrous notion resurfaced in Thor's mind, feeling this time it might indeed hold truth. He could not restrain himself from asking, but father, Lin Yi is merely a mortal. Is it not too dangerous? Odin did not lift his gaze, merely waved his hand dismissively, urging him to leave. Thor's expression grew increasingly complex. He cast a reluctant glance at Lin Yi, as if wishing to speak to him. Yet his words were directed at Odin. Loki? He is hardly capable of aiding us. He merely lurks in the shadows, toying with his schemes. Lin Yi shook his head, his tone imbued with significance. Thor, you do not understand Loki. He is far more complex than you imagine. In this ordeal, the one who suffers most may not be you or I, but him. Thor paused, confused. What do you mean? Lin Yi sighed, elucidating. The Loki appears cold and unfeeling. Deep within, he still cares for you. Even though he revealed the location of Malekith's temple, he never intended for Frigga to perish. Now, he must be engulfed in profound remorse. If you do not seek him out, he may remain trapped in his guilt forever. Thor fell silent, the tumult of emotions on his face gradually quieting. After a moment, he nodded. Very well, I shall find him. As Thor departed, Lin Yi gently waved his hand, an invisible barrier quietly enveloping the entire hall. Odin, noticing the formation of the barrier, looked at Lin Yi, gratitude flickering in his one eye. Lin Yi, thank you for your intervention once more. I hope you can forgive my previous indiscretions. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, his tone layered with meaning. You should be thanking the queen. Had she not intervened in time, your palace would have likely been dismantled before Malekith even appeared. Odin frowned, clearly dissatisfied and skeptical of Lin Ye's words, yet he refrained from retorting. Just then, Frigga, who Thor had believed to be dead, suddenly opened her eyes. She cast a glance at Odin, then gently pushed his arm aside, rising to Lin Ye's side, expressing her gratitude. Mr. Lin, I am profoundly grateful for your assistance. Frigga began to bow in respect, but Lin Yi quickly halted her gesture, replying, Your Majesty, you were also striving to save Gwen's life. It is I who should be thanking you. He glanced at Odin, adding, in truth, the one who should properly express gratitude is that one-eyed old man. Frigga, well aware of whom Lin Yi referred to, shot a glance at Odin. Then turned back to Lin Yi with a smile. Then let me apologize on behalf of that old man. Odin, irritated, turned away with a huff. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Then regarded Frigga with a hint of curiosity. Your Majesty, I have a question. You could have evaded this peril. Why choose to confront death directly? Was it merely to alter Loki's character? Frigga smiled faintly, her gaze deep. I have always believed that fate is predetermined. Loki's character must be altered through the death of those he cherishes. As his mother, I willingly accept this. Moreover, if I evade this calamity, the next may befall Thor or even Odin. I cannot bear to see them in danger. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, continuing to inquire, then why not choose to feign death? Wouldn't the effect be the same? Frigga hesitated, then offered an awkward smile. To be honest, I had not considered that. Facing death directly, my thoughts were solely on my family. I did not contemplate further. Lin Yi nodded, understanding dawning upon him. After a moment of contemplation, he posed one final question. Your Majesty, I have one more impertinent inquiry. You must know that His Majesty Odin has little time remaining, correct? Frigga, upon hearing this, first glanced at Odin, then approached him, tenderly caressing his face, love radiating from her eyes. Yes, I am aware. But he is my beloved. Even if it means sacrificing everything, including my life, I would grant him one more day. Odin, upon hearing Frigga's response, could not help but embrace her, a flicker of tenderness in his one eye. Though he spoke not a word, the depth of his love flowed silently between them. Observing this scene, Lin Yi's expression darkened, and he turned to leave. As he walked away, he chastised himself internally for his own thoughtlessness. How foolish of him to pry into matters of love, knowing well that such things are not to be trifled with. Outside, Thor returned with Loki. Spotting Lin Yi approaching, Thor eagerly greeted him. Lin, we are ready. We can depart at any moment. Shall we go find Gwen? As Thor joined Lin Yi, he noticed Lin Yi's silence, his expression grim as he stared past him. Following Lin Yi's gaze, he turned around only to discover Loki had vanished. Damn that scoundrel. He is playing tricks again. When I find you. Before Thor could finish, he realized Lin Yi had also disappeared. Loki, upon seeing Lin Yi, immediately turned to flee, hiding around a corner, cautiously peeking toward Thor's direction. What a joke. To make me partner with that harbinger of doom. If he suddenly goes berserk and Ms. Rose a light ball, I'll be done for. Upon confirming Thor was not in pursuit, Loki sighed in relief, only to feel a hand on his right shoulder, halting his escape. Startled, he stiffened, then noticed the blinding light to his left. Mechanically, he turned his head, only to see a golden orb expanding before his terrified eyes. A voice, echoing as if from the depths of hell, whispered in his ear. Is this the light ball you referred to? Chapter 45, Survive. And you shall be spared. The Asgardian vessel glided serenely through the cosmos, starlight filtering through the portholes to illuminate the figures of Lin Yi, Thor, and their companions. As Lin Yi remained ignorant of the Dark World's location and deemed a Bifrost transit too conspicuous, they elected to surreptitiously embark on this voyage aboard an Asgardian spacecraft. Lin Yi, sequestered in a corner of the cabin, maintained an inscrutable countenance, his eyes often closed as if in repose. Thor, seated adjacent to the cockpit, cast furtive glances at Loki, who was piloting the ship, his gaze tinged with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Loki's hands remained steadfast on the controls, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, yet he would occasionally steal glances at Lin Yi. Whenever their gazes met, a flicker of dread would momentarily cross Loki's features before he swiftly averted his eyes, as if fearing detection. This uncharacteristic tranquility unsettled Thor. Loki, he finally ventured. Since when have you become so docile? Loki's hands faltered momentarily, causing the ship to shudder subtly. Regaining composure, he chuckled nervously. I am merely concentrating on piloting the vessel, brother. After all, we wouldn't want to become lost in the vastness of space. Thor furrowed his brow, unconvinced by Loki's explanation. Turning to Lin Yi, he lowered his voice. Lin Yi, what exactly did you do to him? Why is he acting this way? Lin Yi, still with his eyes closed, offered no direct answer. He simply stated, some knowledge is best left unacquired, for your own sake. Thor, taken aback by Lin Yi's cryptic response, could only shrug in resignation and resume gazing at the celestial tapestry beyond the porthole. Gwen, meanwhile, lay prone in the cabin's rest area, feigning slumber. The unfamiliar sensation of weightlessness and the extended duration of the voyage had taken a toll on her. Aside from mealtimes, she had remained in a state of near-constant sleep. Lin Yi would periodically check on her, ensuring that the ether within her exhibited no anomalous fluctuations. After several days of traversing the cosmos, the ship finally approached the orbit of the Dark World. Loki adjusted the vessel's velocity, initiating a gradual descent onto the planet's surface. As the hatch opened, a chilling gust of air swept into the cabin. The surface of the Dark World was desolate and still, its sky obscured by a dense layer of ashen clouds, the ground covered in obsidian rocks and fissures. An endless expanse of desert and barren land stretched before them, devoid of any structures. This is the Dark World, where Malekith resides, Loki murmured, his voice laced with trepidation. Thor gripped Mjolnir firmly, his gaze resolute. Let us proceed without delay. Lin Yi nodded, his tone measured. I concur. A swift resolution is paramount. Loki, however, raised his hand in a gesture of restraint. Hold. I have conceived a plan. Thor frowned, his patience wearing thin at Loki's unexpected proposition. A plan? We have no time for your games, Loki. A cunning smile played on Loki's lips. Brother, you are ever impetuous. Hear me out. As we are currently uncertain of their whereabouts, a blind search could prove lengthy. Instead, let us remain here and await their arrival. The presence of the ether will undoubtedly draw them to us. I shall then feign the capture of Thor and Gwen, and offer you both to Malekith. Once he is lulled into a false sense of security while absorbing the ether, we shall strike together, destroying both the ether and Malekith. Thor paused, taken aback by Loki's proposal. He turned to Linyi, seeking his counsel. Linyi, recalling Odin's words, offered a laconic, "It is worth considering." Thor hesitated before finally acquiescing. Very well, but should you attempt any treachery, you shall not escape my wrath. Loki shrugged, a hint of mockery in his voice. Fear not, brother. This time, I stand with you. In accordance with Loki's scheme, Loki awaited in the desolate expanse, overseeing the bound figures of Thor and Gwen. Linyi remained aboard the ship, safeguarding their means of retreat. Before long, a contingent of dark elf soldiers materialized from a distance, swiftly approaching Loki. Loki raised his head, adopting a posture of desperation. I am Loki, a traitor to Asgard. I bring you Thor, son of Odin, as a gift, and request an audience with Malekith. The dark elf soldiers exchanged glances before parting to clear a path. Malekith and Curse emerged, walking side by side. Malekith, accompanied by his warriors, approached Loki, his gaze icy. Loki, you dare show your face here? Loki lowered his head, his voice tinged with servility. Malekith, I bring you Thor, the Thunderer. He is a gift offered in supplication. A flicker of suspicion crossed Malekith's eyes, as he fixed Loki with an unwavering stare. Seeing this, Loki acted swiftly, severing Thor's right hand with a decisive strike, and thrusting Gwen towards Malekith. He proclaimed that his sole desire was to witness the utter destruction of Asgard. Malekith, stunned, cast his gaze upon the unexpected offering and, convinced of Loki's sincerity, began to extract the ether from Gwen. As the ether completely detached from Gwen's body, Thor, who had been feigning incapacitation, leapt to his feet, bellowing. Now Loki, his severed hand miraculously restored, he summoned Mjolnir, which flew into his grasp. He unleashed a torrent of thunderous energy upon the ether suspended in the air, while Loki seized the unconscious Gwen and retreated with haste. A cataclysmic explosion ensued, and as the smoke cleared, Malekith and Curse stood in scathe, the ether nowhere to be seen. Thor, believing the ether to have been destroyed, was about to celebrate when the elusive substance reappeared before Malekith, who absorbed it entirely into his being. He then turned and departed, leaving his soldiers to impede Thor's progress. Thor seized Mjolnir and effortlessly dispatched the obstructing soldiers. Seeing Malekith about to escape aboard his ship, he spun his hammer, propelling himself towards his quarry. Thor rapidly closed the distance, but Curse intervened, swatting him away with a single blow, causing him to lose his grip on Mjolnir. Curse then charged towards Thor, overwhelming him with a barrage of strikes before hurling a massive boulder at him. Thor, struggling to defend himself, was crushed beneath the weight of the boulder. Seizing an opportunity, he raised his right hand to summon Mjolnir, but Curse effortlessly swatted it away, sending it crashing into a nearby mountainside. Thor looked on in disbelief as Curse unleashed a relentless assault, leaving him battered and bloodied. Suddenly, Linya's voice echoed through the air. Enough. The once unstoppable Curse was sent hurtling through the air, crashing into a nearby mountain. Linya materialized before Curse, his face devoid of emotion, his voice cold and measured. Survive, and you shall be spared.